This world where the winner is king, and the loser gets punched and his mouth is broken. At Hasa Citadel on the monk platform, a disciple recruitment is taking place. Extremely tense. At Pamuguk's disciple recruitment table, someone scolded you for being crazy. Two beauties are on fish seller mode trying to scold the person who ate bear liver and bile. That's why I dare to play with the woman here and there. The person next to me who is helping my sister, this troublesome guy. It's basically like he's playing tricks on us. The man who is indifferently scooping up the gang is our main male character. His full name is Yopi Yang. He apologized in a low voice. I'm sorry. These two do not meet the standards of my deity's disciples. You are the weakest person who spoke just now. Is punching and kneeing at the same time, which is extremely offensive. The girl got mad and yelled at the grenade. My sisters and I are both at the 3rd level of martial arts. It's not even suitable for this tattered sect of someone who wants to find a genius. The beauty in the red dress is screaming at this moment. And the two sisters. We have only been martial arts disciples for 3 days. Why did you force us to go to the expulsion station to be expelled? Once out of the master's school, expel her boss. Is it necessary to color it like that? Two beauties did not pass the selection round. Mentioning the sect's parents, they had a lot of peanuts, balut, and braised salt and pepper. Eating cashews and diarrhea. The masses are so excited about the drama that they can't find anyone. He's obviously no wonder why this sect only has one person left. Yopi Yang, maybe he's used to being scolded. His face remained expressionless and he replied, "What else can I do? If you do not meet the standards, you will be expelled from the course. That is the deity's rule. Before taking over as leader, I was once the strongest person in the world. Famous reputation. It's a story. Using my identity to deceive you guys. Are you kidding?" Seeing this guy's face turned up to the sky. Two beautiful women curse like a mother curses her children. The strongest in the world. Yet this right is left only to you alone. Just right. Father-in-law, 6th floor martial artist. Who can testify for you? Sister, let's go and wait here some more. Unfortunately, my father has gone crazy. Let's bite us too. Yopi Yang sighed and continued to say one sentence. The rules for summoning attacks were set by that damn old man. I told you not to come. But those of you who don't agree right away just insist on trying. The red-shirted beauty holding the star. She bit the dog without missing a beat. In short, you're just a piece of cake that doesn't have anything to do with it. Specializes in bullying the daughters of good families. Followed by a series of gynecological sentences from Mu Jong-guk. Sooner or later it will have to close down. It's such an insult to Yopyang's famous unchanging mind. Also starting to want to castrate. Then close. This guy has endured enough. I've been wanting this position as Patriarch for a long time. Yopi Yang, I want to return to Earth to play chess. Overtime is even better. This was like 3 months ago. In the Western Defense Line, humanity is fighting back. An army of demons attacked. Yopi Yang slyly looked at the old man in front of him. He said confused, "What happened? I'm obviously working overtime at the game company. But I'm testing the new sword skill. Why did you suddenly come to this strange place?" The old man in front said in a deep voice. "He looks dangerous in front of you. Don't pay attention." Tell the old man. "Just now the one you used. Look at the beast in front of you." Was cut to pieces by Yopyang's airbending. The old man was frightened and asked what kind of magic it was. Yopi Yang completely ignored him. Casually said, "Oh, that's what you said. It's not some kind of magic." Finished talking, then started showing off. He raised his hand to press the magic formula and then slashed a line. The sword moved to unleash a slash that tore through the sky. A harmless piece of crushed stone falling down, a very dangerous move. The earth was almost reset. This sword dance scared the old man so much that his eyes widened. There are rumors in the legend that someone will fall from the sky. This person is not a fairy, just a villain. He suddenly remembered something and immediately raised a warning. "Let me remind you gently, in the north, there is also a great army of demons attacking there." Yopi Yang was so scared. He already had a pet running around, so whatever happened was fine. The little three was there to handle it. The little three on the other side had caused so much suffering to many families. The cry for help echoed everywhere: save lives and run, hurry up. The old man started to feel deeply concerned and hesitated, then said this little 3. Later, people who use it less will always have the feeling. It will completely destroy the environment in this world. Yopi Yang suddenly screamed like he had a seizure. I understand the test account is owned by the company. Skills across all occupations. I'm in the process of transition and I've absorbed it all. The confused old man who doesn't understand what this evil guy is talking about. What is a test account? Yopi Yang started crowing at the game company. Use a game account to test. Does this account have enough job levels? For example, cultivating fake mark level 100. Assassin max level 100. Magician mark level 100. Gunner level 100. Sword emperor. This is a pointless explanation. It further confirms the evil hypothesis. It's okay. Leave it alone. The old man doesn't care about those things. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for this old man who picked you up while you were in a coma, you were soon eaten by those demons. How long has it been since? The old man preaches the truth in such a way that people need to know the root and understand it? Yopi Yang is best at lying to the old man's head. Even if that's the case, you can't just force me to inherit this tattered sect. Only he could. The old man, even though he was deeply hurt, nor did he dare to compromise. You can be the sect leader if you want to. Just need the sect to be #1 in the world. Or recruit enough 7 disciples. The negotiations ended like that. I was brought to this evil world, also inheriting a small and super small sect. Hesa City's rating is below 100. And the old guy is worried about taking his pants and running away. Disappear, leaving me with a bunch of debts in this life. Yopi Yang has absolutely no spirit. The crowd below was bustling about talking about red moon apples. There's a little senior sister instructing those newcomers to come here quickly. When you come here to Hyeon Ryong Moon on the 3rd floor of the martial arts scene, you will receive food and accommodation. Yopi Yang was so bored that she was startled. Either way, no one can be recruited. Sooner or later this sect will close down. Suddenly a sect master shouted loudly, excitedly. A group of fairies descended from heaven to earth. Are they here? They are the fairies of the Yonghan Jijeom sect. Right? In the sky, a group of people, everyone as beautiful as fairies, began to descend to earth. Following along was a cute chubby-faced little girl. The leader was Nung Yak Seol, has a beautiful appearance. Every single person of the Yonghan Jijeom sect is more qualified than anyone else. Nung Yak Seol is also known as the sword goddess girl. Yet she came to this place. I have to say that the Yonghan Jijeom sect is bad. So stop it. 3 months ago, suddenly a star fell from the sky. Direct attack on the top of Yonghan Jijeom mountain, causing this place to collapse and become desolate. Since then, the whereabouts of the sect master are unknown, leaving them with nowhere to take refuge. So he started wandering everywhere. The surrounding people started gossiping about random things. I heard earlier that they wanted to find a sect to rely on. I didn't even have to put down my arrogance to come here. Why? Yopi Yang doubts Yonghan Mountain Peak Jijeom. Yopi Yang. When I hear the name of this sect, it seems familiar. He thought it was that mountain. Has a long shape like a sword. Right? Yopi Yang finally remembered. Accidentally went into the ground that day. I remember when I first came to this world. Conduct a galaxy skill test. Fell into the high-level influence area of the magic profession. So I bumped into them. That mountain. The mountain of the mighty clan. Just like that, it disappeared into thin air. Yopi Yang. It's too late to regret it now. Damaged the entire furnace of people's homes. Several mouths had to eat and had to wander. Unexpectedly, it only released a little fire. Just playing for fun. That's their subject. I have made my whereabouts unknown. Even made a group of young girls so beautiful. And have no place to live. The little sister is confused. There are too many people. Yak Seol replied. Let's see for now and then say again. Yopi Yang doesn't have the courage to face the truth. If you hold your head and die, it's better to quickly leave here. The remaining sect leaders see the girl and their faces get angry. If you have no place to go, please go to our right gate. Our right-wing beauty is the best choice. The little sister behind felt extremely uneasy and called out to her sister in a low voice. Nung Yak's soul was as slangy as ice cream, so she frowned. Seeing a group of sect leaders in a mess, they knew there was nothing to be done. Listen clearly. This is us choosing you, not you choosing us. Whatever purpose all factions have, please send a representative here. Those sect masters took a cowardly turn and pushed you around. More handsome than my representative. Oh, this charisma. The representative of the chief sect is me, the great senior sister of the eternal sword. It's truly tyrannical with every grain of rice. Successful people always have their own path. The image of Yopi Yang majestically turning away to leave was caught by her. That person is so interesting that man will be mine. Buy a familiar tip from that person. And have no interest in our sect. Maybe we weren't in his sight. Looking at the back of the very prestigious Yopi Yang Yak soul. Guess to some people he is special. Is it some kind of high-ranking foreigner? Right now, if someone loudly interrupts, no one is allowed to choose. Don't move. Don't leave here. The person who just spoke up is sect leader Liat. He is the leader of a clan named Lim Duong. Our erectile dysfunction sect has accepted these ladies. No one should even dream of thinking that everyone must have a little bit of manners for me. Yopi Yang got caught. You're scared. Your face is pale. That's what I'm talking about. Come back here for you. You can't run and you can't stay. Yopi Yang gritted his teeth. I feel like I want to run away but I can't. That old man has already said. The sect's rule is that when in front of the people, the sect leader must maintain a master's style. No matter what happens, he must act like the boss. Coldly turns his body. The hem of his shirt fluttered in the wind, his six-pack billowing, making mothers freeze. His voice was cold. What's wrong? Impotent brother begins to have an erection with Dr. Kwong. He shouted at you. Don't stay there and pretend to do anything. Just a sect leader of a trash sect. It's just that I'm taking over here now. Whatever I say, you must listen to what I say and do the same. You little girls should also look carefully at what is called true strength. That little sister was confused. What was that guy talking about? Sect leader Liat thought that Yopi Yang had a weak hand, so he started challenging sect leader Yopi. I'll give you a chance to hit 3 punches as long as you can do it. Just give me a little shake so you can get the right to leave this place and I can immediately let you leave. Yopi Yang smirked, as if listening to a joke that hits you. Hey big brother, did you take it to the gym? Sect leader Liat's eyes turned red as if he wanted to eat it alive. Yak's soul saw the fire coming out and immediately knew it was bad. Sect leader Lai hugged his fist and lunged. His eyes flashed with fire. Screaming at him, truly looking for a place to die. Yopi Yang is bored and can't be bothered to say what a joke. The fire punch is about to lightly kiss his cheek, but Yopi Yang is still as quiet as a statue. Just as he was about to fall all over the ground, Yopi Yang's eyes flashed with cold air. Watching him show this, Yopi Yang used one hand to block him. Calmly said, okay, I'll satisfy you then. 2 punches intersected. A rushing stream of air was released. Sect Master Impotence. His face looked like he had eaten poison. Teacher. Sect Master was sent flying back in the next minute. His clothes were torn to tatters. The aura was so terrible Sect Master Li flew over a row of stone steel. A pile of stone steel. The crowd clutched their heads and screamed. Be careful, be careful. After eating this one move, 3 generations of impotence families still haven't recovered from the paralysis. The technique of naming elementary martial arts online Wang Yang level max 100. Yopi Yang is a bit glued. It seems like he's overacting. You don't want to cause murder. Don't say it. Is it dead? Look at the way the impotent sect leader passed away, leaving behind dust, and the masses were scared pale. How is it possible that Pa Mu Gook has fallen like that? How could there still be such a powerful sect master? Infinity is not a sword sect that comes from somewhere. Is it possible to have such perverted power? If that punch hits me, I'm probably going to see my grandparents. Yopi Yang quickly left the scene. He looked back and said, Sect leader Liat hit 1 punch like that and it was okay. But with 2 punches it was fine, so bye-bye. Yak's soul was ecstatic by Yopi Yang's charisma. That afternoon passed like that with only 1 person suffering. Right after that Yopi Yang returned to the sect, a place surrounded by steep cliffs. However, it's very peaceful and the birds are tired of singing and don't get bored. Yopi Yang, after a while of flying, Their wings are tired. Once he arrived, he breathed a sigh of relief. I finally returned and was so tired I could look at the familiar scene before my eyes. Yopi blames the sect for building it in such a deep place. But there is something that makes him more desperate. Looking at the unfortunate door patched together with all sorts of places, Yopi complains. Every time I see this door I can't help but want to smash it. Turns out this door was broken by you alone. Every time I come home, the biggest headache is opening the door. Both large and heavy. Normal force cannot push it out. In general, doors at Yopi sect are not used to open. Last time I used the elementary method level 100. The boat pushed the boat directly against the door and was yelled at by the old man nearly to death. After a while of struggling he entered in his own style. In terms of cardboard, you can only climb walls like a thief. He looked at the prosperous fairyland ahead. Lonely talking to himself in such a big place. A bit lonely. Even a mouse wouldn't come to be his friend on the cold street. Thought so. At this moment a bustling sound came from the other side of the wall. Yopi heard immediately guessed who he was bitterly talking about. She started acting up again and had to deal with it a bit. The sound came from an electric drama. He used force to knock open the pitch-dark interior door. This is Yopi sect's prison. The green beast screamed today so fiercely, everyone be careful. Even though he was imprisoned, the green beast really liked it. Ate such hot-tempered things. It seems like today I can tease the disciple again. Yopi stopped in front of a prison cell. He looked inside, then raised his voice to save some strength. Human crying doesn't charm anyone here, it's just me. The sumptuous food on the table. The little devil inside didn't touch a single piece. Those who are guilty are in prison, eating well and dressing happily. Still causing trouble. Above also hangs a talisman. The little devil nags at people. Not want to eat. Just wanted to go out for a walk. It is a fox-type elf. He's crying and looks so pitiful. Locked up here. It's so boring. Any sim girl will definitely be lured. Yopi responded stiffly. So bored. Think about how many people you've harmed. The little devil who had just been imprisoned here sobbed and spoke. People are obedient and apologetic. But now you can't even support yourself, so let me go. You comfortably picked up a piece of snack and asserted that you can't continue talking. I promise the old man that I will absolutely not let you escape. The little devil suddenly stopped crying and became dumbfounded. Yopi used a sweet metaphor. Don't think about escaping from prison all day long. Big wind, heavy rain. Isn't the free snack delicious? He jumped up and whined and begged. People are better than junk food. As long as you let me go, I'll marry you. Yopi is so familiar. You sit down and talk to him. Look at me like a fool. Little fox, I'm not that easy to fool. The little demon started taking out his secret weapon to trick you, big fool. People really want to run away together. We will have many children named after the boss. I've already thought about it. It continuously moves on to more attractive offers. Or you release me for 3 years. Then we can let the person who becomes a top-class expert. Yopi not even pay attention to it. These weasel fox tricks. Clean up your tricks. 9-tailed demon lords once destroyed a dynasty. Don't try to cause any more harm to humanity. I can't convince him. Yopi stood up and left. You can rest assured here and let me be honest. You turned around and told him the painful truth straight to his face. One life. One life. Right now inside the prison there was a loud explosion. The little demon had transformed into its human form and scolded humans for being stupid. It thought Yopi's life motto was nonsense. It's funny that the old man saved someone once. Then the person who wants to bind himself for one life and one life after. Yopi starts preaching morality. Be the one to let this fox know he's wrong. Then I agreed to inherit this sect. Not just because he saved me. But I respect his religion all my life. Swearing his determination to revive this sect. I agree with his courage and perseverance. Yopi has his own ninjutsu. You said that's why I came to this world with empty hands. Decided to inherit his religion. Let the sect once again stand between heaven and earth. The fox playfully touched the curls of hair contemptuously. Tell me again. Pretending to be cool. My baby won't let me go. Right? Using all his transformation techniques. He had to return to his cute little fox form. He still wanted to escape. He angrily shouted that he wouldn't let me go. Nor did he let me go. Can come out on his own. He sat round on the straw chair and said in a high voice that by then you will surely die. Yopi Yang took a long nap in the bright morning but still hasn't woken up to eat. Until the sun shines on him as a sunny Yopi Yang finally opened his eyes. Yopi Yang stretched and climbed up. He lazily complained that he was still too sleepy. The weather is so good. No concentration. Yopi Yang continued to sleep with his mouth open and drooled, very suitable to continue sleeping. Suddenly someone's voice came from outside. Teaching you how to get better like this, Mu Jong Gook. Yopi Yang was startled and looked bewildered in the direction of the sound. The creature on the other side continued to talk about your bird appearance. It turned out to be a little black bird cooking porridge. That's all, he said dissatisfiedly. Mu Jong Gook will sooner or later be ruined in your hands. Yopi Yang is so bored with life he sadly sat up and said, if you don't sleep in, how can you get up? Moreover, a bird I found on the side of the road. If you have an unknown background, stop worrying about how much money you have. This bird is so chic that he immediately said that he was proud of himself. Good job. From now on, I won't be able to take care of the books of this broken cardboard anymore. The ancestors taught with the sect's rules that people pay for themselves. Today I officially resign as the sect's butler. Everything goes to this bird. Yopi Yang was afraid of ruining things, so she went into the wrong water. Wrong. The magic bird is the story of 8 people. Nothing unknown. The bird perched on a branch said back. It's good to know what's wrong. Remember, we are a transactional relationship. I will help you manage it for 3 years. You help me fulfill a wish. Yopi Yang nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yes, 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 then wake up and meet the guests. Hearing this, Yopi Yang was startled. He asked vaguely about this tone. Even ghosts don't see one. But there was also a guest. Little bird who reported the situation and quacked. Outside the mountain, a group of beautiful girls were screaming. Want to join this sect? Yopi Yang is not dead, but he has no will to say. Oh my god, but when I reached the door, my soul disappeared. My eyelids are too heavy to handle. I can't stand it anymore, and there's no way to meet guests. The little bird that sees through the world is deeply concerned. Aren't you always looking for a suitable disciple? Even the girls who brought it to the door didn't want it. Very suspicious. Yopi Yang doesn't want to hear you pretend to be dead and hug my head to sleep. Speechless, this little bird left a feather and flew away. It's up to you. Yopi Yang doesn't want to face the truth. The hooded boy said just leave them alone and they will disperse on their own. That's definitely it. Yakseol's group was still kneeling outside wanting to see. Her eyes exuded resilience. Resolutely think of the sect master. People don't come out to meet us. We absolutely won't go anywhere. We won't go until noon. The sun will break our heads. Until the afternoon the birds start to return to their nests. This group of people don't have a home to return to. Who is it? Thanks to Yopi Yang walking around. He is determined not to let the women inside. A row of people kneeling from the first step to the last step. Their faces covered in sweat. My legs are about to paralyze. Sect master, please come out here and meet. That little sister named Socio who knelt down until her disc herniation said. Senior sister has been kneeling for a day now. The sect master keeps not coming to see us. Don't want to accept us. Right? The villain enjoys it very much. Sitting on the roof of the house eating dinner and whispering. Finally understanding. Yak's soul is very optimistic. She trusts her eyes to see people. The sect master is a noble man who accepts disciples. There will definitely be countless challenges. We must be steadfast and unmoved. The little girl behind also thought it was true. Yopi Yang started to feel shy. I didn't expect these girls to be so stubborn. Surely they don't want to kneel for the rest of their lives. Right? Yopi Yang shamelessly bit the candy to see who was stronger than who. Let it be. Let it be full. Then spread its wings and fly back to the barn to go back to sleep. At night the sky started to rain. Thunder and lightning. Little bird perched on a branch saying the rain is too heavy. Yopi Yang was a little shaken. He gloomily said that I know they are all martial arts practitioners. If you get wet in the rain, you won't catch a cold. Rest assured. The bird was speechless as it stood looking at the pouring rain. Yopi Yang hugged his confused thoughts. Fall asleep. These girls are so evil. I have to think of a way to let them know that it's hard to give up. It's a headache. The resilient women kneel all through a rainy and windy night. Thunder and lightning are rumbling above their heads. But they range from old women to small children. No one moved. After the rain, the sky was bright again. Large puddles of water were left on the ground. Yakseol's whole body was as wet as a rat, still kneeling firmly on the ground. Her face was tired, but her eyes remained unchanged. The little sister Socio behind her was about to get malaria. It rained at the wrong time. It was too cold. It was too cold. Yak's soul didn't complain a single word. She must join this rag class. The cold wind blew through the scattered leaves. Yopi Yang stood on the roof and sighed dejectedly. Why don't you go and not expect these women? Once you're bloody, don't ask who your father is. Yopi Yang turned away. He pretended to be blind, so his eyes could not see and his mind was pure. You guys just take it easy. Right now Yopi Yang felt something change behind him. Yak's soul also realized there was a strange aura that was not right. The trees behind him suddenly darkened. Yopi Yang knew something was wrong. He exclaimed with great murderous intent. Yak's soul immediately responded to her cold voice and said in a broken tone, "There are still so many things going on. I won't go in anymore. Junior sister, let's go. Kneeling all night and now I'm sulking with the little sisters. All of you are in awe of my sister. But it's too late, and before I can get away, that stranger has arrived. Finally found you guys." Socio just looked and recognized this guy. She was suddenly startled. The other sisters screamed in fear. The situation became so there was chaos and he chased me. What should I do? This evil guy won't let us go. Yak's soul is so fierce that she holds the sword forward. What must come has finally come, so we can deal with him. The ghost over there lost a phase. He used his right eye to look evilly and complimented him very well. A very fierce collision, preparing to take place in front of the gate of Yopi Sect. The ghost on the other end. His full name is Gu Jiam Gun. He savagely spoke about the evils of Yonghan Ji Jiam. Then he joined the Mu Jong Guk army and got this broken cardboard. But don't be afraid of me destroying you. I know that my team is not his opponent. Hurry up, sister. Please don't try. This time you're doomed. Yak's soul on the other hand. His face didn't change. I just wish I couldn't laugh in his face. The mouthpiece is really big. Also, Mu Jong Guk doesn't recognize us. You are a very reasonable person. I don't want to get involved with Yopi Sect Gu Jiamgun. That year, the person who killed an innocent person was executed by his left eye. Now it's time for my sword to be in trouble. Come and seek revenge. I'll accompany you until we exchange a debt. Don't attack in Mujongguk's territory. That Gu guy has 2 pig spears on his back. He will definitely have to bathe in blood today to destroy the innocent subject. Don't you dare go anywhere here. Give me each of your left eyes. He pulled out his long sword. A rushing stream of air followed. My sword is very fast. Don't let you guys hang on for too long. Yak's soul looked at the window. His soul was missing a wing and raised his voice. That year, the teacher left him a right eye. Let you continue to harm the world. As soon as she finished speaking, she flew into close combat. Her eyes exuding a deadly aura. She aimed straight at his remaining eye. Now let me replace the teacher to complete the remaining sword. Take your right eye away. That Gu guy didn't even break a sweat and was able to dodge it easily. Yakseol's swordsmanship slashed the rock. The rock immediately said goodbye to him. The other Gu smirked and exclaimed that the sentence was too strong. As expected of a sword goddess girl like you. Only my spirit realm is a higher level spirit realm powerhouse. Yak's soul believes that the level is not important. She turned around and said who won and who lost. Didn't know yet. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately slashed another sword. Gu Jiam Gun dodged another sword slash attack into the tree trunk and immediately split the tree in half. His face became unsightly. He frowned and looked at Yak's soul. The two fought fiercely in the air. You slashed a sword. I slashed with one sword and no one would give in. Yak's soul repeatedly slashed without missing. Making Gu's eyes explode makes some sense. He smirked, but still stood still like a statue. The younger sisters were worried and called senior sister. Gu to take a few steps back. No matter how Yak's soul slashed, she couldn't hit. She found the situation in front of her impossible and difficult. The hand holding the sword began to tremble. Yak's soul was busy using all his strength to shout and destroy. Gu Jiamgun was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yak's soul to have this ability. A death guillotine was unleashed. As usual, he easily dodged Yak Seol's swordsmanship, causing the world's forest cover. The city fell sharply. Where the blade cut, the trees fell. A dense forest. In an instant it became desolate. Luckily this world has no rangers. A flat tree trunk lying alone on the ground. Gu Jiamgun safely landed on it. He looked at Yak Seol's strength. I can't help but say it's not bad. You mean more than I thought. Yak's soul has been solemn all this time and it's all in vain. Gu's whole body radiates a strange haunted aura. Definitely have to be careful. It's my turn. He flashed for a moment. The figure escaped and appeared. In the blink of an eye it appeared behind Yak's soul. She was a bit unable to block Gu Yang's sword. His eyes were as savage as death demanding his life. Without hesitation he swung a sword from behind. Painfully transferred to Yak's soul. Felt like I could log out immediately. Socio and her sisters were so scared that they screamed sister. Yak's soul receiving this sword was like losing half of her life. She painfully hugged the wound on her shoulder. With difficulty, she whispered the two words to continue. Her arm was probably disabled and it was shaking like a leaf. The little sisters saw this and were heartbroken. Kept calling out to sister. The sisters immediately ran to help sister Yak's soul. Are you okay? Yak's soul shouted angrily. She shouted loudly not to come here. What did I tell you before? You sisters immediately stopped. Remember what this big sister said. Stopped when I met this person. I'll go ahead and hold him back. The sisters immediately ran away. Even though Yak's soul was beaten until their clothes were tattered. Always thinking about you guys. What are you guys still standing there doing now? Why don't you get out of here? The sisters started a fierce internal struggle. How can you see that trouble is starting to leave you? Yak's soul tries to act like he's fine to reassure the kids to go away. Ladies, don't look down on this senior sister. We have our arrangements. Ladies, don't stay here and get your hands and feet entangled with me. That Gu guy saw that and looked contemptuous. He said he still wanted to struggle with the genius's cultivation level. You're too shallow for people. Another year's time might change something. He looked at Yak's soul with a murderous intent in his one-eyed eyes. But now it's absolutely impossible. Yak's soul still tried to punch and eat sticky rice. She reached out to grab the sword. Not sure. The moment Yak's soul touched it, the sword broke through the power. She decided to play an endless battle to the death. Looking at this flowing air, the sisters immediately realized that Yak's soul was about to take a risk. Could it be that? Sister, don't be like that, sister. Yak Seol's sword suddenly became bigger. She raised her hand to the sky and launched a move at me. The sword seemed to have absorbed the power of heaven and earth. At this breakthrough, Gu widened her eyes in surprise. This is the legendary sword move. But this move has already appeared. Yak Seol's life cannot be guaranteed. She pressed the magic spell, then cast an eternal barrier. The sword danced in the air, taking Gu into a dark grove. It's definitely a trick. Gu used all his strength to resist. Yak Seol's longsword rotated around. A strong barrier like a tornado appeared. Gu laughed like he was looking forward to it. Yak Seol's arm was about to deform, trying to forcefully command the assassination. An earthquake broke out. The forest once again became desolate. The sword had no intention of stopping. It rotates like crazy in the sky. Below is controlled by Nung Yak Soul. The sky seemed to be torn apart. A blinding light flashed. Gu's name was originally lost. Now there is no way to see things clearly in front of my eyes. Even the huge tree trunks were cut to pieces by swordsmanship. No tree was lucky enough to be alive. The death battle tactic is over, leaving behind a devastated area. The sword rotated a few times, then fell down and stabbed straight into the sturdy steps. Yak's soul is now truly insanely talented. The weapon was also scrapped. Ketchup flowed from the corners of her eyes. She happily whispered, "Success," and then fell helplessly to the ground. I'm afraid this trip will be more or less good. Yak's soul let out a breath. Several sisters immediately rushed to call their sister. Everyone's face is cut without a drop of blood, even facing danger. But no one left the big sister alone. A junior sister kindly asked if it was okay. Sister Socio was angry and scolded her for making a mess. Looking at Yak's soul covered in blood, sister, heartbroken, said it's okay. Sister, helped me. Thought the trouble was over right now. A butcher's laugh rang out. Unexpectedly, Nung Yak's soul. Is that hungry leech like Gu Jiamgun? Is he not dead yet? He is like a beast appearing through smoke. You can transcend the realm and display the eternal sword. That you couldn't use. After the last great war. Other than scratches, he was otherwise unharmed. Unfortunately, it's just appearance. You're too reluctant. I didn't expect all your efforts to be in vain. Yak's soul couldn't help but curse him from above and down to earth. Speed so fast that the human eye cannot see. Where he just landed on the broken brick floor. Such extraordinary strength. But he went and bullied a group of girls. Because to avoid disaster, I changed my mind. He became more powerful than the sect. The voice indicating hell spoke up. Not only do I want your left eye, him to be clouded by hatred. His eyes screamed in anger. I still want all of you to die. Knowing that today there can only be one loss and one survival. Yak's soul knocked the women away. Gu started to use his strength. He took the long sword and rushed forward. The game started. He used lightning speed to rush forward. So fast that I couldn't see his identity clearly. Yak's soul was caught off guard and immediately took a few moves. Gu had no intention of holding back. He decided to make a fatal move. Several sisters immediately gathered in a row to protect sister Yak's soul, even though there was no part of her body intact. Also determined not to let them take risks. This senior sister hasn't even had her turn to protect you yet. That's about it. Get out. She flew straight forward, aimed Gu Jiamgun's blade straight and faced it. Gu laughed happily. He thought he was sure to win the world. There is still no one who can take my sword bare-handed. Looks like you're crazy. Both body and hand will be cut off by me. Yak's soul has decided to lose his hand. You lost your legs to save the lives of your juniors. Run quickly, she shouted. Just as her slender hands were about to touch the blade, a startling light flashed out. Gu Jiamgun stood still as he gritted his teeth. Look who's involved. None other than the lazy handsome man who works at my house. Sect leader Yopi Yang. Even Yak's soul was startled and couldn't believe it. He used one hand to support Yak's soul. Cold eyes showing no expression. A scene where a hero saves a beauty and goes into everyone's hearts. The sisters are equally horrified. Shouted at the same time that the master, Gu Jiamgun, was ruined. Good things are bitterly scolding a torn sect master. Dare to worry about how much money. Looks like you're tired of living. Yopiang's face didn't change. Look at the god in front of you. I really like it when you speak in such a deep and wild voice. A second later you smile sinisterly, but hey. The person who is tired of living is you. Gu. Hearing this sentence, he laughed like his father. Baby is me, you will die with them. Yopi Yang seemed very interested. He let out a loud cry. Gu couldn't wait to see off the couple in front of him. He shouted his name without measure. Don't worry about all the coppers disappearing. Yopi Yang looking at the tip of the knife just a hair's breadth in front of your eyes. This guy doesn't even bother to dodge. Gently raised his hand to catch it. He thought Yopi Yang was preparing to act contemptuously. Say it again. An idiot used one hand to catch my sword. Yopi Yang raised his hand with 2 fingers to grasp the blade, but you were wrong. Just withdrew his words. 2 fingers are like reinforced concrete. But firmly grabbed the blade. Gu immediately became motionless. Unexpectedly, the master would face a challenge. He began to feel deeply concerned about this kid. Yopi Yang performing the white knife entry-level martial arts engineer, causing the other guy's long sword to crack into pieces, then crumble. But Yopiang's fingers remained unharmed. He sarcastically said that 2 fingers were enough. Gu Jiamgun's face was bloodless. He frowned and frowned. Gu found it difficult to chew and began to pull out his weapon. The secret here is my strongest sword. Go to hell for me. Yopi Yang is also ready to send this guy off to sell salt. He holds out his hand. Yak Seol's long sword immediately moves. Then obeys the command and stays in his hand, activating elementary martial arts. Yopi Yang, he pulled out his sword and cut the water out, also ending the life of that sheepman. A blade sliced him from head to toe. Gu Jiam gun was divided into 2 halves. The speed was so fast that he didn't even have time to cry out in pain. Yopi Yang didn't break a drop of sweat. His eyes were as cold as ice. The unsuspecting monks. The situation turned out like this again. After work, Yopi Yang hugged Yak Seol and landed safely on the ground. The unfortunate staircase suffered so much damage today. He gently put Yak Seol down. Even a simple question saves. This irreverent expression again made Yak Seol bewildered. Watching Yopyang's back leave, no different from the movie God. Yopi Yang has a very satisfying performance. She was surprised to see that there really were people in this world. Both boxing and swordsmanship are practiced to the extreme. At this moment, a gentle but strong voice rang out. "Thank you for the Sect Master's mutual help." A group of people kneeling on the ground, Yak Seol bluntly begged. "Please accept us. We will definitely bring Mu Jong-guk back to glory." Dedicated and dedicated. Yak Seol painfully embraces his wound but remains determined. "I beg the Sect Master to accept us. Yopi Yang has no way to refuse your conditions. If you have such a strong will." Regarding the situation of the original sect, "I also seem to understand a little bit. Then I will give you the opportunity to be a trial disciple for 3 days. Accepting disciples according to a multi-level model. You can also try for 3 days. If you fail on probation, you can't stay. Then don't stay here anymore." Yak Seol is as fun as going to a festival. She firmly said thank you to the Sect Master. "We will definitely perform well and will definitely stay." Socio is as fun as winning the lottery. Today's efforts were not in vain. It's great that the Sect Master accepts us. Yopi Yang reached out his hand and said in a cold voice, "Nung Yak Seol, come here. Don't know what the Master is planning to do. Don't be fooled by people. Yak Seol absolutely trusts you to move forward steadfastly." Looking blankly at the man in front of you, calling out to Master in a low voice. Yopi Yang activates elementary wood master skill. Small wound healing technique, level 100 max. Feel your body becoming more and more refreshed. Pain gradually disappearing. What technique is so powerful? Yopyang's reputation level has increased by several levels. Sect Master. What kind of trick is this? Such a serious spleen injury was gone in an instant. Is Sect Master a genius doctor? There was only a little sister standing thoughtfully in a corner. Her face was solemn and she called out Sect Master Yopi in a low voice. Even Yak Seol was scared. The body suddenly became exposed again. It was unbelievable how quickly the injury healed. Even the old wound on my wrist has disappeared. Don't say Yonghin Ji Jiam Sect. Even Yopi Yang didn't expect it. Oh my god. The little medical treatment is just as flamboyant. These are all full-level skills. That's a bit too much. Yak Seol knelt on the ground, respectfully bowed his head and thanked his master for saving his life. This response was too ostentatious. Yopi Yang is also a bit shy. "Get up quickly and come with me back to the temple." The girls immediately laughed excitedly. "Because I finally have a place to live." A group of people followed each other to officially enter. Admitted to the sect. Came to the door with strength and reputation without that piece. Several disciples gasped in admiration. The door is so big. How does this one have to be opened? Maybe the first day of initiation. But forced his disciples to climb the wall like dog thieves. Yopi Yang used his strength to open the door with airbending. He used his strength to push a heavy door. Immediately opened. The cold wind blew. I didn't expect that just opening the door could attract such attention. He coldly lifted his chin. Signaled the disciples to come in. The whole group went inside to introduce themselves. That overwhelmed the disciples like that. Inside was even more shocking. The dumplings opened their mouths and rolled their eyes. The front like an island nation in the air. The new prosperous scene is so big. Early in the morning the sun shines everywhere. Yopi Yang sitting on the roof laughing foolishly. He wondered why he let me wake up so early. The bird next to him quickly responded. Let you see. How hard did these girls try? Only you don't have the conscience to chase them away. But Yopi Yang still denies it. He yawned and said yes. Then the cheeky bird pointed below and looked away. Nung Yak's soul had been practicing there for a night already. She still sat as silent as a sheet, without paying attention to the surroundings. Now it seems like I overslept. The arrogant bird started to get angry. This girl is really stupid. As rumored, Yopi Yang just followed along too much. Then he started listing his thoughts. But too immersed in swordsmanship. Sometimes I lose interest in men. It's not like the real thing. Other disciples, John Sickle replied. On the other side, they started working early in the morning. Then moved to the scene on the other side. The young women were all enthusiastic about their work. Looking at them, the bird started asking questions about their names. Do you remember them? Yopi Yang quickly replied that there were a dozen girls who could remember them all. There are some strange people who leave a deep impression. The tall socio. People who work hard in the cultivation nook group. As he spoke, he pointed to the scene where she was concentrating on cultivating. But the saying is very funny. Why do I get hungry every time I practice? On the other side, Oyang Noe, claiming to be the only fan who truly loves Nung Yak's soul. She said I absolutely wouldn't allow it. Anyone who touches sister. Then little cook Anyu turned and said shyly. Can you help clean up the room for the sect master? Men don't know how to take care of themselves. Then there's another girl. Mokuni's Quince is afraid of men. She said extremely shyly. The teacher said that all men are tigers. The scene changed to another girl. Unso-hee manly girl who likes cosplay. Playing a certain character is the most exciting. The strange young lady named Rock Chung at the end. Once she spoke, everyone had to be silent. Sect master, have you forgotten me? Suddenly thought of this. Yopi Yang stood up and said I had decided. The bird quickly asked what the decision was. Yopi Yang said with a dark face. Began to liquidate the household, silently observing them. If you find their loopholes, let them go. The cheeky bird next door. Hearing that is a bit confusing. What have you done in your haste to chase them away? A little while later, 3 girls were having free time at the Chongli Palace. Sitting and talking bad about the game. Do you think this sect master is trustworthy? He is very strong but seems a bit too arbitrary. But we still have to believe in sister's choice. Those people go on talking without paying attention to anyone outside. Then maybe he is somewhere. Peek at us. No. This male creature really makes people feel uneasy and talk nonsense. The sect leader is a good and upright person. So Yopi Yang is really hiding far away. When he heard it, his entire face turned purple. Think not wrong. The deity is monitoring righteously. You guys aren't some peeping man or something. The girl who passed by just now has returned to her current location. Are diligently chopping firewood. After a while, she raised her head and breathed a sigh of relief. Yopi Yang of course did not give up. He took a quick look and then assessed this idiot chopping wood. Do not use true energy. Maybe the opening to break through is her then. Those girls went to clean up the surroundings. Mouth constantly complaining about the smell of dust and smoke. Let's go clean up this room a bit. As soon as I got inside, I started washing the mop. The girl said, I just feel like this sect leader is not very decent. Seems very unreliable. Then she put down the rag and a strange sound rang out. She was suspicious but didn't know what it was. Suddenly a square appeared around her. That's why I screamed. The ground was sinking. 2 girls from afar saw this scene and were equally scared. The mixed-beak girl kept flying down below. His mouth just had time to scream for help. Yopi Yang was lurking in the distance. Of course he heard this sound. He immediately ran in that direction. I secretly thought something had happened. Yopi Yang used all his speed, but flew like flying, through several houses, as if I were an ancient superhero. Each house gets a bonus hole. Through from one side to the other. That's when he rushed to the destination. The girls above kept calling down to Miss Wood. Yopi Yang as if they had already won over these 3 offers. He flew straight down, still screaming. Sect Master Hyun Ni, she. Yopi Yang just flew down, along with the screams of the billions above. Don't be afraid. The sect master is coming. Nothing will happen. That girl as if falling into a bottomless pit. She kept screaming to save her life. Our Yopi Yang, still very calm, and rushed down. He jumped back and forth on the walls like a grasshopper. Finally, I was able to narrowly catch the other girl. The other girl was so scared that she had to hug his neck tightly. In the end, both of them were able to land safely. In this phase, our Yang has his whole spine shackled. Under the candles that are still burning brightly, Yopi Yang holding the girl in his arms. Seeing her shaking like a leaf, he immediately comforted her. Nothing happened. Don't be afraid of Quince Nung. Mock Yuni like a baby. She stammered and said that I was no longer afraid. People are not Quince Fields. I'm Mock Yuni. Master once said it before. Men are sinister animals. Of course it is. Sect Master, please let me go immediately. Don't let the water get caught in the crossfire. But actually Hyun Ni is the one hugging Yopi Yang. Why is it so fast? Yopi Yang was a bit confused. Naturally, from victim to defendant. You said don't be afraid. You're really safe. Thanks to that she let you go. Mouth still open. Two people started to explore this place. Hyun Ni spoke first. How is the Sect Master? Is there an exit nearby? He immediately replied no. Then Yopi Yang looked back and forth, examined and then judged. This is the place where intruders are imprisoned. This place can prevent consciousness from exploring and flying. Flying techniques cannot be performed. I have to wait for help. Hyun Ni as if he had been hit by a nerve and thought wrongly. She said it was just the two of us. The young man and woman are here waiting for the Sect Master's rescue. You won't have too much water left to fish. Yopi Yang was speechless when he heard that. You think it's a bit far. Suddenly, a little rat crawled out nearby. Hyun Ni just turned around, made eye contact with him for the rest of his life. So he quickly walked up to Yopi Yang. To escape the trouble, she kept holding onto Yopi Yang. His mouth kept blaming the young Sect Master. Why is there excess turbid water for fishing? Yopi Yang is so bitter, but still can't do anything. This girl is not clearly human. Yet Hyun Ni continues to speak loudly. I am just a disciple, not a slave of the master. People shouldn't be too harsh. Yopi Yang is spicy. In the end, who deserves the response? The mouse ran away and you can get down now. Hyun Ni walked down bewilderedly. I'm most afraid of mice. But Yopi Yang doesn't care much. We can't stay here forever. Look for the next exit. See how Hyun Ni next to him is a bit awkward. She replied in refusal. We have to stay here and wait for help. Together with a man, going deep into a dark place is very dangerous. After all, those words did not reach Yopyang's ears. He left and said okay, then saw him leave. Behind them were the sounds of mice. Then Hyun Ni was extremely frightened. Yopi Yang felt something touch her back and understood immediately. You were so helpless. When did Hyun Ni hug you so tightly and not let go? Yopi Yang was so bitter that she quickly went down. It was just the wind. So she was afraid of nothing. You hugged me 3 times today. Already? Hearing that, Hyun Ni immediately let him go. In short, I won't go with you. We are determined to stay here and wait for rescue. Having finished speaking, she sat down there, as if waiting for Yopyang's reaction. But you're gone now. Hyun Ni just panicked, ran after me and the Sect Master. The deeper the two of them went, the more strange things inside became. So Hyun Ni kept holding Yopyang's shirt and walked away. He was still angry at this step about what happened earlier. Do you have to cling to me like that? Hyun Ni's sweat dropped and began to cry. In the past, my master said that between men and women we should maintain a distance, so as not to arouse unnecessary reactions. Yopi Yang is extremely confused hearing that. However, my feet continued to walk. Suddenly 2 people came to the door of this basement. Up ahead is something very strange. Immediately after that, the 2 people walked out of the cave. Outside are hundreds, even tens of thousands of vertical pillars, without a specific path. Hyun Ni immediately exclaimed, where is this? Standing behind Yopi Yang, Mock Yuni exclaimed a lot. If you can jump over the pillar, you will probably be tired to death. After observing the situation for a while, he concluded with a sentence. This is not important. The important thing is that this is the Kong Min 2 formation. Yopi Yang said that and didn't seem to believe it. Mock Yuni still has to ask again. This is the empty formation. The legendary battle formation has tens of thousands of columns. Just step on the wrong column. The whole thing immediately collapsed. Didn't it? Turning his head to look at her, he couldn't help but praise her. I didn't expect you to have some understanding. Mach Uni pointed and then explained. I am inherently a lover of formations. I've never eaten meat and have seen pigs running. Want to rush through this formation. Had to jump up countless times. Every jump, the formation immediately returned to its original state. People need to recalculate a safe foot position from scratch. This method is basically impossible to pass. After explaining and seeing Yopiang's movements, she was a little panicked about what she wanted to do. He replied that he was just standing on top. I want to try dancing a bit. Hearing you say that, Mach Uni couldn't help but panic. Lord, please don't be agitated. One wrong step and you'll die. I see we're still waiting for the sisters to come rescue us. However, someone with real power like Yopiang disagrees. Then you just wait for me to go over there first. But Mach Uni jumped on him instead. You called me. I'm ready. Let's start. After all, I am a disciple under your command. I wish to advance and retreat together with the great man. This action made him speechless. Then couldn't help but sigh and blame the other person. You're so cowardly and you're holding on so tightly. Being told it hit her heart, she blushed shyly and denied it. Jump forward. Yopiang didn't forget to remind her. Hold on tight. An explosive sound, he jumped, followed by a scream. Yopiang just used his spiritual energy to fly over each pillar. While looking for a safety pillar, you even reminded me not to move. Hanging on Yopiang like a monkey. Mach Uni called the Sect master. Can you reach out a hand to hug me? However, she quickly realized that it was impossible. Just need a little time. The one who has trampled on the only gate of sentient beings. Yopiang is arrogant. If I step in the wrong place, then there will be a problem. Stand on the wooden pole if you raise your voice and I will speed up. You have to hold on tight. Mach Uni quickly stopped it. Every time you jump, you have to search thousands of times for birth before you don't have to rush. But you just ignore it and just keep jumping. Hyun Ni screamed so fast I got dizzy. Yopiang just jumped like that. Mach Uni kept complaining that I was nauseous. Two people in a holding position. The jumper escaped the battle. Very quickly he landed safely. Yopiang jumped down to the side very gently. While he jumped down, there was a light layer of dust. Put his hand over his eyes to see further. Yopiang called us here. Mach Uni raised her head to look at him and asked, is that possible? The book says that each step of this formation needs to be calculated thousands of times. Yopiang replied that I have calculated it all, but you say that. Why are people so fast? He doesn't hesitate. Answer the other person's questions. Because before we jump, already thinking about future changes. Clinging to Yopiang like a bear. Mach Uni called this a joke. Why did you say it again? Whoever jokes about my formation's functions are full of lines. This level of formation, start the function immediately and it's done. Sit down first. In short, before determining safety, I won't leave my territory. After you said that, Mach Uni turned around and looked back. Behind her was a door with an 8 trigram shape. Climbing down from Yopiang, Mach Uni wondered again. Is there any other place that is not safe? There was only one door ahead. But she quickly realized something. This door looks so familiar. They just stood there looking at the giant door in front of them. Yopiang with understanding said the name of that thing. This is the length of the matrix. Hearing that, Mach Uni immediately turned back to the waterfall and said more. Love the epic battle level. It has to push down these protruding rocks. 1008. 632 by 1 wrong presses. The door was permanently locked. In the history of the formation, only 3 people successfully opened it. Yopiang heard it and walked away with his hands behind his back, causing Mach Uni to cry out in confusion. Then she panicked and spoke up to stop him from getting excited. This is an epic formation with a high level of difficulty. If we try to mess up, once locked, all space will be locked as well. We will surely die. The opposite of that worry. Yopiang just let out a breath. After that, he took a defensive stance and called out to aim correctly. Mach Uni said again, wait a minute, could it be that you've finished calculating? And then he replied. Without her asking further, he wanted to take the risk. Yang also did not hesitate to answer that calculating is easy. But I had to press those stones more than 10,000 times. I'm so addicted to this formation that I can't solve it anymore. I heard that answer. Mach Uni just pointed his finger sadly. Basically, the solution is impossible, right? This formation seems like only a wise person can break it. Yang swung his fist forward. Then called to break the formation. Besides using your brain, there is another method. You are now trying to fight with rocks. There are already many people talking outside. Sister started digging from here. How long will it take to dig to save them? Nung Yak's soul looked coldly and replied, don't waste your words. Even if I have to dig up Mu Jonggook, I have to save them. Suddenly a loud noise rang out. Nung Yak's soul and Anu looked bewildered. On the cliff there was now a big hole. Yang appeared on it and happily escaped. Behind him calling out in fear how to solve the match like this. This man is truly terrifying. Yang also reminded, next time you clean the toilet, you need to pay attention to safety. Then you landed safely. Socio. His face turned black. It was disgusting. But one punch penetrated such a thick cliff. Anu also called her sister. Our rescue team ended just like that. At this time, Nung Yak's soul pondered for a while. Looking at Yopiang's figure walking over, she thought to herself, Lord, please let Nung Yak's soul follow you. One life. In Hasa, Seo Seong district, a crowded place with people passing by. Yang muttered while holding a bundle of books. This world doesn't have comics and games. Fortunately, there are unexpected novels to read. The books that the middle-class teenager recommended. Not bad. Then he scratched his head and arranged the work correctly. Today is their second day of testing. The book has been borrowed. Must quickly return to liquidate the household. At the same time, 4 thugs appeared in front of Yang. In a moment, we'll go over there and take a spin. That kid in front looks really stupid. Was targeted but he didn't care at all. But pick up a book and read this wonderful lady's tradition. That's great. Lady Lang Fong and Tiu Nok. It was hard to choose. Then suddenly he bumped his head into the thug's stomach. Then raised his head to ask you guys. The guy with the scarred face and black face started to threaten. What are you kids doing without looking at the road? Hit me. After hearing that, Yang just calmly let out a loud noise. The other guy saw him like that and immediately spoke more threateningly. Now what do you say? Yang bent down to pick up the book and replied. Then I'm sorry. But that thug stepped on the book weight. He successfully poked the minister, causing him to look up with a dark face. The guy with scarred chest held a stick in his mouth and pointed back to scream. My little brother was hit by you. Seriously injured, he said, smiling cunningly. Not an apology can solve the problem. The name of the scar is also very painful. Behind them was an old man using a cane and shouting. This little brother is so pitiful. The surrounding people also gathered to chat. These scoundrels have come to play tricks again. That's right, they were all hanging around in front of the library gate. To take action against weak scholars. Yang didn't even bother to look coldly and ask. So? Scar-chested guys smirked and started to give conditions so. Please immediately bring all the money on your person and hand it over here. This matter is over. Holding up the book he can't ask again. What if I don't hand it over? The old man in the back continued to wonder. This person is a stupid scholar. After all, he will definitely suffer a loss. A lady also paid attention and asked. Should I help him now? I'm a middle-class doctor so I can't complain. These 4 bastards are all mid-level martial arts masters. We can't get in. The old man said it was really bad. Lately there hasn't been a calm patrol. Scarred chest guy heard that only to become arrogant without a knife. I didn't expect you brat to be so bold. The day the knife comes out, the outcome will be like this. Hearing that, he immediately raised his head in the direction he was pointing. A bald guy used his bare hands to smash bricks. The old man behind saw it and thought in surprise. The cunning scarred guy who threatened Yang and wouldn't hand it over this one right. Will hit you. Then arrogantly swing a punch to the side. The other punch will destroy the wall next to you. The old man behind watching clenched his hands and trembled. He is such a powerful bastard. Now the fire ant nest was successfully angered. Yopi Yang cried just like that. I also knew it. The hoodlums listened and hugged their stomachs laughing. This kid is really stupid. At this point, he still speaks loudly. The scar-face guy is now grinning and glaring. Looking at his waist, he is extremely wondering where my knife is. Yopi Yang quickly took the knife away and shouted, I didn't lie to you guys. I really know. He started to break the blade and then cried out, look. Right after the cracking sound, the blade was broken in half. The thugs looked at this scene in surprise. The bearded guy, the other guy, stared wide-eyed and then stammered and exclaimed, what is this? One hand holding the bag and the other holding the power and holding it up, he said, there's also this. I also know. Swinging a fist to the side, Yopi Yang reminded me to look clearly. This punch of yours is 1,000 times more powerful than just now. Those 4 little guys were scared to death. Some people were also made to freeze and talk. This little brother is a god descending to earth. Indeed, the new power is instantaneous. Am I dreaming? Someone please hit me. Blew a breath into Yopiang's fist and reminded. Therefore, you must leave valuables on your person. If you hand it over to me, then this matter will be over. Scar-chested guy now knows how to tremble and call you. How can you be so strong? You monster? After that, all 4 guys ran away together. Definitely don't let it fall into his hands. Eop Yang looked after him and said to run. Put the books down and chased after him, saying don't even dream. But suddenly Yopiang's shoes slipped off. How cool have you been these days? Held a shoe in his hand and stood there with his foot hanging out. Holding his shoe up and spinning for a while, Yopi Yang told no one to try to run. Then used a flying sandal to attack. Name in the middle eats the entire sandal on his back. He was thrown away and cried out loudly. The guy with the scarred face sweating and turned around to look back, then also took a slap in the ass in embarrassment. The worst thing was the guy with a beard. He ate the whole slipper in his mouth. Kept it in his mouth following the shoe. He flew far away, as if he had supernatural strength. He fell flat on his feet at an amazing distance. He fell all the way to the ground, trembling and moaning in pain. Yopi Yang bent down to look at him and coldly, what will you do if you dirty my shoes? The bearded man knelt down and trembled, begging for the hero's life. All the things on our bodies are given to you. Raise your fist. If you can't say that, you still have to take another punch from me. Hearing that, the bearded guy trembled and cried out with wide eyes. Then his soul left his body and fainted. Then he raised his middle finger in contempt, calling him useless. Okay, let's see what's on you. What good thing can compensate for the damage to my frightened heart? The old man and a few others looked at it and exclaimed in surprise. The little brother looks elegant but is so strong. I also didn't expect these 4 hoodlums to be here today. A happy young girl ran up and called me to help little brother pick up books. Let's see what kind of book the person who achieves the power of words is in. Yopi Yang sat down and took out the words. These guys with beards and wallets are usually very wasteful. Of course there are only a few coins. Throwing the bag of money in his hand, he reluctantly gave up. I will take these 2 swords and coins back as a discount for you. When stepping forward, Yopi Yang asked, what are you doing? The young girl replied, I was helping someone pick up books. Picked up 3 books. The young girl wondered who these books were. Yopi Yang was seen by a little girl and gasped. Gave the book back to the boy. The other girl also asked, do ordinary heroes read these kinds of inappropriate books? Being asked that, you felt embarrassed and left, thinking I'd run away. The other girl looked at him with sadness. Perched on a tree branch, the butler bird looked at Yopi Yang and asked, why are you sleeping in the study room? He woke up rubbing his eyes and replied, stop talking. Morning, being tormented by some poor ghosts. Looking out the window, you feel like the sun is about to go down the mountain. Time waits for no man. The butler bird asked, what you want to do? Yopi Yang put on a cunning face and called me. In fact, the breakthrough point has been found. Now you can let them leave immediately. After listening, the butler bird commented helplessly. Now your face really resembles a reactionary. High in the sky, seagulls flying. Yopi Yang stood behind the tree looking at Socio chopping the 407th firewood. The butler bird looked down wonderingly. Her mind is very pure. Personality is not known to be cunning. Yopi Yang responded, who cares about this? The point is that she chops firewood and has never used her internal strength. Capable of martial arts level less than 6 levels. Yopi Yang shows the face of a crook. Tell me to check her pulse. Once the father comes out, he is cheating on the deity. Everyone must leave. The butler bird saw that move. Then helplessly called out your sinister tone. At the same time, Yopi Yang went to Socio and called Socio. She stopped work for now. Standing in front of him, he respectfully said that I had something to ask her to confirm. Socio looked at him and called Sect Master. When he stepped forward to hold her hand, Socio felt shy. This is Yopi Yang, so just close your eyes to feel it. Socio shyly hugged her face and called out to him. This is the first time holding hands with a man. At the same time there are sisters around. Also paid attention to the Sect Master. What are they doing? I don't know anymore. Glanced sideways and looked around Yopi Yang, thinking to herself that it was dangerous. There were too many people, so I had to change places. Thinking that he was doing it, he pulled the other person's hand away. Could it be like acting out a scene from a romance novel? The tyrannical and forceful sect leader. Socio mumbled domineeringly as if he was delusional. Take the destitute girl away into a dark corner. Socio wondered and called out to the Sect Master. But before he could finish speaking, Yopi Yang stopped him. He put his index finger on his mouth to indicate silence. He said nothing, making Socio even more confused. This is exactly what people say by word of mouth. Stop saying you want to kiss me like this. Is it too fast? Wondered, but Socio still breathed softly to calm down. So how do we kiss so quickly? She shook her head again. Not too fast. Yopi Yang was still checking her pulse. Just thinking about her. It's just that true energy is having trouble converging and then dissipating. The level is still at level 6 and there's no way to do it anymore. Then he immediately retracted his hand and said okay. Socio is now shy and worried. Explain the boss, sir. As an insider, can you tell me a little bit about your feelings? Can we start with a hug? I've never had intimate contact with a man before. Yopi Yang was confused by these words. Socio kept talking. The Sect Master is too hasty. Having people look at them is my blessing. We know how to rely on other people's precepts. Some sacrifices are unavoidable. Yopi Yang interrupted, saying what the hell are you talking about? I just felt like I was interrupted again. That's what I understand, but it's the first time anyway. Need to give me some time. She didn't even let Yopi Yang speak. He's a waste on the team and eats the most. If this body has to suffer injustice with the Sect Master. Because everyone exchanged it for the place I wanted to live. I originally had a good feeling towards the Sect Master. But please guide me slowly. A young girl who doesn't understand love like me. He said angrily and cursed loudly. I also don't understand how to lead. Socio was shy and didn't even dare look straight and shout more. Master, Sect Master. As for serving you, what can you do for me? Preparation time of a few days. At this moment Nung Yak Soul appeared loudly. What nonsense are you talking about? Sect leader? Absolutely not that kind of person. Socio turned back to ask the Sect Master. It's not like I want to use my body to exchange. Then everyone will be able to stay. Yopi Yang helplessly called out to see what kind of person I have become. Anu then stepped forward to say more. Master. Socio doesn't understand what's wrong. If you really need to exchange people, it's appropriate, Yopi Yang explained again. I just want to confirm. See if she is suitable for cultivation or not. Nung Yak Soul rearranges the sentences. To tell everyone again, the Sect Master observed very carefully. Knew that Socio's true energy had problems. Wanted to help her. Socio didn't even bother to thank the Sect Master. Socio heard it and realized he had misunderstood. Then said, thank you, Master. Do you still need to hold hands? Yopi Yang put his hand to his mouth with difficulty. Then told her to no longer need her problem. Waiting for the opportunity to become an official disciple. Only then will it be resolved tomorrow for all of you. Preparing to take on the introductory challenge. Nung Yak Soul and Anu were both a bit happy when they heard that. Then Nung Yak Soul answered with a loud and determined voice, yes. In the dungeon Yopi Yang stood leaning against the wall. Then reminded me to eat quickly. The newcomer was still waiting to wash him. Baek Bai took the rice and chewed it and gave me attention, or should you let me out and I'll wash it myself. He heard it and called out how innocent Baek Bai was. At this time I turned around and asked, only to remember that you really decided to let them participate in the introductory challenge? Yopi Yang crossed her arms and closed her eyes as if resting her mind. Their cultivation meets the standards. The only way to let them pass the test depends on their chemistry. Baek Bai put the meal down and reminded him kindly. Mujongguk's introductory challenge. It's been nearly 100 years since it started. This time, if it suddenly starts up, something could happen. You definitely need to be careful. Sat down in front of Ms. Yopi Yang cried. Don't say nonsense rumors that just climb a mountain and reach the top. It's so simple. Baek Bai refuted that Mujongguk is an ancient sect. A mountain is not simply an ordinary mountain. This time I really suspect something big will happen. Yopi Yang still doesn't believe her and urges her, less threatening, to stop eating quickly. I was in a hurry to go back to sleep and then bring him some food to eat. Baek Bai said, that's right, or let me try some introductory challenges. Just let me be your disciple. He knew Baek Bai's general tricks, so he said it. Don't change your escape method. If I let you out of this life of love, queen, the world is in chaos. Baek Bai is not willing to accept people being this good. Absolutely do not mistreat your female disciples. At most, it just teaches them how to be women. After eating, Baek Bai comfortably lay down to chat. Today it seems like you encountered a girl. If you don't understand the situation, it's actually a woman. Yopi Yang interrupted the fake pilot. Don't turn the wheel wildly. She replied, since you told me the meaning of flying a plane. I immediately remembered that I hadn't driven for a long time. When I turned to look at him, I wondered where he was. Baek Bai looked at his food and it was still there. Isn't he here to clean up the dishes? Stood up and spread his tail. Baek Bai showed off his fierce spirit. This big prison will definitely not be able to hold me. I will definitely leave. Very soon the next day the sun was shining bright right at the Mujongguk introductory challenge. In So Ryong San, in the infinity spirit wind at the heart of a small mountain, little is also behind the mountain of Mujongguk. The butler bird is on a high branch and announces down. Today the sect leader stayed up all night and couldn't get up. I told you all to just climb the mountain and you'll be fine. Duong pointed out his wings and warned everyone. As long as you use your strength to climb to the top of the mountain, you will be eligible to enter the sect. After hearing the request, several disciples were extremely puzzled and asked, mountain climbing is as simple as that. Why doesn't anyone know how to climb mountains? Mujongguk just tested us on this. Socio at this moment, and yet he blames Yopi Yang. The sect master is a martial artist. Yet he stayed up all night without any discipline. Anyu now spoke up to explain on his behalf. It's not like that. Yesterday I accidentally saw the sect master. Remembering the scene, Yopi Yang said, last night at midnight, the master of the sect carried a lantern and walked to the cliff on the mountain. And then thought of a bunch of demons. Which Anyu called out. You must know that this place is located close to the deserted city where demons travel. The sect master must be the one on guard at night. Don't let demons enter the human world. Nung Yak Soul, after hearing this, I think it's right, immediately agreed to be the night watchman. The hero guards the human world. Don't let demons enter. The sect master is indeed like that. 70% of this world has been taken over by demons. The area called a deserted city is expanding day by day. Remembering the image of those ugly demons, she exclaimed that she was lucky that there were still heroes. As night watchman, guarding the human world, Mujongguk is close to the border of the abandoned city. We should think of it soon. Anyu remembers Yopi Yang and immediately admires and feels proud. The master of the sect is the night watchman who is both gentle and lonely. Lang Yak's soul also has his own thoughts. The sect master is truly a hero on top of the world. Then she was determined to give advice even if she had to risk her life. In life, we must join Mujongguk and swear to follow the sect master in death. Everyone obeyed the order in unison. Recalling the image of last night, the butler bird thought. Last night he apparently got up to pee at night and got lost on his way to the canyon. He called for help in all kinds of ways, complaining that he was both cold and scared. Asked me to quickly come pick him up, and the image of Yopi Yang turning left and right appeared. Where is this? Someone come take me home now. Looking at Anyu, She is currently showing her affection and admiration. But when it caught Anyu's eyes, it turned into a different image. Think about it, but the butler bird did not expose it. But let's leave it alone, so let them nourish their minds themselves. Then a group of female disciples walked away. Suddenly a person wearing a cloak stepped forward and told you to wait a minute. I also came to participate in the introductory challenge. The girls were all wondering who it was. They didn't understand why there was another person. And why is that person dressed so strangely? Yopi Yang covered his head with his cloak. He didn't know how to say it. He thought to himself, the little fox really exaggerated this challenge. It's too dangerous. I have to go along to ensure safety. Seeing Yopiang's mysterious attitude, everyone tells you that as a human being, you have to be honest. So take off your hood. They were determined not to let Yopi Yang go. So he had to cough a few times to ask for help. The cuckoo spoke at this point. She was the sect leader's close sister. But because I'm shy and afraid of meeting strangers, please sympathize. Hearing this, Yopiang's brain turned red. He began to utter profound curses. Biku is a woman, you are a bird. Beep, I will find you later to settle the matter. After the butter-fried quail finished explaining, everyone also agreed to let Yopi Yang follow. They began to advise this sister Yopi Yang if she was too shy. You won't be able to find a boyfriend. Straight guy Yopi Yang immediately objected that anyone would want that thing called a boyfriend. But he felt like what he said wasn't quite right. So he coughed a few times to correct it. I want to say that people are still small. Don't want to think about that for now. Anyu suddenly told me that her figure was very tall. Yopi Yang answered without thinking. Right, people just have a little long legs. The bird perched on the tree saw that everything was okay, so they spoke up and set off. They started walking towards the foot of the mountain. The sisters observed the mountain, said to feel this mountain. Other than being tall, there's nothing out of the ordinary. But Nung Yak's soul is still on high alert. Tell them not to underestimate the problems this mountain has. I'm going ahead. You guys follow closely behind and be careful. Socio replied her yes. After saying that sentence, Nung Yak's soul approached the mountain, then jumped to the top. Yopi Yang followed closely behind her. The birds silently assessed the crowd. These young women are physically and morally very good. Yopi Yang, you picked up the treasure. Right after Nung Yak's soul jumped up, the other sisters also jumped up right next to her. Suddenly Anyu discovered that Socio seemed to have something in mind. Anyu turned around and asked her if Socio had confided. Seeing that, Yopi Yang also felt confused. Socio told Anyu what she was thinking in her heart. I'm thinking I'm still going to give up this introductory test. So Anyu, please don't cause trouble. Sect master looks very strict, like a good person. Yopi Yang didn't expect they would praise him like that. You feel like you're not a good person at all. You're such a naive girl. Seeing the concern of junior sister, Socio said, the worry in my heart is that I have my own problem. My constitution is inherently unsuitable for cultivation. Once everyone has a place to live, I will leave with peace of mind. Anyu listened and wholeheartedly comforted Socio. The Lord will help her. Socio is truly a delicate girl. She realized I was thinking. Should go down the mountain to find a job. The need to use force is the most suitable for me. This sect is poor. It's not easy for the sect leader either. Yopiang's long-standing suffering. Finally someone understands. He cried and thought. Finally someone understands me. Now the sun is about to set. The sunlight gradually softened and was no longer as harsh as before. The group of people told each other we should first catch up with everyone. Then they jumped all the way to the top of the mountain following everyone. Anyu and Socio jumped, finished. Yopi Yang also jumped after them. Everyone finally gathered. Yopi Yang also arrived in time. Everyone came closer. Nung Yak's soul was standing looking at the mountain in front of her. Nung Yak's soul stood at the highest point. The wind was blowing, her shirt flying. Everyone saw her stop and wondered, why do people stop here? This cliff should not be difficult to jump over. Anyu said that only Sister Lang could jump over. Everyone who tried jumping failed. A monk also said this cliff was very strange. Just jump over and there will immediately be a strong wind. Anyu wondered and asked Nung Yak's soul if there was any wind. Wind-blown cliffs are a common thing that Nung Yak's soul encourages everyone to do. Guys, Try again and see. Everyone replied yes, sister. We will try. Then the two sisters started to jump ahead. At this point they were halfway jumping, but suddenly the wind blew very strong. They were halfway when they were blown away by the wind back. They were blown back to their original position. Everyone saw and asked if you were okay. They also said that this wind is very poisonous and cold to Mujongguk's bones. As expected, the ancient sect didn't expect the introductory challenge to be more difficult than expected. Yopi-Yang also realized that he said it wasn't okay and didn't know if something would happen. Anyu spoke up so I could come and test my body skills. Not bad. They haven't if you had time to stop her. Don't be in a hurry. Anyu would have already jumped away. Anyu actually managed to fly close to that mountain. Anyu tried to use her strength to jump as fast as possible. She ended up just shy of the cliff, just a few more meters and we'll be there. Everyone saw this and said Nyan was wonderful. You really are powerful. Your physical skills are very good. I hope to be the second person to jump over there. But when Anyu was about to reach the destination, the wind arose again. Anyu also realized this. The wind was now even stronger than before. It blew everything away, trees up. The nuns below had to cover their faces with their hands to avoid inhaling the dust. They were worried and said it was not okay. Then this time the wind blew even stronger than before. In the end Anyu was still blown back, but she was not as lucky as the two monks. Anyu panicked and shouted for help. Seeing that, Yopi-Yang immediately ran to the rescue. But Yopi-Yang suddenly stopped. Nung Yak's soul was one step faster than him. She jumped down and caught her. After that, Nung Yak's soul promptly brought Anyu up. Anyu lay in her sister's arms and moaned. It was so cold and uncomfortable. Nung Yak's soul comforted her that nothing was wrong. Everyone was also worried and asked if this cliff is too dangerous. Let's know. I can't get past my sister. What should I do now? They advised Nung Yak's soul to stop paying attention to my sisters and go ahead. You guys will think of a way for Nung Yak's soul to interrupt them. Please keep your mouth shut and don't say too much. I have my own way to follow me and observe. This strong wind has a huge resistance. I told you not to mention level 6 martial arts yet. Entering the spiritual realm cannot break it. Cannot help you immediately increase your realm. To suppress the hurricane, we can only cut off this wind. While they were wondering how to cut the wind, Nung Yak's soul jumped down. She rushed to the center of the battle. Nung Yak's soul used all her strength to break the formation. She said there was a magic formation here. Just cut off this magic formation. Can extinguish thousands of earthquakes so that you can get through it safely. Yopi-Yang must also praise Nung Yak's soul. As expected of a genius, he realized the key point in just a moment. With that said, Nung Yak's soul rushed straight down. The junior sisters looked at the shadow of their senior sister, only having time to shout sister. They approached the cliff and shouted, come down. Senior sister, you must be careful. After that, only the sound of the wind was left. The sisters worriedly said that this formation carried a large amount of destructive breath. Suddenly the ground shook violently. Everyone wondered what the earthquake was. Yopi-Yang also felt something. He warned of danger. The blowing wind became a tornado, blowing away rocks and soil. Everyone panicked. Started to scream dangerously. They looked at the tornado in front of them and wondered what this was all about. The bird announced that Nung Yak's soul had caused a big problem. She should have been able to overcome it on her own, but she didn't want to abandon it. You guys deliberately startled the spiritual formation. The formation was like being pricked on an itchy spot. It got angry and triggered a tornado that blew everything away. The cuckoo shouted and said now. Not only is she certain to die, but the storm soon broke out. We'll devour this whole locality. You guys run away quickly. Everyone didn't expect things to turn out like this. How they scream now. Socio tried hard to say no. I have to go save sister. Anyu also agreed with her. She said we can't leave sister. The bird still advised them that this wind formation could destroy heaven and earth. The erupting spiritual battle caused every piece of surrounding space to gradually be destroyed. At this moment, even a magic master who comes to Earth cannot solve it. If you don't run, don't look for a way to die. Yopi-Yang suddenly became silent and then he rushed forward. Yopi-Yang pretended to shout I slipped and then jumped down. Socio also discovered his situation. He She reached out and wanted to hold Yopiang's hand and pulled her up. She shouted, "This sister. Take my hand quickly." Yopiyang looked at Sosio's actions in surprise. But he didn't want to implicate her, so he pretended, "My hand is numb." Sosio wondering why. Everyone doesn't understand why Yopiyang fell down. They say, how did she fall there? When was she an idiot? Still jostling forward. The storm blew away sand and dust, making them unable to help but move back to stay safe. Yopiyang rushed straight down. He gradually got closer to the formation below. Yopiyang at this time also saw the formation. He suddenly had to stop the whirlwind created by the center of the formation, which was now emitting light. Nung Yak's soul was standing in the middle of the formation. She was held tightly by the circle of light of the formation. Nung Yak's soul screamed loudly, "Theod." She trembled, trying to stand firm in the formation. Yopiyang accelerated her speed and rushed down below. The pillars in the formation emitted light to prevent people from getting closer to the formation. The tornado became even more fierce at this time, more intense. Yopiyang started chanting the spell. He held his hand and formed a seal and rushed forward to break the formation. Yopiyang turned into a beam of light and rushed downwards. Nung Yak's soul saw a spot of light above his head rushing downwards. Saw someone coming. It was Yopiyang. Nung Yak's soul called out. Before she could finish, Yopiyang had already jumped down. Yopiyang jumped straight into the middle, causing the ground to crumble. The smoke and dust flew away. A moment later, the sand and dust gradually dissipated and the formation appeared. Yopiyang lay in pain, digging out her bag and groaning. Suddenly the ground made a sound of thick cracks. Eventually they crumbled into pieces. The soil and rocks were continuously breaking apart. Each piece fell one after another like a meteor shower. Nung Yak's soul was floating in the air with Yopiyang, not sure what the other person was doing to make this happen. Yak's soul asked, "Because of when you fell, touched the eye of the formation that saved me." Yopiyang immediately played the role of a petite girl who was scared and slipped. "That's why I fell there and coincidentally hit the eye of the formation. My face hurts so much. Seeing death, I couldn't help but save Yak's soul with thick legs and rushed to you." The situation forced her to carry Yopiyang princess style. "It's strange that you just fell with such strong force." Yopiyang was able to break the formation and continued to act. People have wanted to lose weight for a long time. It seems like they shouldn't hesitate any longer. Then Yak's soul continuously flew up to his still open mouth. "Body shaming, you're really a bit heavy, let's go up there first." The girls standing up there can't stop waiting for the dragon drama. Why did it suddenly stop? At the same time, Yopiyang's pet also came out to announce the formation has been dispelled. This is truly good news for everyone, but they still can't help it. Even if you ask about the ancient formation, which is not a great formation, the master cannot solve it. How can we say that dispelling is already dispelling? This formation is truly strange. Even more difficult than the formation in the sect. Anu still remembers her beloved sect master. It was definitely due to the sect master's ideas. Is protecting us. Help us turn evil into good. To repay the Patriarch's kindness. When we get back in the evening, we have to do a little work. This is also the time when Yak's soul and Yopiyang arrive. Everyone cried out in panic that it was sister. Seeing her profound martial arts skills, everyone kept praising her for being so powerful. Not only did he dispel the formation, he also saved this sister. Yak's soul realized that everyone had misunderstood her and immediately confessed that it was not her. It was this sister who accidentally hit the eye of the formation, causing the formation to be broken. Everyone was shocked when they heard this bad news. A female monk asked Yopiyang if the formation could be broken so easily. "Sister, can you speak a little more clearly?" Yopiyang replied with a yawn. "People don't know anything, but after my head was hit I immediately fainted and didn't know anything else. I don't know where that bird came from." Yopiyang. "Now I declare that this sister has lost her eligibility to participate in the challenge." Everyone else had to leave immediately. Yopiyang looked at it bitterly with judgmental eyes. He thought to himself, "What does this bird want to do?" Yak's soul looked unconvinced and said again, "But before I could finish speaking, it jumped into my mouth. I am the one who holds the rules. Her trial is over. You guys just go on your way." Before leaving, Yak's soul tried to get more information from this middle-legged girl. "Thank you for taking care of me. If I have the chance, I will definitely repay you. Please tell me Yopiang's full name." Immediately refused. No need. They were all the same people who fell off the cliff. Like a natural reflex, Yopiyang added a moral guy. "If you have fate, you will meet again without fate. There's no need to find out in detail." Mok Hyuni was a bit skeptical when I heard it. This way of talking feels very familiar. Then a female scholar said, "Sister, let's go." Nung Yak's soul, although a bit regretful. But this was an introductory mission that couldn't be missed, so she turned away. At the end she left a sentence for her sister to take care of. Then a whole bunch of people flew away. Yopiang's bottom took this opportunity, teasing the master of this sister. "Your acting is really not bad." Yopiyang showed his true form and even blamed the bird a bit in his words. "You dare to say that it's all because you hurt me and didn't act well and were discovered. What should I do if they think I'm a weird guy?" The bird couldn't stand it anymore and said it was all over. Mistakenly thinking, "Who is the sect's leader? You interfering in their experiment is breaking the rules and you are forced to leave." Yopiyang, "But you are being severely punished by the bird." That restrained him and he could only say helplessly, "The little fox reminded me that something big would happen. So I just arrived now, so it's okay, I can leave now." That bird had the audacity to land on Yopiang's head. Originally, nothing happened, just because Nung Yak's soul used his emotions to handle the situation. Too forceful to solve the problem. People value love too much. Will often suffer. Yopiyang, as if he was just taught by this bird. "You've scolded enough bitterly. You gossiping bird. It's getting late. I don't know if the other ladies will get through these 3 years or not." Just like that, Yopiang's harem continues to go up the mountain. Suddenly one of them, the female artist, couldn't help but complain that this mountain doesn't look very high. But she didn't expect to have climbed all day. Everyone was tired. Only Yak's soul was as strong as an ox, making them a bit surprised. I doubted the sister Lang, even though I'm a wooden person. I don't feel tired at all. Noe immediately followed her, panting, and said yes. It was clear that she had gone ahead and paved the way all day. When she met a zombie, she sent the zombie to reincarnate to meet a big bird and turned it into a zombie. A penguin met a super giant python. She cut it into 2 pieces. The sisters were tired to the point of being out of breath, but still tried to refute what she said. Let's see if this introductory challenge of ours is too easy. No matter what, Socio kept breathing heavily, blaming this mountain for not having stamina recovery mushrooms. Like in Free Fire. It's really unusual, except for the cliff area. It's very easy for Anu to innocently respond to challenges easily. Which is great. Soon there will be a place to live in prison. Don't think nonsense. Socio couldn't help but bring up English. According to the sect leader's way of thinking, you are creating a fake. Anu is helpless with this girl. What the hell is Fred? The most important thing is that you secretly interacted with the sect master. The whole harem behind you. Hearing that gradually started to change. Sister Nyeonju's sect leader is about to be snatched away. Why does it only belong to the wonderful master sister? The mastermind belongs to all of us. Everyone has a chance. The clown Socio innocently replied that there was no secret. It's just that yesterday I happened to meet the sect leader on the street and casually talked a few words. Anu, thanks to that I can't go solo with my rival. I'll trust you once, let's go. Yopiang's harem just keep going forward. Coming here, suddenly a strange smoke appeared. Good student Love Yak's soul felt something change. She quickly said stop. Socio at a glance understood what was going on with the sister's face. She immediately turned around to inform her fellow students behind her. Be careful, sister. You discovered something. Everyone became confused. The chicken is so evil. It's not like you usually do. Suddenly a gust of wind blew away the strange smoke. Socio was startled. She exclaimed in panic. It wasn't even dark yet. Where did the fog come from? That mist was slowly spreading out. She didn't expect there was something real inside. A human skeleton flew out, probably intending to destroy this entire harem. It flew towards them while making a scary noise. This Yak Soul group gets to watch horror movies for free. The other sisters couldn't believe their eyes when they saw this. Especially Nung Yak Soul, her eyes were extremely alert. As usual, she was the one to volunteer go forward and use a sword to slash across its waist. Her figure is still very steadfast and the monster has become two pieces and fits in a foam box. The entire harem is shocked again. The sister is very strong. These skeleton soldiers are only scary. Their strength is not very strong. But the sister's expression is still very serious, making others scared. Unexpectedly, the fog became even thicker. Yak's soul also shouted loudly. Everyone raised their spirits to prepare for a great battle. Then a wandering soldier rushed out as she predicted. But it wasn't just one soldier but a group of them running gradually as if looking for their father. Yak's soul remained silent. Tell everyone to prepare mentally to solo skill with them. Everyone hold your swords firmly in your hands. As soon as they finished speaking, they rushed out from 80 different directions. This time, 80 lives really can't stand them. Hey! All of Yopiang's disciples were surrounded by them and they could only scream. They're here. They're coming. Socio was the first one to rush in. She shouted loudly to risk her life at them. Unexpectedly, her words of risking her life were so clownish. The soldier had only lightly hit her and her sword flew away. Socio was dumbfounded. Who could handle this? The soldier also took this opportunity to rush forward and try to devour her alive. Luckily, there was a sword pass across its neck, causing Nung Yak's soul to bend down very hard. You just saved Socio this time. Quickly step back. The soldiers from nowhere just poured out like water. Even Nung Yak's soul couldn't keep up. She helplessly said that this place shouldn't stay for long, so hurry up and rush in. Yopiang's crow is now silently observing everyone. Seeing that the situation was not as planned, he thought to himself that it was not right. The guardians of the mountain top are 13 fire flame beasts. Where did these skeleton soldiers come from? Thinking about what happened before, he just realized massaging this teammate of his. It was dangerous when Yopiyang accidentally broke that formation, causing holes to appear in the formation protecting the sect, causing soldiers from So Ryong-san over there to infiltrate here. Then there were more than 1,000 of them and everyone was still struggling. Hurry up and rush over at this point. The crow broke the game at this point. Your face turned pale and you think I made a big mistake. Yopiyang shouldn't be chased away now. If you go down the mountain to call for help, it will be too late. By the time he arrived, they had already died several times and it was not okay. And Nung Yak's soul below, constantly paving the way for the dumbbell sisters behind to quickly go. The entire mountain area, which is extremely deserted at this time. All of Yopiang's disciples have been surrounded by soldiers. The scene is extremely chaotic. This phase is considered hopeless. The whole harem was extremely confused. What should I do now? Seeing the skeletons keep rushing towards big sister Yak's soul, coolly telling the girls to step back so I can come, but those girls not only said goodbye but also we will move forward and retreat together. Everyone will risk their lives to rush forward. The skeletons are also overwhelmed by the water. They keep screaming. They have indeed begun to risk their lives to fight. A female soldier has just raised her sword, was able to defeat a soldier. 2 other female soldiers in turn also showed their great class. The sun. But the soldiers were as numerous as ants. The more you fight, the more you come out. Under this difficult situation, big sister Yak's soul accepts the burden. I will help you to prevent the sea from drying for a long time. The sisters quickly crawled down the cliff. All of them had to survive. Anu no longer had feelings but she still had meaning. She quickly responded to her sister. I also want to stay with you to prevent the sea from drying up. Ro Chung also has the same thought. No sister. If you want to go, you have to go together. Hyun Ni also rushed out to solo skill with us. She shouted loudly, yes. If you want to go, you have to go together. If you kill one person, you will have one less person. So everyone agreed to stay together and die together with a long comment. Suddenly the jade pendant dangling below Hyuni's waist emitted divine light. It continuously emitted a strange energy and then fell out of her body by itself. The jade pendant rolled on the ground a few times by inertia and then turned off like a dead phone battery. The dry cleaners looked at the jade pendant emitting energy again. Then stop asked with a full head. It emitted more and more terrible energy every day. Finally exploded like a grenade. Nung Yak's soul stared wide-eyed at this scene. She doesn't know if there will be any more events coming or not. Even the other monks and nuns were surprised. I don't know what this is all about. Behind that cloud of smoke and dust a familiar figure appeared. Everyone including the senseless dry cleaners looked in surprise. It turned out to be Yopi Yang. You were sleeping soundly, got grabbed by the head and came here. Yopi Yang sitting like that, you don't need to look for drama, come to him by yourself, sleeping well. Who brought me to this place? Hyunni. Only then did I remembered yesterday the sect master gave it to me. I bought a piece of jade pendant to prevent any mishaps. It turns out it's something that can transport people to this place. Anyu and Ro Chung were both stunned because they realized there was another goldfish brain in their hearts. The dry reeds couldn't speak then, they roared and rushed towards him. Yopi Yang still sat there while countless swords pointed at him. Nung Yak's soul was extremely worried and shouted that the Lord is in danger. But Yopiang's face still looked sad in life and pretended to ignore the door. Unexpectedly the skeletons missed the spot where he was sitting earlier, emitting a strange light that could not have been the male lead's aura. At this time Yopiang's voice came out in their heads. You immortal creatures have a huge weakness, which is that your speed is too slow. Everyone simultaneously turned to where Yopi Yang had flashed out. He stood there arrogantly talking to them. Well, let's play with you guys for a bit. A giant army of skeletons surrounded the crowd and growled. The evil skeletons rushed towards Yopi Yang. Nung Yak's soul stood behind and loudly warned that it was dangerous. Sect Master, be careful. You are still standing calmly with your arms crossed as if nothing happened. Then you look straight ahead with your face wide open. The skeletons are also immediately affected. In front of you Yopi Yang now has a giant vortex. The greedy disciples behind him were immediately surrounded by black gas. A sharp arrow passed through the black gas and was immediately destroyed. Yopi Yang raised his hand and moved it slightly. The tip of the spear following his fingers' control. It moved very quickly, making cracking sounds. The spear flew towards Yopi Yang. He reached out and successfully grasped the spear. Watched a falling winged demon holding a sword fly towards. Yopi Yang asked that, but there was still a new creature. The demon screamed with a sharp beak. The spear from before now spun around making a clean sound. Then flew straight towards the demon bat. Yopi Yang stood spinning and spinning the spear like Sun Wukong, waiting for it to dry for a long time. Each continuous clean sound echoed out due to his impact. Then Yopi Yang swung a spear towards the dry skulls. That group of people were quickly cut into two pieces by him. The first line of vanguards was defeated. Yopi Yang stood there majestically holding a spear, watching a group of people rush in front of Socio shouting, "Danger, sister!" A group of skeletons attacked this side. Yopi Yang also quickly realized the situation on their side. Then he got angry and firmly held the electric ear in his hand. Then he slashed down a big multiplication sign towards the skeletons. That multiplication mark was quickly charged with electricity and cried out. Yopi Yang with a cold face reached out his hand. Then the multiplication mark immediately turned into a huge source of energy. Just like that, the multiplication mark flew at breakneck speed towards the target. The skeletons stood there with their mouths open, waiting to be beheaded. Very quickly they were hit by that powerful move. The disciples looked around and widened their eyes in surprise. Around them is now a cloud of dust and smoke. Next to where the group of people stood there is a long trail from the previous move. Socio widened her eyes and exclaimed that it was so unnatural. Anu also commented, "I'm not afraid of anything with the sect master here." Nung Yak's soul senses something bad and calls out bad. Soon they will increase their numbers in preparation for a general attack. Everyone is doing their best to support the sect master. The skeletons along with the demon bats roared forward. Yopi Yang looked at them and smiled softly with interest. He gradually rose in the air as if preparing to do something. The right height Yopi Yang immediately stretched out his hand and cast a spell. Very quickly a ball of light gradually grew larger. He raised his hands high, a giant ball appeared. The ball released by Yopi Yang had a bright light eyes. That light also shines on the fields where people work. An uncle who was planting rice stood up, wiped his sweat and complained that he was so tired. Looked up at the sky, full of wonder. What was that on his face? Has the sky fallen? The magic ball created by Yopiyong has now become bigger, illuminating everywhere. He flies high with that ball and then activates the elementary priest skill. The move with that powerful ability called Divine Light revealed level 100 max. Very quickly it attacked the skeletons. The skeletons were deformed in the next minute. They were destroyed by Yopiyang's attack. The surrounding air was covered with thick black smoke. Each group of zombies in each area were destroyed one by one. They burned quickly. In space each speck of light floated. Small stones from the battle gradually fell. Then they landed awkwardly. Landed and then the small stones rolled slightly. The sisters stood to the side looking bewildered. Round Socio eyes and exclaimed in surprise. I'm not dreaming. Just like that, it ended? The smoke and dry skull just disappeared and they discussed. The long dry sea really did exist, right? Why did this mountain suddenly become so empty? The light of the great sect master. Of course being able to exorcise evil is so cool. After finishing a move Yopiyong gently landed on the ground. He stood on the cliff looking so lonely. Nung Yak's soul and everyone stepped forward to hug and thank him. Thank you, Lord, for your mutual help. Our challenge this time seems like a failure. However, Yopiyong always wanted to chase them away and now he said, you may be in times of disaster. Persevere until this step and the deity respects your spirit and strength. In the face of danger, he still willingly risked his life to protect his comrades. It is the virtue of a disciple that we need to turn our backs on them, and finally Yopiyong made a decision. Now the deity declares starting from today onwards, you guys are already Mujongguk's people. Later, someone will find you and cause trouble. The deity will definitely protect you to the end. Hearing this decision, Nung Yak's soul seemed to find it hard to believe. But she quickly regained her composure and said thank you to the master. Turned around to look at the group of new disciples. Yopiyong smiled and said that you all have worked hard and rested a bit, then I will take you to depart. Everyone after listening responded in unison, yes master. Then the image of teacher and student standing and looking at the beautiful scene above the top of the mountain. The teachers and students stood on the top of the mountain admiring the beautiful scenery. The butler bird flew to ask me why I was secretly calling me here. Yopiyong did not answer but asked again how many of them were there. Can be my true disciple. After hearing that, the butler bird started to mock him. Before, he criticized them in all kinds of ways. Now are you starting to consider choosing an excellent person to be your true disciple? Yopiyong also has his own thoughts. So in response, wanting the sect to become the best in the world is very difficult. I hope to find 7 true disciples and hope that I can quickly return to my life of freedom. Hearing you say that, the butler bird despises you. Is there a day that isn't just a day of entertainment? The day of testing Mujongguk's true disciples. It's a level that only Nung Yak's soul can pass. He immediately called someone, which was a good start. The important thing is that the sect's great cause has someone in charge. The butler bird then asked Yopiyong about his future plans. How are you going to arrange it? Raised his hand to rub Yopiyang's chin and thought. Calling depends on their strength. Obedient people cook and do laundry. Healthy people get massages. If you have a good body, you'll be a dancer. If you're talented in speaking, you'll specialize in comedy to help entertain me. Hearing that, the butler bird immediately flew up and kicked people's brains. Are you a pimp? They came here to practice. Not your maid. Yopiyong replied eloquently and dignifiedly. I will help them train to become masters of all professions such as magic girls. Immortal sword onmyoji. Taking good care of the sect master is also a method of training you to not have a sense of humor. While they were talking, the butler bird also paid attention to the other people. Wait, why are they kneeling? Yopiyong heard that and turned around to observe. Nung Yak's soul and everyone were now kneeling down. She said, Master, I finally fulfilled my promise to the person who led everyone to find them. New place. The ghost girl there closed her eyes in remembrance and then told the story of worshipping a good master. After all, we don't have to wander around the 4 directions to be bullied by people. Yopiyong was eavesdropping next to him, silently commenting and saying nice words. Lowered his head. Nung Yak's soul was extremely determined to cry, so the next thing had to happen, full of strength to prepare to avenge you. Master. Hearing this plan, he was so shocked that he vomited plasma. Socio now spoke up to express his thoughts. The master is just lost, not knowing whether to live or die. Is it too serious to talk about avenging someone? There's also a possibility that it was just a natural disaster. Mok Hyuni now add that people don't always allow us to call them master. It is also possible to say that fate has arranged for us to have a real master. The person who knew in advance that he would be harmed by a villain. Oyang Noe brought out the whip and said that if we find that villain, we must do our best to beat him. Yopi Yang looked at those sisters helplessly. Anyu approached next to Nung Yak's soul and then called out, "We finally have a place to stay. Sister, people can also rest assured. Sleep well and have beautiful dreams." Hearing that, Yak's soul raised his hand to pat her head and smiled and said, "Stupid girl." Very soon it was the next day at the gate. The bright sun shined everywhere in the tribe. Several sisters gathered in front of the door chatting with each other. Sister hasn't arrived yet. Standing there in a line, they couldn't help but wonder. She had never been late before. Turned around to observe Anyu and exclaimed, "Could it be that?" At the same time Nung Yak's soul was galloping towards. While running she secretly felt confused and was late. Then I dreamed that dream again. In the darkness a person's voice came out and ran away quickly. "Don't stop. Don't look back. You have to escape. Little Yak soul. Keep moving forward. Don't look back." It seemed like that dream was a nightmare. She frowned and said to herself, "It's all over. I've grown up." When she turned back to look at Socio, she exclaimed in Italian with her discovery. Then she shouted, "Sister Nung Yak soul," breathing heavily because she was tired. Then said, "Sorry I'm late." A junior sister exclaimed that her fate was still lucky that her master had not arrived yet. When Nung Yak's soul approached, Anyu immediately asked about the senior sister. "Did you have that dream again?" She heard that and seriously denied it and then asked no more if there are children. "There shouldn't be too much trouble. Let's go in." Very quickly she led everyone inside. When entering the large hall, looking at the empty seats, someone wondered how strange it was. Why hasn't the master come yet? At the same time the butler bird's voice spoke up. "The sect leader is suddenly busy. You don't have to wait anymore." A disciple wondered why on the first day the master failed to meet us. Socio also disagreed and called out like this. It was really disruptive. Landed in a place where the butler bird spoke up to meet again another day. The sect leader told Nung Yak's soul to write a book in advance about the sect's development plan. Hearing this, Socio immediately showed an indifferent expression. "I thought this position of Patriarch was so easy to do." Heard the job assignment, but Nung Yak's soul responded, "I understand. First we should repair the door of the sect. As for everyone's cultivation plans, I will arrange them well." The butler bird heard this and immediately asked for everyone's general opinion if there were any other problems. Anyu blushed slightly and asked about a private matter. "I wanted to ask the sect master. Right? Going on a date with a woman of unknown origin?" The butler bird heard it and immediately voiced his guess. There must be women in the place where he goes. Hearing that, Anyu immediately blushed and frowned unhappily. At the same time the butler bird asked more about Nung Yak's soul. "Do you know what's wrong?" Causing Nung Yak's soul to turn around and huff in confusion. The butler bird flew up and began to explain. "I told you not to give the sect master pocket money. You still secretly cheated on him. He is a man who has money and will become spoiled." Hearing such criticism, she shyly replied, "But we have no way. Refuse any request from the sect leader." At the same time, a clicking sound was heard outside the prison. Deep inside Baekbai's prison, she mumbled blame for today. The name Yopi Yang went to that place again. Sat and drew graffiti on the wall, and she was so upset that she left behind a grate. "Beauties like me here don't bother to ask." Drawing the image of Yopi Yang with a pig head. "You mentioned that place again. Teasing flowers and moons. Men are really a bunch of pigs." After that, they shouted in frustration, "Not willing to be locked up here. Bored to death. Yopi Yang, you're a weird guy. Come back and talk to me. Right now." At Hesa, it is a place where the river is crowded with people traveling back and forth. A small building where people are trading and chatting. A jar of wine from 3 Jiang Pub would like to welcome you. A shiny gold bar thrown on the table. Yopi Yang holding a bottle of wine with an imposing figure asking the boss to add 3 skewers of chicken wings, 5 skewers of goat meat, 1 grilled squid, 1 skewer bamboo fish. Listening to the new menu listed, the shop owner jokingly said, "Yopi, the owner today is so majestic that he dares to order more food and suddenly he has money." The 2 girls sitting behind him suddenly judged the name, "This damn poor devil. I've been in debt for 3 months and have been busy eating and drinking. Has he found a rich lady?" Holding up the bottle of wine in his hand, Yopi Yang affirmed, "The deity has never relied on women in her life. White yak soul lotus on the mountain. The purple-clad lady called Yopi Tuyat Lean, very good from now on. Don't even try to borrow a penny from us." Turned around and shook the wine bottle in his hand. "Seriously, don't think it's true. Since we are friends, we should help each other in times of need. A little money can make friends with powerful people. It's very beneficial for people to go." The pink shirt lady puffed her cheeks after listening. "Who wants to be friends with a bastard? Your house is in a pub. Hey, maybe you are the weakest person." Suddenly someone appeared outside the door. Said Peng Ho is his friend and brother. Peng Ho appeared coolly and asked, "Take advantage of the time I'm not here to bully my brother. You guys want to be taught a lesson, right?" Saw him, Yopi Yang scratched his head and thought, "The middle-aged teenager named Ang Thien has arrived. These people are about to have bad luck." Peng Ho approached the lady in pink before the big sister. "Looks like you've gotten fat lately. Your belt is about to be pulled off by your giant waist." That girl was body shaming, so she got angry and ripped off his head and died. "Don't think your father is the deputy city lord of Hesa City. Then you can speak vaguely." Held his head and prepared to cry. Peng Ho called out that a woman with violent tendencies is really scary. Then he immediately turned back. The person behind him immediately sweating bullets. Peng Ho clasped his hands behind his back as he walked and said, "Summon brother." After 6 years of training without any progress, I heard that people still have to call their juniors, uncle, and if it were you. Pressing close to Joe Man Sok, he said a very damaging sentence and gave up training early. Is to work in the fields. Then he changed the target again. "Auntie, you're still single. Are you going to be lonely until you get old?" After he talked, he came closer to Yopi Yang and told the brothers to still follow the old rules. "I came to pay, but unfortunately that bookworm didn't come today. I'm too shy to answer." "Thank you." The girl who was called Fat clutched the knife in anger. "It's not fair. Why have you never had trouble with him?" Peng Ho turned around and replied to her, "What do you understand? Big brother Yopi is someone with the same ambition as me. We are both loyal fans of the great lady." Then he turned to Yopi Yang and asked Suk gently, "Is number 1 right?" He smiled as if thinking, little two people understand everything. Of course the sexy and hot lady is the most charming. Peng Ho continued to talk about it. "Unfortunately, that bookish guy who likes long legs is cold and has no taste at all. My boss packed it and brought it back and paid my big brother's money too." "Boss," replied, "No problem." Looking at Yopi Yang smiling brightly, Peng Ho gave big brother Yopi an extra jar of bamboo wine. Deep Tan. When Peng Ho sat next to him, Yopi Yang whined that, "You don't know. Tutoring the disciples was very difficult. As soon as I left, they all didn't know what to do." Peng Ho felt so hard for big brother Yopi. Unexpectedly at this moment Yopiang's chopsticks broke. He stared at it bewildered for a while. Then based on his hunch he wondered if there was something bad in his heart. Which disciple has something happened? In the morning when the sun was halfway up in the inner sect. In the conference room, several sisters gathered to discuss. The northern mid-section of the city suffered 70% damage. Worst of all, the male palace has a huge hole. Ro Chung is currently standing, taking notes and reporting. Because the road has many damaged areas, it is impossible to investigate everything. Sitting in the center looking at the map, Nung Yak Sol called out, "The cost of repairing the gate is very large. We divide it into 3 steps. The first step is to remodel the living area first. We have to pay for it ourselves. No one is allowed to tell the master." Suddenly Anyu ran from outside to the master sister. "There is news about the 5 Nam Buan sisters." She eagerly told everyone they were still alive. Hearing this news, Nung Yak Sol was also shocked. Ro Chung also added at this moment after Yonghin Ji Jiam collapsed poor. Their whereabouts are unknown. Where are they now? Put her hands on her chest and panted. Anu explained. They are stuck in the place where demons often travel. Cheon Nam Ryong. That is an extremely dangerous place in the deserted city. Just received news of their request for help. Lang Yak's soul stood up and decided eloquently that we don't have to go alone. That place is very dangerous. We shouldn't let anyone sacrifice in vain. You guys just stay and wait. She said with determination and certainty. That I will bring those girls back. Then the scene changes to a rocky mountain area. There is a shadow moving quickly through the tree branches.
Holding the locator in his hand, Nung Yak's soul thought to himself that nothing will happen. Absolutely nothing will happen. Thinking of his beloved sister. She is full of worries. Junior sister Nam Guan, you have to try your best to support me. I know that in any situation, I will protect everyone well. But, remember the days when you were a child when you had Master Nam Guan. I don't like the new junior sister. Why is the basis of our sword sect to attack? She only wants to learn defense. What's the point of coming to our general sect? Looking at the distant sky, Master Nung Yak's soul asked her to point, saying that V Fu is a good person. Hearing this, she couldn't help but wonder about the other person's thoughts as a good person. What standards is this? Her master began to confide about the past. In fact, the Nam Guan family is one of the 4 great families. Episode of Jaewon Gook. She can have a lot of options. She recalls the image of a small girl holding a disabled dog. A middle-aged man watching and calling for his father. General Nam Guan, because his bodyguard Jaewon Gook died. He told about the unfortunate days of that little girl. In one sentence, you are the daughter of the previous homeowner. Being bullied and tortured by the judge's uncles. Another woman also expressed her displeasure and voiced her displeasure. Not knowing about this, but already knowing about it. I absolutely cannot let you stay in this Nam Guan family anymore. At this time Nam Guan's judge also argued that the adults were really not the one we bullied anymore because he was very naughty and stole things from the house every day from morning to night. We punished him to help. He didn't go the wrong way. The other man heard that and got angry and turned around and said, "Shut up, you're still holding blood and spraying your body. You didn't even let him eat until he was full. He went into the kitchen to eat awkwardly. What's wrong?" The woman from earlier also glanced at the judge and added that even if he went to the kitchen to get food, it wasn't for himself. It was for the disabled dogs. The dogs that had followed his father to fight heroically. Thinking about the image of Nam Guan small, but the more he spoke, the more emotional he became. Even if he can't eat enough, he still wants to feed those street dogs. You guys even planned to falsely accuse him of having a bad personality after you discovered that these old disabled dogs criticized them for wasting food and intended to kill them. They risked their lives to protect them. But you beat them. After being seriously injured, this matter was exposed. Seeing that the magistrate was caught, he couldn't say anything, so he turned away. The middle-aged man stepped forward and patted Namguan's head, asking the child to be good and tell him which sect he wanted to go to. The aunts here are all peerless masters of these sects. You can choose as you like. When you were little, holding your old dog and wondering, then pointed to Master Nung Yak's soul and said, "I want to reach this sister's level 4. She was surprised by her words. The other man looked at Nam Guan and asked why. With her eyes sparkling with rectal tears, she answered, "Because he was a good person. I once saw her feeding Dae Wong and the others." Nung Yakseol's master spoke up and explained that a month ago, I passed by this place and saw these crippled dogs, which were very pitiful. Giving them a little food was not counted. What a good person. Little girl, I heard that you want to become a fake protector. The protector of my sect uses attack as the main thing. You have to think carefully. Hugs his dog. Nam Guan affirms that Big Sister is a good person and will help me become a good person. Became a fake protector. But the middle-aged man now turned around and said that the little girl kept talking. The father he loves the most is the protector of this country. He doesn't have the ability to protect the world, but he hopes to become a fake protector. Just being able to protect one person would be good. Looking at Nam Guan hugging the old dog, he decided, if it has chosen you, then you should accept it. What about those dogs? I will make sure he takes this one with him to Yonghin Ji Jioman. Master Nung Yak's soul listened and replied, I understand. Reaching out to the little girl, she gently called to come here. Nam Guan glanced, looking at Master Nung Yak Soul. She smiled kindly at her. Very quickly the scene changed to Yonghan's mountain Ji Jiamfang. Nung Yak Soul was young and couldn't handle talking loudly or joking about anything. Attack is the best defense. Fake protection means nothing. Stood looking at little Nam Guan. She shouted at me, "I don't like weak people." Nam Guan didn't dare say anything. Just bowed his head sadly. On the mountain where he practiced, someone's voice reminded him to protect himself on the left. Nung Yak's soul jumped up and swung his sword forward. Stabbing Nam Guan repeatedly, she said she had to predict. My next attack direction just blocked the attack, and yes. Very quickly time gradually passed. Nam Guan sat in front of a tombstone crying. Approached Nung Yak's soul asking if my dog died. Nam Guan cried, Day Wong died. Then the whole space was filled with only her crying. He came closer and patted her head. Nung Yak's soul comforted her. It's okay. It's gone. You can continue to protect me. Just think of me as Day Wong. So protecting me is okay. Nam Guan sadly called out to his sister. Then came a windy afternoon. Blowing the wind. Two sisters rely on each other. Nung Yak's soul mentioned the wild wolf nearby a lot. Be careful, Nam Guan reassured the sister. Rest assured that the sister will protect you. Then the two of them just leaned on each other and walked. Nung Yak Soul's hair fluttered in the wind. She jumped over each tree and moved forward quickly. Just in time, this red spot on the jade card gradually disappeared. Nung Yak's soul immediately felt extremely worried that the trace was about to disappear. She sped forward and whispered to Nam Guan. You definitely can't do that. Nam Guan's sisters were discussing the danger. Nok spread the news. I can't stand it anymore. Sister, there's no way to find us. Nam Guan stammered at this moment. It's okay. Sister will definitely find us. It might take a little more time. A sister at this time. I expressed my concern that Sister Mei Ro had been taken away by a monster. What should I do if I don't hurry up and save her? Nam Guan heard this and immediately took responsibility. Or should I go save Sister Mei Ro? Everyone quickly refuted this idea. No, Nam Guan. She has so much attack power, but she's stubborn to save people without having to attack on her own. I'm very flexible. I'll bring her back alive. Jumped up high, and Nam Guan loudly reminded everyone to stay here. If the situation is not good, then give up and run. The group of sisters below only had time to scream. Junior sister looked at her back as she left. They were talking about it. They really couldn't believe that such a weak junior sister Nam Guan could become like that. An excellent guardian sister once said that she was able to eliminate demons and use her consciousness to compensate for her physical shortcomings. I hope that Sister Nam Guan will create a miracle and want to rescue Sister Mei Ro from the giant stone man's lair. It's very dangerous. Nam Guan jumped off a rock at this moment. She climbed up the high rock tirelessly. Standing on it, Nam Guan couldn't help but exclaim how high it was. Panting tiredly, she looked around. Where is Sister Mei Ro? Because she was so high up, so quickly she was found. Mei Ro is now huddling and hiding in a corner. Her whole body trembled with fear. Nam Guan saw this and immediately comforted Sister Mei Ro not to be afraid. Immediately jumped over each cliff and moved forward. Very quickly she reached her destination. A distance away from Mei Ro. Nam Guan exclaimed, Heaven help me, the monster is not here. Approaching my sister, she asked, Sister, if you were okay. Mei Ro looked up and called Sister Nam Guan. Stepped up to help Mei Ro. Nam Guan reminded us to quickly hide. But when we were about to leave, walking around, the rocks and soil shook. Each large rock vibrated violently. The giant stone man slowly walked closer to it, step by step closer to where the two sisters were. Hid behind the rock, then turned to look at Nam Guan worriedly. It's dangerous. Why at this time? The stone man reached out and grabbed the stone. Nam Guan supported Mei Ro while calculating how to hold his breath now. She gritted her teeth, worried that the current situation would be discovered. Toy. Behind the kicker kept searching. Nam Guan trembled and mumbled, praying that they wouldn't discover us. But life is not like a dream. The kicker saw them. He stretched out his hand and slapped it down hard. Nam Guan carried it along Mei Ro, then jumped up. The giant stone man immediately turned his head to look at them. Nam Guan slid a long way when he landed. The stone man was breathing heavily at this moment. Lying on Nam Guan's back, Mei Ro blamed her sister for being stupid and had to die in vain just to save me. We couldn't deal with the giant. Nam Guan reassured me that there was still a miserable treasure left by my father. The kicker now took each earth-shattering step closer. Threw out the protective amulet. She said this protective amulet was effective in making the opponent blind for a short time. Hoping it would work. Very quickly the protective amulet flew back. The kicker sighed. After getting close, a strong light emitted. The kicker was immediately affected and hugged his eyes tightly. Saw it worked. Nam Guan exclaimed he couldn't see, so he had to take this opportunity to run away. The kicker, kicking at this moment due to pain, punched the ground hard. Looking at the pieces of rock flying towards her, she cried out, "Danger!" Then immediately used her body to block the rock for Mei Ro. Very quickly Nam Guan was beaten to the point of internal injuries. Sitting down on the ground, she stretched out her hand and trembled, saying spirit shield summoning. Her whole body trembled because of the pain and used her spirit shield to fight. Let's slowly retreat. The giant stone man continued to attack them. Nam Guan retreated while asking if you were okay. Mei Ro replied okay. The stone man continued to hold onto a rock edge. Then it immediately threw it forward. That rock created an extremely strong aftershock. While escaping and blocking the attack, Nam Guan persistently said that he just needed to rush through this section. We can get out, Sister Mei Ro. You have to endure it. Very quickly the two small figures retreated back. Nung Yak Seol's side, she kept jumping over each tree. She moved at an extremely fast speed. While moving forward, Nung Yak Seol silently encouraged Nam Guan Jr.'s sister to endure. Nam Guan's side, she kept reassuring her to persevere a little longer to be able to escape. Two people with one shield ran quickly forward. The other shield cracked due to the strong force. Behind the shield, Nam Guan was tired and panting. Suddenly there was a loud call for junior sister. Several other sisters quickly ran to shout, "Big sister, are you okay?" Nam Guan asked again, "Why did everyone come here? Didn't they tell everyone to wait?" But at the same time a giant rock was thrown by the person who kicked it towards them. Very fast of the rock had covered the two people. The sisters saw this and immediately shouted to remind me to be careful. To get Mei Ro out of danger. Nam Guan told her to quickly take her away and I would stop her. Then she turned around, looked again with steadfast eyes. Then she reached out and gathered strength towards the shield. Now it was a battle between her small body and the big rock. Her tears were about to fall and told herself, "Nam Guan, not to be afraid of, you will definitely be able to withstand it." Suddenly Yopi Yang appeared and shouted back. The senior sister hugged Mei Ro and shouted loudly for her sister. At the same time, the giant rock also landed. But it was hit by one hand stopped. Nam Guan saw his eyes widen in surprise. Standing next to Yopi Yang, she asked who she was. Glanced at her, he replied, "Call me master." Then immediately applied force to the rock in front of him. Very quickly it crumbled into many pieces. Nam Guan was so surprised that his eyes widened. But others were also bewildered. A deep hole appeared on the ground. Yopi Yang turned around and smiled amicably and said, "Yes. It was Socio who asked me to take you guys back." Heard that familiar name, a sister mumbled, "Socio." Standing in front of everyone, Yopi Yang told you to go first outside. "Wait for me in a moment, I will come find you." Then you reached forward and asked me to borrow your sword for a moment. Very quickly the sword from a sister's waist was taken away. The sword quickly flew out of its sheath. The hilt of the sword lay in Yopiang's hand. He said he would pay you back immediately. Then turned around and jumped forward. He landed on a ledge near the stone man. Yopi Yang coldly looked at the monster. Then he cried as if he was call you. The monster looked over at him and let out a breath. Then it immediately swung its hand and slammed it down. As Yopi Yang was able to quickly escape, the giant stone man turned back and raised his fist. But Yopi Yang didn't either. Inferior turned around and punched back. Both fought fiercely and no one gave way. The kicker stared at him with empty eye sockets. Yopiang's hand had huge power and quickly passed through the opponent's hand. His hand, the stone, was instantly broken into many pieces. The giant stone man roared as if he felt pain. stood high up and watched it tremble. Yopi Yang cried loudly. Seeing it fiercely turned around to look at him. You still didn't want to ask, lost. It immediately continued to attack him instead of answering. Yopiang's eyes suddenly flashed. Then he immediately used a lack of attack to respond. And then the person kicked but felt sad for the other person. Both due to fighting, but the surroundings were also affected. Nam Guan looked at them and couldn't help but exclaim that the fighting was so fierce. The first two people confronted each other without mercy. After 2 clicks, both of them retreated. Very quickly there was a gap, loud noise between the two sides. And then with a cracking sound the stone head cracked. Then there was a loud explosion. The head was broken, then of course the body was also broken. A bang echoed throughout the area where rocks were flying everywhere. White smoke and dust covering the entire space. Standing high and looking down at Yopi Yang commented that this stone man is too brittle. Just lightly stabbing a low-level martial arts skill at the top of the golden middle was already broken. He leisurely stood there without even a trace of dirt on his body. After finishing the fight he flew back where the sisters were right now and said to the fighting seems to have stopped. Nam Guan suggested that there will be nothing wrong with that person. I'll go see if one person can't stop it. It's very dangerous and you'll find your own way to die. At this moment a young lady relied loudly. Girls, quickly looked at Yopiang's figure flying back unharmed. She told him to come back. Landed down. He reassured and asked, don't be afraid, the giant stone has been destroyed, no one was injured. Right? Nam Guan stammered on behalf of everyone and said, we're okay. Are you really our master, so strong? At this moment Nung Yak's soul came up from behind to confirm that it was not wrong. Very quickly they immediately turned back to the source of the sound. Nung Yak's soul proudly said he was our master. Nam Guan loudly called sister. Then she ran quickly and jumped into Sister Nung Yak's arms. Patting her little sister's head she praised her uncle. You're really good at bringing everyone along for so long. Nam Guan said, I thought I wouldn't be able to see my sister again. Looking at them Yopi Yang smiled and thought to herself, what a nice moment of reunion. Then he spoke up and told everyone, let's go, let's take everyone home. Yak's soul raised her head to look at him affectionately. Following everyone she secretly thought in her heart it would be nice to have a master. In the conference room Yopi Yang was snoring and drooling at the same time. Several other disciples looked on helplessly and lamented that the sect conference could fall asleep. After that the whole conference room was filled with snoring sounds. The butler bird suddenly appeared kicking and screaming, did you get enough sleep? It kept coming up with a guy blaming him for sitting here for just a second but he could fall asleep last night, where did you go? Put his hand on his cheek thinking. Yopi Yang complained about how embarrassed he was last night. I stay up at night thinking about the development plan of the sect. Even the bird sitting on a log hates leaving it behind. What nonsense, huh? Losing all image Yopi Yang quickly argued that I was actually working on looking at the data of everyone, spent the whole night preparing to arrange a cultivation plan for everyone. Last night Yopi Yang held a stack of documents impersonating knowledge and attentively read the content. The letter sent from Socio had only 3 lines. Socio couldn't gathering on the air for a long time. Personality is simply a restaurant. 3 lines of letters are nothing when Anu sends a letter with only 1 line. Anu is flexible but lacks physical strength. Rochung does not write letters and moves on to writing. Rochung's poetry is too lonely and silent. Quite distant from everyone. The next letter was meticulously written with endless sincerity. Oyang Noe Noe. Has temperament but hates contact with others. Too jealous of Nung Yak's soul wasting his practice. Looking at the pile of letters in Yopiang's hand expressionlessly. Commented that a group of disciples had problems that took so long. But Nung Yak's soul still couldn't find a sect to stop at. Luckily I met you. Let's see how the deity trains them. You're like an old man leaning against the head of a chair and coughing continuously. You've had enough. Then discuss the deity's plan. Suddenly he stood up, pulled back his shirt, and made a very simple decision. Everyone only needs to do one thing. Which is to bring our sect's ranking back to the world to become the first sect. Socio and Nam Guan both spoke out loud. Socio shouted out the keyword, first in the world. Yopi Yang adjusted his voice to be serious and began to explain. It seemed a bit urgent. It's simpler. Within half a year, 7 of you have passed the test. Challenging a true disciple. The older sister. Even after a while he said he didn't believe how it was possible to challenge a true disciple of this sect like that and challenge a true disciple. Fearing it would be at the level of hell. Nung Yak Soul, after thinking for a while, spoke up to his disciple Mu Jong-guk. Extremely important true transmission. There are people who support and believe in Yopiang's opinion. The sect's history book records that when 7 disciples pass the test, the sect master's true disciple will receive a special privilege. The sect's treasures will also start to acquire these treasures. This new sect will have the light of hope of becoming the #1 sect in the world. She drew bright round balls in her head to represent the 7 disciples. Socio like losing the rice book. I guess if I get these treasures, my master will use his privilege to grab them and run away. Nothing is difficult. I'm just afraid that my heart won't have you to continue talking nonsense. My deity is a responsible man. In general, testing true disciples is very important to my sect. Nung Yak Soul on the one hand is as gentle as water in support. Nung Yak Soul. I am incompetent and willing to use all my strength to break through the challenge of the true disciple. She used all her determination to exchange and swear to die to devote part of her strength to the sect. Courage was conveyed through Ouyang Noinoi's words. Following my sister's wishes, while protecting her, participating in the challenge of luck, dying in her arms would also be a romantic thing. The space seemed to be about to burst with screams. The incompetent disciples were willing to use all their strength to break through the challenge of the true disciple. Yopi Yang was pleased that you made a very good plan. I will implement the super divine plan to train everyone to create all-career female disciples. The bird on the side without stopping talking. I see that you haven't figured out how to train them at all. You despise and don't pay attention to what I say. The bird heard that the sect's renovation was lacking a lot of money. So I decided to go down the mountain to look for a job to make money. I couldn't let everyone work too hard. The bird saw that he was being despised and angrily yelled at him to stop changing the subject. Socio after a few seconds of determination. The look on his face returned to his face, not believing that he wouldn't cause chaos. But even though repairs needed a large amount of money urgently, could he really make money? Anu, in love with the reincarnated boy, couldn't help but cheerfully defend the sword. It doesn't matter if you get money or not. The master's strong aura is so captivating. In front of all the disciples, Yopi Yang solemnly announced that I'm going to work. Waiting for me to come back and immediately announce the first female disciple of the plan who is the super god. Yopi Yang turned around and left. The enthusiastic disciples said goodbye to the sect master and master. He was not enthusiastic at school, but after work he was enthusiastic again. Quickly said goodbye. In the detention room, when the delivery man put the food down, Baek Bai wondered, why is it that lately it's been you who's been giving me food? Yopi Yang. Nung Yak Soul looked at her and replied that the master had gone down the mountain to go to work. Hearing that, Baek Bai sighed and explained that men who say they go to work are all lies and must want to go. Those people are still very childish when flirting with girls. Nung Yak Soul was a little hesitant and asked if it was true. Picked up the stone and was about to continue drawing. Baek Bai said, it seems like you really care about Yopi Yang. Nung Yak Soul seemed to have been told that he was heartbroken and affirmed that I was a disciple who cared about my master. Baek Bai heard that and immediately got angry and said that I still want to teach people art. The type of person who can easily win Yopiang's heart. Heard this, Nung Yak Soul's heart was a little shaken. Right? But very quickly she gritted her teeth and said, I had already decided. This life is dedicated to swordsmanship. Don't think about this anymore. And if you use your art to bewitch your master, then she shows off her strong and fierce female appearance, I will definitely not forgive you. Baek Bai was so scared that she tumbled back and stammered. What do you want to do? Then she started laughing and explaining that people were just joking if there was such a thing. Yopi Yang has already fallen into my hands and it's your turn. Put the sword back in the knife. Nung Yak Soul said that's good. Then walked away without looking back. Put his hand on his forehead to wipe the sweat. Baek Bai exclaimed, the jealous woman, it's so scary. Then she took out the cake to eat and she showed an excited look. But I suddenly felt that now someone was competing with me for Yopi Yang, which in turn made me feel excited. The map appeared with the pen at Mile Yo Gao. The front door of people walking around is extremely crowded. Yopi Yang walked over, crossed his arms and said to himself that this was probably what the bar owner was talking about. Where can I get the quest to eliminate demons to make money? Stretching out his strong and powerful arms, he said that there weren't many places where fists could be used to make fortune. Yopi Yang put his hands behind his back and walked in. Yopi Yang exclaimed a lot of people. The current lobby was noisy and noisy. Looking at the posted mission board, Yopi Yang exclaimed that there were too many missions. Suddenly at this moment a little loli waved her hand and said, "Hello little brother." The girl cheerfully introduced him with a smile as Somayo, the receptionist of all you guys. If you have any problem you can ask me. Yopi Yang heard that and immediately came up to ask, "Please tell me directly, how to accept the demon exorcism quest with the highest reward?" Somayo asked, "Are you a new monk coming here for the first time?" He didn't hide it and replied with a bright smile. He was too embarrassed to be found out. After listening, Somayo immediately said the apology rule with the highest reward. These are all demon exorcising quests with hell level difficulty that are too dangerous. So they are not for beginners. You can only start from non-level quests. After saying that, she reached out and showed him where the lowest row was located. At this moment Yang Ga walked over carrying a big knife and called me as soon as I came that I wanted to take on the mission with the highest reward. Right? Knowing that the sky is high and the earth is thick. The girl next to her also said that the missions with the highest rewards are all great demons. The strongest monk of this Hesa city still doesn't dare to admit that this kid is stupid or crazy. Yopi Yang no don't care, they said thank you. Let's see. Somayo replied, "Don't be polite." Looked at his back as he left. Yang Ga commented like a newbie, "If you do so, the end will be very miserable." Seeing you bewildered in front of the datasheet, Somayo approached and asked, "Seeing that you hesitated for half a day, are you worried that these non-level missions are too difficult?" Before he could answer, she told him not to be afraid. Just be brave and take the first step. We'll discover that low-level monsters are not scary at all. On the mission board right now there is written 10 pairs of fangs to protect the 5 monsters. Yang Lang Horn Flag Coin 10. 20 Yopi Charm Pieces, 6 Evil Bull Tails Copper Coins 10. Somayo continues to talk endlessly with her thoughts. Each new person is growing up little by little, even though at the beginning they feel uneasy. Just be a little brave. Looked up at the registration board and she cheered that one day you can also become a strong person on the Demon Slayer board. Yopi Yang waited for Somayo to finish speaking before explaining that I'm here just because the rewards of these non-level missions are too low. Wasting my time and money. Then he immediately turned his attention to the level 1 mission to destroy the Blood Border and Force around the Spirit Mountain. Silver 10 to destroy the 7 Executioner Fish 10 search for the lost Ancestral Jade Pendant 10 destroy the snakes in the Silver Cup 10 destroy the demon appearing in Lee Village 10. Looking at them with wonder, he commented on the reward for the first level quest. It's still acceptable. What conditions must be met to receive it? Somayo smiled and said the huge number of completing 500 non-level missions. Yopi Yang heard this sadly and said what she thought about the basic mission of eliminating love in this place is not giving new people a chance to make money. Let's go see another place in the city. Clasping hands and walking out. You wondered if you should go to Theme Tuong Tonic or not. Suddenly when he got to the door he ran into someone he knew. Yopi Yang spoke up and Jo Man Sok saw him smiling and talking. Sect Master Yopi is so coincidental. After all, he is the one who came to eliminate the demons. I finally waited for you. Yopi Yang looked at the other person and wondered who you are. Hearing this heartless words, Jo Man Sok angrily shouted at us, we drank together every day and yet you forgot me. Hearing this you immediately pointed your finger and said loudly with excitement that you remembered that you are the outer sect disciple Jo Man Sok senior brother, right? Jo Man Sok was angry with you but still asking about this kind of thing. Do you remember clearly that you really want to go? Yopi Yang now sadly replied that new people can only accept low-level missions with too low remuneration and can only leave. Jo Man Sok immediately heard that. Come up and put your arm around me and tell me if you're really short of money. I'll take you on a level 1 demon extermination mission. But the risk is a bit big. Led Yopi Yang in. He asked because he didn't know your heart. Can you handle such a stimulating task? Yopi Yang didn't answer but asked. You can also create a group to collaborate on tasks and share money. Looking at the task board above, Jo-man-sok replied correctly that the task of eliminating the bloody kite willow forest is most suitable for newcomers who don't have the most strength. Then I'll take you to do it. But Yopi-yong noticed the red line and said he's not interested. I want to do this. Jo-man-sok saw it and immediately turned black and shouted that you were also doing something wrong and absolutely not allowed. This is an extremely difficult red mission and level 1 mission has the highest death rate. You can't accept it. Yopi-yong only cares about his reward. There is a gold coin. Other level 1 missions have too little money. Jo-man-sok continued to say more but in the mission this level. I'm afraid there's no way to protect you properly. Yopi-yong heard that and immediately calmed down. I'll run away very quickly. Hearing that, Jo-man-sok also had to accept the mission. Remember, safety is number 1 in the village. The mist searched and eliminated 30 level 1 monsters. Very quickly they moved outside Hasa Citadel. Standing at the Citadel gate, Jo-man-sok started to say that he was the first time to eliminate a demon and didn't know how dangerous it was. It's my duty to tell you clearly so that you don't die in vain. Yopi-yong follows along and bothers millions of senior brothers. Jo-man-sok, like a wise man disseminating knowledge that 70% of the space in this world is occupied by demons, but humans are absolutely not sitting and waiting for death except for demons is the resistance force of humans. Remembering the scary image of demons, he added that demons always want the remaining human world to also become a wasteland. But humans still trying to regain lost land. Imagining the image of brave soldiers, Jo-man-sok called out that the wilderness surrounding humanity's habitation would be endlessly destroyed by the army or evil force to take back the Yopi sect's small children. It's very dangerous for us to exterminate demons. Just keeping in charge of the liquidation work. Then he reminded us to remember that only by following me closely and not running around will our lives not be in danger. Yopi-yong agreed that it's not a problem as long as it's a monster. If something worth money doesn't run around. I won't run around. Hearing these words, Jo-man-sok turned black and shouted, Yopi master you. Yopi-yong turned back to look at him and explained jokingly, let's go. They moved to the ruined village place to do duty. Around here there are people walking around. There are also soldiers. A soldier standing there looking around reminding everyone that the area is dangerous. No one except demons do not enter. Very quickly follow your footsteps. Yopi-yong also came. Looked around this area and suddenly Jo-man-sok said that I don't know why I just feel like this village doesn't seem to be very good. Yopi-yong asked again, right? Jo-man-sok told the story of hearing that there were quite a few people except demons living in the village. This village died suddenly. Yopi-yong still remembers the mission, saying this mission is very simple. If you kill 30 monsters then you can go. Hearing this, Jo-man-sok immediately spoke up to remind sect leader Yopi not to take those cases lightly if the extremely difficult level were simple. It wouldn't be open at the same time with a large number of demon exterminators. Then he said while extremely puzzled, the main group mission is for everyone to join hands when a powerful demon appears. Let's help. Why should I use an iron shovel to carry things on my shoulder? I replied calmly. I saw that everyone had weapons. I forgot to bring them. So I took the iron shovel and used it temporarily. Listening to the nonchalant answer, Jo-man-sok thought secretly, I shouldn't have brought this person who doesn't understand the situation to this dangerous place. Chase Yopi-yong. Jo-man-sok tell Sect Master Yopi to wait for me. But you said you had to hurry up to finish quickly. Breathing heavily from fatigue, Jo-man-sok reminded carefully that above all we are in a deserted city. This place has the possibility of spiritual level monsters appearing. Carrying a shovel on the roll of Yopi-yong thought to himself that even Nung Yak's soul couldn't beat Jo-man-sok. Muttering, remember to encounter the spiritual level. You can only run without hesitation. But after a while looking up, it was a dry scene. Looked left and right. Jo-man-sok wondered what this was. Very quickly he realized the situation, then shouted, we were going the wrong way, then quickly go back to the main road. This place is just if the two of us encounter a powerful monster. It would be miserable. Yopi-yong pointed to the side and then asked Demon, what did you say? Where he only appeared a ferocious three-eyed wolf. Jo-man-sok screamed in horror when he saw that and then encountered the most ferocious monster in this place. Although trembling, He still stopped and said not to be afraid of the three-eyed wolf even though he's fierce. He hasn't reached the spiritual realm yet. It's just that his speed is very fast. I can still deal with you. Don't panic. Looking at him, he continued to tremble. Yopi Yang told himself that the one who panicked was you. Big brother. The ferocious wolf roared. Up with both of them. Rushed forward, Jo Man Sok shouted, come here. Very quickly he defeated the other wolf. But it seemed he was also injured. Then a few more came forward. Saw Jo Man Sok gritted his teeth and cried out. No good. 2 more. 3 more. 3-eye wolves. Working together will be extremely powerful. Sect Master Yopi. Don't be afraid. I will handle it. Suddenly Yopi Yang spoke up and said, still let me come. Then he smiled gently in the wind. The hand holding the shovel quickly accumulated electricity. But suddenly at this moment Yopi Yang discovered. The guy who appeared next to you at the quest location spoke up. The new guy here has Yang Ga taking over. The girl who was with him said sarcastically that this kind of love makes you all panic. Too weak. Let's see how the seniors do it. Yopi Yang glanced at them and thought to himself that he had encountered these 2 living Buddhas again. At this time the three-eyed wolf growled ferociously. Yang Ga excitedly charged forward. Gong. A rustling sound was heard with blood splattering. The flock of birds also took off because of the noise. The 2 wolves had their heads off their necks and were lying on the ground. Yang Ga called out to fight like in a book. The girl next to him he praised flawlessly. Yang Ga continued to look at Yopi Yang and asked, isn't this the kind of person who wants to take on a high-level demon mission? That girl holding a wolf's tail in her hand. Contemptuously and without self-control. A dangerous first-level mission. How can someone as weak as a slug of yours accept this? Your strength is not enough to harm others and harm me. This guy is as good as your life if you meet us. Before leaving, Yang Ga waved his hand to remind him that this kind of hellish battlefield is not suitable for snails. Come back quickly. The girl called out. Take care of yourself. Yopi Yang looked at them like 2 idiots, then remained silent without saying anything. Raised his hand to wipe away the sweat of fear. Jo Man Sok said, let's go. We can't continue to stay in this place anymore. Carrying the shovel on his shoulder, Yopi Yang wondered what was going to happen, so let's finish the task. Then you're determined to go. Jo Man Sok can't stop this place danger. But then he followed and waited for me, and after walking for a while Jo Man Sok suddenly cried out that something was wrong. The fog was too thick. There must be a lot of monsters. Reached out towards Yopi Yang in front of him and quickly reminded us to turn around. But he still kept walking, causing him to call Sect Master Yopi again. Suddenly another wolf appeared. Jo Man Sok was suddenly startled and looked up. Then he shouted in worry. The other wolf rushed towards him while defenseless. But very quickly the wolf's head was severed. Yopi Yang used a shovel to attack it. Jo Man Sok's eyes were wide open and his mouth was bewildered. Then he called Yopi Master you to quickly stop it and don't speak. In the black smoke the growls of wild animals came out. After the big wolves roared. They growled ferociously, then stepped forward. Yopi Yang loudly commanded. Then there was a whooshing sound in the air. Yopi Yang, with a shovel in hand, rushed forward alone to attack the wolves. When he was done with it, he turned around and said, I have to speed up. You follow me closely. Don't be more than 3 meters away from me. Man Sok looked at him bewilderedly and replied. Running after Yopiang's footsteps, he wondered in his heart why he could use a shovel to deploy his swordsmanship so quickly. Next was the image of the mighty Yopi Yang killing one animal with one move. With one slash, one animal's head was killed. The wolf was broken. Just like that, in just a few hours he defeated most of them. Looking at that situation, Man Sok shouted in surprise. Mom, what kind of skill is this? As he chased closer to Yopi Yang, he stammered, Sect leader Yopi. After standing firmly on the sword, I kept asking you, haven't you never exorcised demons? Your technique is so scary. Not human at all. Yopi Yang looked at him and replied, because my passive function is a sword skill that is proficient at level 100 max. Raised his hand to wipe the sweat. Man Sok said, I completely don't understand what that means. Yopi Yang was too lazy to explain. He replied that it's still too slow. Just stay here. Finished speaking, he immediately flew forward. Then the image of each bright ear appeared in space. Turned left and right to look at Man Sok speaking so loud it was unbelievable, so dizzy I couldn't see his actions clearly. Very quickly Yopi Yong returned with a pack of wolves behind him. Man Sok was immediately scared out of his hair and screamed. Yopi Yong quickly landed. Then he said not a little but not a lot plus the last 3 were enough for 30. Man Sok trembled again and said but they surrounded them. Cut us off. Yopi Yong calmly said this. It was convenient. But his friend was trembling in fear. Mom. Immediately he reached out and grabbed the other person's neck. Then threw it into the sky, causing Man Sok to scream miserably. When he flew away, Yopi Yong immediately stood ready to face the wolves. They roared fiercely and then rushed at terrible speed. Yopi Yong raised the shovel high and turned continuously. As the shovel pointed to the sky, the stream of power exploded. Those lights swept through the wolves one after another. Very quickly, with just one move, all the silver wolves were cut into 2. The blade of light went wherever the silver wolves were destroyed. Then killed them again. Man Sok also gradually fell down. Yopi Yong reached out and grabbed his shirt. Looked at the pile of corpses in front of him and said it's over. Then you go cut off the wolf's tail, we'll do it quickly and go back to Man Sok. The shocking threat is over. Under the smoky sky, Man Sok said in disbelief. Sect leader Yopi. What kind of move was that? So many monsters just now. Stood with arms crossed next to the tree. Yopi Yong coldly said normal sword fighting. Gathered Man Sok's tail while turning his head wondering normal sword fighting, the most powerful sword fights I've seen. I only fight with flower swords. What are you fighting with? Yopi Yong replied that I actually suppressed them because they were too weak. Then he didn't forget to ask his question. That's right, I have a question. What's the difference between monsters and demons? While doing his work, Man Sok answered for the boy. Monsters who have not yet opened their minds cannot speak human language. Demons who can speak human language also know how to approach humans. Heard that Yopi Yong gave concluded that if that were the case, demons would be much more powerful. Man Sok replied that most of them were like that. But there are also monsters that are stronger than demons. They only know in their spiritual mind. I've accepted a quest. Man Sok can't refute. After hearing Yopi Yong couldn't help but criticize this world. It's hard to make money. Man Sok replied. Sect Master Yopi, don't rush. Just take it slow if you need money urgently. Then I. But before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Yopi Yong. Then, suddenly someone shouted to save Yopiang's life. Looking at them with wonder. What happened? Those running away shouted loudly, signaling to run quickly. It's a demon. They ran past Yopi Yong, kept shouting it was a demon. They ran past Yopi Yong, constantly screaming that it was a demon. Hearing the 2 words demon, Man Sok was frightened and cried out, Yopi, our sect master, but was interrupted. It's okay, you can continue. But Man Sok was trembling and turned around, suggesting that we run away. His face turned black. Confessing my own fear, my hands were shaking. Suddenly a loud roar rang out. Yongga's group was now running and blocking the demon. One person said, Yongga can stop for a moment and quickly run away. As soon as he finished speaking, Yongga was knocked away by that demon. Yongga was knocked to the ground with great force. That ferocious wild boar was the murderer. His whole body is huge, holding a big pencil in his hand. Yongga now his face is covered in syrup and his beard is shaking. Looking towards Yopi Yong, who is still standing with his arms crossed, calmly blaming that stupid newcomer for being so dumb. Why don't you run away quickly? The girl followed him and ran to help you and asked if Yongga was okay, but he immediately told you to run. Help him up. The other girl then looked at Yopi Yong contemptuously and said to Yongga not to pay attention to his name. This trash was probably scared to the point that he couldn't move anymore. At this moment the wild boar demon attacked again. Then it roared ferociously. The mace in its hand kept shaking, hitting the ground and making a loud noise. Yongga faintly fell down due to the big impact. Looking at Yopi Yong walking towards him, he trembled and said, Newbie, why are you still? At the same time the demon held up lead and prepared to strike down. The giant lead very quickly approached Yopi Yong. But he reached out to block the ding sound and the lead was knocked back. Then the other lead was immediately thrown 10 meters away. Looking at that scene, The surrounding people gasped in surprise. Yopi Yang coldly stood there and spoke out of respect for your love, advising the newbie, I'm here to run away, I'll help you once. The wild boar demon looked at his empty hand and wondered deeply. Then he breathed, took a breath full of indignation. Then stepped forward to attack Yopi Yang without knowing his strength. He calmly gathered energy and jumped up. His other punch was surrounded by a powerful source of power. One punch was landed on the demon's stomach. Once again he made the others bewildered. The demon was now also scared out of his wits. There is now a super big hole in its body. Yopi Yang gently jumped through that hole. Then a beautiful explosion occurred. Yopi Yang looked at everything with his expressionless face. Yang Ga was held up by his body in shock, surprised. The girl next to her wondered if new people are like that now. Then she didn't hesitate to say what she thought. Yang Ga is so shy, I want to roll around with this person in the future. Looking at the demon being knocked out on top, Yopi Yang Land asked how much money this demon brother was worth. Man Sok replied at least 1. Oh, gold coins. Hearing that, Yopi Yang exclaimed that it was not bad, then it was enough money to repair the sect. Man Sok is still bewildered. Yopi, your sect master is too strong. Even the gods and monsters can kill you. How strong are you? Yopi Yang calmly replied with the demeanor of a strong person. I'm also very curious about the limits. My strength is very much looking forward to the appearance of an opponent that makes me have to seriously fight. Hearing this, Man Sok was both shocked and scared to death. Turned his back and walked away. Yopi Yang suggested we go back. Well, today I invited you to drink and I just remembered that I haven't seen that nerd in a long time and I don't know if I'll see you today. At night the street lights between the shops have also turned on. In the restaurant there are only a few people singing, including a few people, Yopi Yang and Man Sok. Suddenly Man Sok asked if it was very late or should sect leader Yopi go home early. Yopi Yang leaned his hand against the orange and replied, does that still count as late? I got drunk and started talking nonsense. You've never worked overtime as a dog. Never seen a ghost at 4 o'clock at night. Suddenly the restaurant owner happily said, Yopi, master, don't drink anymore. Someone is coming to pick you up. Yopi Yang asked, someone is coming to pick me up? The owner's 2 hands were clasped together. Smiled and replied, that's right. Nungyakseol's first disciple came here before and left a communication method saying that if you get drunk to notify her. After clearly hearing Yopyang's complaints about the girl. Hey, I'm so worried. Boss, keep telling me to go quickly. The person picking you up must already be at the door. Very quickly Yopi Yang staggered out. As he walked, he had to hold his mouth and hiccuped and said, Socio ah socio. Hello master. Then she blushed and glanced to the side to say it all. Senior sister, because in the sect the other junior sisters are also very busy. I am also considered quite familiar with you. Mainly because I work in the city, so it's convenient for me to pick up my master. Yopyang's appearance is now extremely drowsy. But he still heard the key question asking what he was doing. Socio replied, I was unloading the goods on the merchant ship in Don't Look at the southern port. I'm not very good at cultivation, but my energy is very good. Yopi Yang dreamily asked why. Socio sadly bowed her head and confided that I don't have the talent to practice normally and can't help with the work. Nothing for everyone, so during the day he went to the city to work to earn some money for the sect. Immediately Socio's words were refuted. Whoever said she didn't practice and spoke in a messy manner. After that he even vomited. Socio ran up calling master. Under the dark sky Socio was worried. Should I go get some water for you now? But Yopi Yang refused. No need for us to go. Then Socio suggested again, so my master will come and carry you. Yopi Yang then continued to refuse. No need, no need. But the end result was still being carried on my back. Socio said, I'm very happy today. Then Yopi Yang suggested, on my back. What do you have to say to me to make me happy? Let's smile a bit. When the other person was bewildered, Yopi Yang jumped up and asked to speak quickly. Socio stammered, I want that. Yopi Yang lying on his back calmly asked if she still wanted to leave the sect. Socio with a sad face replied, I'm not a suitable person for cultivation. I know I'm very stupid and affect others. Leaving will be good for everyone. When Yopi Yang opened her eyes, something else caught her attention. Looking at the shaking object, Yopi Yang asked what she was wearing around her waist. Something reached out to take that object. Socio asked again. Who said this? Holding up the cute little thing, she began to explain that the gourd I used my salary to buy for that sister. Besides swordsmanship, this is the only thing especially she likes. Yopiyong, surprisingly, she likes something cute like this. Socio replied, she is also a woman and younger than me. What a good sister. After that, Socio's expression started to become nostalgic for people who didn't know it was true. The corner of Socio's eyes became wet and told the story of her sister picking me up. At this time Nungyak Seol's back appeared again. The image from when Socio was a child actually came back to when I was a child. She was abandoned by a sect and those people chased you away despite the rain. Sitting in an old, abandoned house, Socio always tried his best to practice when he was young. I thought that a person like me who was so stupid that he fell asleep reading books had only one path to practice. The unexpected result was that I couldn't. Gathering true energy for a long time. Socio was even beaten severely. Two thugs after beating him immediately wiped their butts and left. There was a matter of using an accomplice. So I calmly beat him and still was beaten until he was bruised. But Socio was still extremely determined to return it to me. But they calmly asked him to come and play with you next time. Let's go. Suddenly Nung Yak Sol appeared blocking the way and they stopped. She looked at the hooligans and coldly ordered her things to be returned to her. The hooligans saw her and smiled wickedly and said she looked very good. However, just a second later, Nung Yak Sol knocked her down on top of each other. Coming closer to Socio, she held out her handkerchief. Then coldly looked at the other person and said 2 words to her. Carrying Yopi Yang on Socio's back, she was extremely nostalgic for being sectarian. Abandoned me at a time when I was most miserable. Luckily, I met that sister and immediately picked me up. Now you're calling someone who said that if you can't gather true energy, you can't practice. Socio continues. Sister is determined to use her own strength to protect everyone. She's actually just a girl. I can't add any more burden to her. Yopi Yang now pointed forward to reassure her on her path of cultivation. There are many teachers who have long observed that you have very special powers. I will help you. Then because I was drunk, I fell asleep on Socio's shoulder. Socio at this point has already begun to be self-conscious. Sect master, don't force him to comfort me anymore. He's a very powerful fighter but still refuses to teach us. There are a few junior sisters who still doubt that master knows how to teach. Disciple no. After speaking, she was suddenly startled to realize it's dangerous. My sister told me not to let my master know about this matter. Then under the bright moonlight she stammered and said, let's just go home first. Then both of them went up the high stairs. Stepping up to the top, Socio was tired and complained that she had no real energy. It was so annoying. Working all day, her strength was about to run out. When she turned her head to the side, she was suddenly stunned. Looking at the scene below, Socio couldn't help but exclaim, so beautiful. Yopi Yang opened her eyes and said, starry sky is really beautiful. Making Socio startled and exclaimed. Then Yopi Yang was drunk and continued acting, so I don't want to go back anymore. I want to stay here to look at starry sky. Socio was worried, but if you get drunk, you'll catch a cold. Yopi Yang quickly sat down and replied that it was okay. Looking at the starry sky and the street, he praised how beautiful it was. Then, because he was drunk, he fell on Socio's shoulder. Her seeing him sleeping like that, he immediately smiled and blushed. The tree canopy above kept rustling and rustling continuously. From big trees to small trees constantly swaying in the wind. Socio stared at the master and thought I can't fell asleep so the master could lean comfortably for a bit. Soon she also fell asleep because she was tired. At the same time, in the distance, a huge explosion happened. The noise made Socio startle and wake up in shock. The attack was brought down on the people, screaming for help. Each place on the ground was beaten into chaos like locusts. Socio was stunned as she looked at the scene of chaos before her eyes. Her face turned black and she was sweating, muttering in wonder. That's high in the sky there are 3 silhouettes floating. 3 demons towering above, looking at the chaos of the world. Several demons look down below and one exclaims that humanity is so pitiful and weak. Another guy with a black face raised his lips and said if he wanted to run away, could he? Then he immediately stretched out his hand and accumulated energy at his fingertips. Each stone was surrounded by a great stream of power rushing down. Socio witnessing this, I could only gasp in amazement. The stones fell one after another, creating a huge commotion. The people ran while continuously screaming for their lives. They ran everywhere, running and dodging attacks, shouting that the demons have invaded. An old man was carried on his back looking at the frightened demons who would come to save us. In the distance some soldiers also ran quickly to the rescue. The hateful people quickly followed. The leader of the soldiers loudly demanded that our demon soldiers come immediately and still not surrender. Heisa City is a place where you demons can arbitrarily invade. A female demon with her arms crossed spoke down so arrogantly that he died speechless. That guy was even more arrogant when he launched his attack and said, "Who would clean up the corpses for you guys?" We're the same. Then that dazzling move just rushed down. The leader of the soldiers could only watch and quickly dodge. The female demon saw it and asked her teammates how to deal with humans so small and weak. Do we need to be so harsh? Then suddenly she discovered something new. The place she looked at was where Yopi Yang and Socio were sitting on the other side. There were two people who saw us coming and didn't leave. Immediately ran away. Very quickly the female demon clearly realized the situation of making fun of men getting drunk and women being scared stupid, and then I wanted to play with them a bit. Socio with her sharp intuition also quickly realized the attention of the other person. The male demon reminded him not to waste too much time. The other person replied that I know. The other male demon also smiled cunningly and exclaimed that this couple was pitiful to meet you like that. The female demon. The other person smiled happily. Then she immediately threw down a fireball. Socio saw it but was surprised without saying a word. The other ball came down creating a horrifying explosion. The three demons flying high above. Looking at the desolate scene on the ground on Socio's side, she struggled to carry Yopi Yang to avoid the attack. Her body was almost eroded. She panted tiredly. The female demon in the air smiled happily and said with a struggling look, "Of humanity." She continued to throw a bunch of fireballs that were so interesting. Socio gritted her teeth and watched the balls strike down. Very quickly she was hit and spat out a mouthful of blood. The noise ears echoed in the air due to the move. Very quickly Socio was beaten to the ground. Drunk Yopi Yang was also knocked away. He lay on the ground covered in dirt but still unconscious. Socio sat up on his hands and knees breathing heavily. Thinking at times like these, I don't want to give up cultivating at all. Her whole body was covered in wounds and her hands clenched tightly because in this world, only those who are strong enough are qualified to continue living. He revealed his body trembling every now and then, thought to himself, but it's a pity I can't practice. The male demon pointed his finger down asking to play enough not to deal with her. The female demon sighed. Suddenly you can respond with strength. Reach out and accumulate energy. She won't forget to say sorry. Be kind and she will return to her cruel nature. You must die and then the fireballs will continue. Yet rushed down. Socio jumped up and blamed herself. The master only blamed me for being too weak. She aimed for where Yopi Yang was lying and calculated. But at least he stopped in front of him. She stretched out her arms to cover him. Probably because she thought he had to live on. A loud explosion erupted. One after another fireballs descended with a roar. An entire land was burned by that move. Looking at that scene, the female demon laughed happily, but very quickly her face gradually changed color over time. In that fire, Socio still stood there without saying anything. Yopiang's voice rang out pointing out to Socio this thing called protective magic. At this time, maybe because he was still alive, Socio's tears fell freely. Yopi Yang reached out and continued to explain about magic, which people without true energy can also learn. He was now in a semi-conscious state but still reached out to create magic. Socio yelled at Master Yopi Yang. After observing for a while, I concluded that I have determined that your soul is very powerful. So I chose to give you the magic profession. The young girl looked at her master. Socio, wondering about magic. Young girl, he explained that a magician is a profession that uses magic to attack. In the air, three demons stood still and watched. The female demon wondered how strange it was that that drunk guy could block the attack of, I guess the male demon must have encountered some dog shit. I will help you teach him how to be a human. The male demon seems to be stronger. Order the two of you to stop talking too much. If you hesitate, the demon extermination army will come there. Raised his hand to wipe away Yopiang's tears and said Socio had worked hard for her. He smiled and softly told her that now Master will help her open the door of a new world. Then from his hand there was a spot of light. Watching Socio wondered what this was. Very quickly that spot of light amplified bigger. Yopiang said its name was Wind Sword Magic. The lady was full of curiosity and asked if this had any effect. Yopiang replied that she would definitely like it soon. He quickly threw the wind blade towards the demon. The male demon said contemptuously, "What does this human want to do with that level of attack energy? How dare you show off this?" The female demon also mocked that the speed of this small thing is quite fast. Only the leader silently observed the wind blade flying very quickly. He realized something was wrong and sweated and shouted that it was not okay. He turned around and reminded his comrades to run quickly. But the wind blade flew to the demons. Yopiang stood below and snapped his fingers. The wind blade was amplified to its highest power. The demons only had time to show a terrified expression, and were immediately cut down double. Even the fastest reactor was attacked. The flying wind blade pierced that guy's body, creating a big tear. The male demon's eyes revealed surprise. The wind blade now formed 3 clustered blades together. Then the 3 small blades turned into large wind blades. Socio saw the situation and immediately widened his eyes in bewilderment. The demons were quickly defeated and fell to the ground. Looked at the debris from the sky falling down. Socio was surprised. This is the power of magic. But it's so strong. Yopiang still corrected that this was only elementary magic. Of course Master's action would increase the effectiveness. Socio wondered elementary. Later then she spoke loudly in panic to prove her determination that my master wanted to be a magician. Socio set his goal. The magical girl is my future. Yopiang also approved. Under the ruins some people came out wondering what was exploding in the sky just now. Where was the demon? The soldier looked up and asked 2 questions in a row. How could a demon disappear in the blink of an eye? And then looked at the sky. In the clear blue sky above, the curious people disappeared. Then everyone disappeared. Could it be that the fairies had mercy on us and helped us? The fairies, in their words, were now dizzy, drunk, and then he was like that, but fell on the street. Socio quickly ran over to help and called the master. She panicked and asked about the situation just now. Did she take action to harm lives? Being drunk is very uncomfortable and my whole body is weak. Hearing that answer, Socio showed a helpless look. Then she called, "Okay, my master, to carry you home," but Yopiang refused. But there was no need, but the result was still let her carry her and mumbled that the master was fast asleep again. Then Socio smiled gently. Right now in the dark magical place there was a person cultivating. He was also a demon, okay, called Jian Ma Guang. At this time there was another smaller demon flying out. Sir. Yesterday the 3 generals who went into Hesa City to look for clues were all dead. Ma Guang was startled when he heard it and shouted in surprise. It couldn't be that. I clearly used it plan to get the powerful demon exterminators out of the city. How could anyone destroy the 3 of them? Demon subordinates heard the story and sweated while telling the story. The subordinate also didn't understand that the intelligence sent back was a young person. Mysteriously took action. Heard this and the obstinate ghost replied that I don't believe there is such a powerful young person. We must quickly find the human thief hiding in Hesa City. The subordinate demon was given orders. After listening carefully to my subordinates, I realized that the thief stole our clan's secrets. In this demon world, no one can protect him. Ma Guang once again gave instructions to the subordinates to find that thief. Bring the secret back. This secret is the important factor that determines who will survive between demons and humans. The subordinate heard and loudly expressed his determination to follow orders. At this time in the sect, in the room during the meeting, there was a snoring sound. Yopiang lay on the chair and slept with his nose hanging out. Suddenly something was thrown at his face. When he looked forward dreamily, he wondered what this was. Clearly seeing that bird, he thought to himself. The butler bird's eyes angrily said, "You're finally awake." Yopiang opened his eyes wide after this sentence. He sat up and rubbed his head, wondering, why did I sleep here? Socio girl, did he leave me here? The butler replied. It's not like you drank so much. You cried and wanted to go to work. You ran here and hugged the chair leg. But you couldn't pull it away. Yopi Yang said that he couldn't believe his ears and said that I suddenly became enthusiastic again. Work like that. Then the butler bird called Yes Nung Yak Sol was always waiting in front of the door. Yopi Yang asked again, why is she always standing outside? The butler bird replied yes. Yopi Yang immediately asked Yak Sol to come in here quickly. Then she slowly walked inside. When she stepped inside, she knelt down and said thank you master for agreeing to teach practiced and said that from today on, she would follow her master on the path to becoming a magical girl. Even though the disciple didn't know what magic was, if the master taught her, it would definitely be very powerful. Yopi Yang was confused after hearing that. Thinking about the magical girl Socio. What did I say after getting drunk? Nung Yak Sol continued to bow her head and say that Socio, because of her special physical condition, always wanted to give up training and join the world to make a living as a senior sister like me. Helpless. Speaking of this, she bowed her head and exclaimed that it was so nice to meet her master. Yopi Yang reached out his hand to help her and said, stand up. After that, he had to gently remind Nung Yak Sol that being a sister is not your mother's worrying too much. Sometimes you have to learn to relax to make life a little easier. Nung Yak Sol, after listening to the instructions, hugged her fist and thanked her master. Teach me that there is still something I want to report to my master. This made him turn to look at her curiously. Nung Yak Sol solemnly announced his arrangements to his master. Next I have to seclude myself to practice and begin to attack the scene. The special soul asked the master to take a break for a while. Yopi Yang listened to the song and replied that the soul realm divides the realms of this world. It seems like, said that he began to mumble the order of martial realm, spirit realm, void realm. Secret realm. Is there anything else behind Gun Vong? I forgot. In general, you are still young and have already started to attack. Gun Soul is worthy of being a genius. Lang Yak Soul bowed his head and announced that all the important matters of the sect have been arranged. If the master has anything, he can tell the second junior sister to take care of it and hope the master will allow me to go into seclusion. Everything will be fine. Of course, if Yopi Yang doesn't refuse, it won't be a problem. But you still have to pay attention regardless of the situation. Don't be too reckless with the sect's work or your cultivation. Then he asked me if there was anything else I wanted to say to my teacher. Nung Yak Soul grabbed his fist and replied, thank you, my master. You don't care anymore. But then she said she turned her eyes to blush and confided that she thought about having to go into seclusion for a while without seeing her master. It was a bit unfamiliar. She quickly realized that she was speechless and what I was talking about and stammered and asked the disciple to leave first. Looking at the back of Nung Yak Soul leaving, Yopi Yang replied softly, walking outside under the clear blue sky. She asked herself what was going on. In this life, I have decided to devote myself to the sword and cannot waver arbitrarily. At this moment Ouyang Noe went to call my sister. She asked a question that struck a chord in my heart. Nung Yak Soul's sister would not do it for her master. She was hesitant about swords. But she turned around, blushed and shouted, not talking nonsense. Ouyang Noe replied very seriously that her sister was her only favorite fan because her achievements in swords would eliminate all evil. Whenever everything is a hindrance to sister Nung Yak Soul, ask me what I want to do. Ouyang Noe is not afraid to openly declare her intention that if my master's feelings become an obstacle to my practice knife belt, then I can dedicate myself to my master. Accept someone's feelings so that you can ignore the sister. After listening, she shouted, don't do anything wrong. Then Nung Yak Soul turned and left, blushing and saying I have to go to seclusion. Ouyang Noe listened excitedly and reassured me that she will guard outside. Don't let the master get close. The scene moves to a remote area in a barren wilderness. There are two people running while hiding and screaming. Run quickly. It's the ghost girl Dongbang Seong. They still seem to say they're not tired enough, said very aggressively that the monster who in pursuit of power betrayed humanity and evolved into a monster will definitely be beaten by heaven. This person said. Of course the other person would respond she is now the leader of the three great demons and went crazy again. Humans and demons were both too scary to kill. At this moment Dongbang Seong with rabbit ears on her head appeared. She appeared with a loud, savage laugh, making the other two tremble. Dongbang Seong, you don't come here. Dongbang Sheng's expression remained unchanged as she watched them scream and beg to let me go. When they finished speaking, that's when she waved her hand to kill. After she finished, she even raised her hand to lick the blood, said Dongbang Seong. No matter if the opponent is a human or a demon, I will not leave the living without exception. Then she roared loudly as if crazy with a crazy smile. Stupid creature should disappear forever from this world. After calming down, she smiled and said in a friendly manner that she hadn't returned to Mu Jong-guk for a while and really missed the sect master's junior brother. The old man accepted it. Then she walked with the stated purpose to meet him again. The scene quickly returned to Mu Jong-guk. 2 rocks were thrown outside. Baek Bai in the prison kept muttering to Yopyong rotten, Yopyong naughty, while Baek Bai was holding the rock and preparing to throw it. There was a loud laugh. Dongbang Seong appeared at this time, crossed his arms and asked if the little fox hadn't escaped yet. Baek Bai coldly replied that you need to worry about whether the food in Mu Jong-guk is good or not. Want to go out? Hearing that, Dongbang Seong shyly started to play tricks. It turns out you didn't want to go, but they wanted to let you go. Baek Bai seemed to change her attitude in a minute. But very quickly she flipped the face, added that the grandmother said that in pursuit of power, Mu Jong-guk had to betray his human condition. He absolutely couldn't leave, so he wouldn't be fooled. Dongbang Seong stood outside the cell and continued to seduce the little fox. Don't rush to draw conclusions. Listen, my condition first is that you only need to promise for 1 year. She thought about that land with great ambition to help me fascinate Emperor Baek-guk around the northernmost land so that this country is controlled by me. Now I will immediately let you go. Baek Bai turned his back and wasn't tempted at all. I refuse this kind of thing. I'm not interested. Dongbang Seong said, don't you always want to run out for revenge? You've been tied here for the rest of your life. How can you take revenge? Heard of revenge? Baek Bai's enemy was a little shaken. Thinking about her enemy Dongbang Seong continuing to upset an entire dynasty, causing chaos in the world. Also unable to overcome your enemy like that as long as you completed mission to help me. I will fully support you to take revenge? Baek Bai is constantly being seduced. You are really unexpected. Yopyang's voice shouted loudly, startling Baek Bai. Dongbang Seong, Mu Jong-guk's traitor, who allowed her to run back and seduce the little fox. Then there was a quiet sky for the 2 girls. Look at Yopyong, who was black-faced and angry at the witch but was a bit sneaky. But very fast she regained her composure and approached him coyly. The sect master's junior brother finally met for the 2nd time. In fact, people missed him so much that they couldn't bear to miss him. Just sneak back in. Yopyong reached out and pushed her against the wall with a thud and said, less nonsense. I've said before that I'll just walk into Mu Jong-guk half a step and I'll ban you forever from this haunted hall. Dongbang Seong, as if there's blood on it, blurry replied like that. It's good. People also need a reason to stay by my side forever. And then quickly stick to him and stick out his beak. I also know that the old man above me has a spell that he can only marry the sect master. Only in the new term can I eliminate it. Anyway, sooner or later we all have to take precautions. Yopyong is scared and avoids screaming. Don't stay here and talk nonsense. Follow me out first. However, Dongbang Seong is so petulant that people can't beat you. But I won't listen to you. While the 2 of them were having sex, Baek Bai was angry and shouted, enough. The fox has many things, so stay away from him for a bit. Yopyong just blushed shyly and got angry. After that you scream, I'll take you out. Dongbang Seong whined and said, don't let me go. Yopyong was angry and shouted to shut up. Looked at Yopyong carrying Dongbang Seong and leaving. Baek Bai said after Yopyong, you definitely don't let this woman stay next to this fox spirit. She basically wants to seduce you. Dongbang Seong makes a bad face to criticize her. Baek Bai, clearly you yourself are a fox spirit. Baek Bai, isn't it? Not wanting to continue her words, he turned away angrily. Yopyong carried Dongbang Seong to the side of the cliff, making her wonder if the sect master's younger brother carried someone here because of a nefarious plot. Right? Then she hugged her face shyly, saying that I like Yopyong at this time because he was tired and sweaty. clenched his teeth to restrain himself. Then he used all his strength to throw her off the cliff to keep her away from Mu Jong-guk for a bit. But very quickly Dongbang Seong turned into a rage. She calmly turned towards the rock behind him and asked his junior brother, "Do you really not help people? If you don't become friends with me, my soul state will forever be so unstable." Poor Yopi Yang still maintains her cold attitude and replied that the old sect's minions taking the initiative on you have nothing to do with me. Don't call me junior brother. You've already betrayed your tutor. Dongbang Seong refuses to give up on him. You can also change back to the precepts of your junior brother Yopi Yang. No need to think about it. Go kill Dongbang Seong. The human world and the demon world can't avoid it in time and can't provoke you. Then because you're strong, you can also say it, and I'll warn you one last time. Definitely don't attract the little fox's attention. Like seeing that it wasn't enough, he glared at him with a black face and warned, "Otherwise I'll just have to deal with you." Walking past where Dongbang Seong was sitting, he said, "Just like that, I'll go first." Suddenly at this moment Dongbang Seong spoke up indignantly. "Lee is just a demon under siege. Yet he has such a crush on her." Yopi Yang seems a bit guilty, so his voice is louder and less words. "I'm still busy writing a cultivation manual for my disciples. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you." She immediately left Mu Jong-guk for me. When Yopi Yang left, Dongbang Seong huffed angrily. Then she covered her mouth and smiled very happily. "Sect master, this junior brother is so interesting. I thought I could escape my demon master star." Stood up and said she planned to wait for me to go on a trip to the Arctic land to continue the attack. The scene now changed to the ghost hall where Baek Bai was kept behind bars where the talismans were stuck. Her voice rang out, "That big disciple of yours, I'm afraid, isn't an idiot. You took her to practice and she still wants to work part-time." Yopi Yang lowered her face, not showing a clear expression, and replied that she regretted waiting for this month's salary. At the end of this month, she will resign. Standing against the statue next to the cell, Yopi Yang wondered, "But you only came to me to talk about disciples. There is nothing else. I'll go." Baek Bai immediately stopped her and waited. Her face now, "This clearly shows your resentment and anger. Please tell me if that fox spirit did anything excessive to you before." Yopi Yang turned black and then responded reasonably and clearly, "You are the fox spirit." The little fox now revealed his authority and replied, "Dongbang Seong, that bad woman wants to win a man with me. She's 100 years early." Hearing this problem, Yopi Yang put on a confident look and called out to suddenly fight. "Burning minds, rest assured, neither of you can fascinate me." Hearing this, Baek Bai roared with a challenging tone. Then there was a loud noise. That explosion also caused rocks to fly when Yopi Yang was standing. When he got a closer look, his eyes widened. It felt extremely disgusting. Baek Bai had now turned back into human form with 3 hot rings. Honestly, why aren't people attractive like that? Even though her face was red, Yopi Yang still aggressively aroused her. "This move doesn't work on me." Baek Bai shouted back, "So what are you looking at?" At this moment, he put his hand to his mouth and pretended to cough 2 times and replied, "So I admit that she is temporarily ahead of the rabbit, but don't be tricked into leading by her." At this moment Baek Bai bowed his face and spoke up as if begging to let me go. "I do care, the vow was not completed." Yopi Yang turned away and insisted on her intention that she stay here. For her and the world it would be safer. At this moment suddenly Ro Chung walked in from outside. Yopi Yang also quickly noticed. "Pay attention to her." Ro Chung took the food basket and walked over to greet Master Yopi Yang and asked if she was the disciple who came to bring food for Nung Yak Soul. "Right? Absolutely don't talk to her in case she seduces her and runs away." Disciple reply, "Ro Chung understands." Baek Bai being treated like that by you now can't stand it anymore, shouted Yopi Yang. "You pighead didn't have to treat people like that before. It's definitely because of that rabbit I won't lose." Yopi Yang turned around to look at her and smiled softly. Her voice was obedient. "I went to the library to look for materials and soon I'll come back to see you." At Hasa in the western city, Yopi Yang was looking for materials while muttering how to write a basic magic introduction manual. This is really a difficult topic. It has to be written from a perspective that people in this world can understand. It's a reference to the sleeping magic book of this world before metal, wood, water, and fire. After all, Earth is a related element. Very quickly he moved to the city library. Entering the reception desk, Yopi Yang spoke up and asked where the sleeping magic book was. Duok Yo and her sister looked at him with eyes of contempt for the guy who doesn't study every day. The 6 novels are here again. Then Duok Yo continues talking about the book sleeping around to see if he understands it's not fake, but fake makes Yopi Yang surprised. What the hell? But saying it like that, Duok Yo, still just the first row of bookshelves from number 1 to number 13 are all naturally invited. Her sister now strangely mocking this guy who only reads novels. But he was sleeping while reading a book. Could it be that he overheard her infatuated with a real story while sleeping around someone who was paying attention to Okyo? Duok Yo held his chin and heard that. Full of pride. Someone so beautiful is a nuisance. Yopi Yang looked too. That girl wondered in her heart. Mentally ill. Who gave her that confidence? He quickly approached the tall bookshelf. Flipped through the books here to see. Yopi Yang thought that all he needed was the model and angle of his writing. These books are okay. The content doesn't need to be looked at carefully. Stopping at a page with letters and words, you assess the passive skill specializing in sleeping at full level, and looking at these things is like looking at elementary school books. Boring. Flipping through the book at breakneck speed, Yopi Yang kept criticizing the angle of this book, but it was too simple. In the distance, Duok Yo and his sister were whispering and talking. He really didn't take it seriously and pretended absolutely trying to get Dukyo's attention. It's useless. They just say bad things about Yopi Yang without any shame. How can a childish and pompous man get into the eyes of his sister? Especially a teenager? Heroes such as the nameless hero from the other day who single-handedly took down a demon in the sky according to a teenager. Peeping at Yopi Yang like a thief, but Dukyo's words were completely correct. Wherever I am worthy of someone, I can only silently admire the ignorant person. I'm all trash, Yopi Yang thought helplessly. 2 crazy guys. On the table at this moment appeared a plain white book. Yopi Yang took a pen and wrote and talked alone. Reference books can't be carried away, so here it starts. Go. Dukyo's sister looked at him and judged that he had been pretending to write for a long time but was drawing these men haphazardly because she really did not use any means. Right now on the notebook Yopi Yang was drawing were ugly zigzag lines. Duok Yo angrily banged on the table and stood up indignantly. Enough. This trash who only knows how to read novels but still dares to pretend to be someone who loves sleeping and approaches me. Then the 2 of them immediately became angry, so heroically rushed in. Yopi Yang was writing and had to turn around to notice and wonder why the 2 sick women were here. Duok Yo self-righteously pointed his finger and shouted for him to leave. Yopi Yang coldly looked at them like a psychopath. Sister, Duok Yo shouted loudly at you. What are you pretending to be? We have seen through the truth of you pretending to be a lover of sleeping and wanting to approach Okyo's sister. Duok Yo also shouted. The library is not the place to find a couple. I don't know anything, and sleeping around is the ultimate art in my heart. I won't allow that trash who despises him. You go. She shouted with a sour and arrogant voice. Go now. Maybe you can still do it. Duok Yo keeps a little illusion towards me. Duok Yo just thinks he's right and then makes a big deal about how up to now you still want to pretend to be someone who understands how to sleep. Why do I want to expose the truth of your lack of compassion towards sleeping? In the book in your hand, you arbitrarily choose one. The people around you are paying attention and discussing what's wrong. These 2 women are so loud. Duok Yo is so proud of himself that he suppresses his voice and asks me to arbitrarily choose one so I can answer. Okay, then admit that you're really reading these sleepy books. If not, please from now on, lose your mind with me and leave the bookstore. Don't bother everyone. Yopi Yang looked at them with contemptuous eyes and replied that the deity has never answered the problem for free and it's the 2 of you who are doing it. Bothering everyone. When they looked behind them, they saw other scholars judging these 2 women to be okay. He pointed his pen at those 2 arrogant people and added that the deity has never been exempted. The cost of instructing an outsider is 10 silver coins per question. Sister Dukyo's words are so shameless. But now Duok Yo has been provoked to anger by you. If you can answer, I will not only give you 10 silver coins, can still be played a little bigger. I heard that you are a trash sect master who cannot accept disciples. She put on a noble look and said that as long as you can answer, I can be your disciple who can't answer. From now on, She is forbidden from entering this bookstore. She can also juggle and answer. Then can you get what you want and dare to take on Okio's problem? Yopi Yang is still calmly writing you calmly. The disciple who works as a handyman. The sect didn't even think about it and started asking for 10 silver coins to ask for more money. Dukio's sister got even angrier after hearing that and pretended that you basically couldn't even know about basic sleeping problems. Duokyo now at this moment. Bending down to look at the book in my hand is not difficult. You choose this introductory level book to go to sleep and practice the essential magic combination to explore. The others heard the name, looked at each other and then discussed this book. This book is not considered difficult, but it is about the problem of the combination of the sleeping and essential magic. The original version is a high-class problem. This honest little brother is about to be dug into a hole by them and then sleeping on the weak magic is too difficult. Duokyo arrogantly began to ask questions in the total number of combinations in the development of sleeping and reforming the Mao-KY combination. What kind of result say it? After asking, she still had a dark and ugly face and thought to herself. Prepare to look ugly. Yopi Yang was writing at this moment and looked up slightly. Dukio's sister is now also smiling crookedly. Quickly say Yopi Yang is not long-winded, just 2 words answer 36 types. Hearing this, the other 2 girls immediately burst out laughing happily. Then burst out laughing, making Yopi Yang next to her heart skip a beat. Then he looked at them angrily and questioned me, saying they were not sick. Duokyo raised the book in his hand and replied contemptuously. He certainly didn't study properly and pretended to expose one to see clearly 72 types of that idiot. Pick at the page of the book you are disgruntled and say it again to see clearly your talent. You made a mistake with the topic. You circled the words on the book and then explained the original text as, no, she, see, to ky, to, be, to, be, to, be taboo. The result is completely different. In the crowd waiting for a story, one person spoke up. This young person is really, it's not a simple innovation that the combination is really 36 types of Duokyo stammering. I saw the wrong word, so she called Jiksa to sleep on Chunganjong Street is also here. Yopi Yang calculated to call 10 silver coins 10 payment. How far away young girls also talk to each other about other people. They really come to research and sleep. These 2 women are too dramatic and self-indulgent. He seems really a bit handsome. I don't know if he has a girlfriend. Duokyo blushes shyly, but still don't give up. You're just lucky to guess 1 question. I want 1 more question. You know the opportunity to make money has come, so increase the price to add this test to 20 silver coins. No bid. 2 young girls, the other, looked at each other and silently discussed through their eyes in case they chose the most difficult topic for him and then saw how wild he would be next. Dukio's sister turned her back and said these books were all too simple, so I'll go get them. The book is slightly upgraded. Yopi Yang replied whatever she wanted. Then she climbed up the ladder to look for the upgraded version and exclaimed that she found it. In her hand is now a book with a long and difficult title. Holding the book in Dukio's hand praised Yopi Yang for doing a good job, and Yopi Yang called out to Big Sister that this book has gone beyond pure sleeping magic and is related to formations. Dukio's sister at this moment had a black face and threats, but if she couldn't do it, she admitted defeat and found many excuses. Doing something harsh will only make Okyo's sister despise you even more. Yopi Yang continued to draw and then calmly said, I mean the part that goes beyond the sleeping technique needs to be answered and requires more money. Duokyo asked you, but you directly ignored this question plus 30 silver coins. Then turned away. Where do they reach out to demand plus ask me 40 questions first? If you can't answer, I will give it all back to you. Give me your money bag. Duokyo calls shameless anyway. You can't take it for you. Yopi Yang replied, thanking her. She could begin. Opening the book, she began to slyly read the question to hear clearly. This was a complex formation that had been passed down for over 1,000 years. Almost everyone on the street knew it. Then she began to read the first sentences of this battle using Tan Kai as the battle eye. The mysterious image of the gates appeared. Bin Mao Gun Jop was the battle gate. A spiral shape with many characters surrounding it appears in an array pattern that is widely used as a long eye array. Sometimes sweet and deep. What is this battle called when the 2 battles merge into the ancient and mixed source formation? How should I solve it? After hearing this question, Chunginjong's Jigsaw also sweated. Everyone on the street would know that this is a lost and forgotten ancient formation if it weren't for me who has been researching it for many years. There are no more than 100 evil people in this world. This young person absolutely can't answer. Yopi Yong is still silent about his work right now. Dukyo's sister despises you, and if you can't answer, you have to admit defeat. Don't waste everyone's time. But contrary to what she wanted, Yopi Yong closed her eyes and said it was too embarrassing because she liked this formation. As soon as she came to this world, she used her limited knowledge and skills to train at level 100 to absorb everything. Formation knowledge. Hands draw eyes and close mouth. Yopi Yong replied that this is actually 2 problems buy 1 get 1 free. I will be a little more generous to answer for you guys. Along with his words there is also a picture. This 2-color battle uses Yin Heaven Stem and Yin Earth Branch as labels. Each door that Yopi Yong mentioned has a different color form. Yang Heaven Stem and Yang Earth Branch as the door. Then a blinding light appeared in the eyes of the Golden Water and Golden Earth formations. After fusing into an absolutely irresistible nuclear formation that interacted. He thought of the books he had read that continued to talk about this type of formation in history. There are only 7 things that have been recorded. There are only 3 things with the level of this library that can be posted. Naturally there is only one thing, so it's as clear as you want to be clear. He stopped writing and said a vague sentence. This method is called. Then the image of the book in Dukyo's hand appeared with the Yin and Yang Ancient Killer Forbidden Soul formation. Immediately carrying it in her hand, and it dropped. 2 sisters with black faces staring at the younger sister asking, is he wrong? Chunginjong's Jigsaw thinks so, but that's right, the person next to him called here. How can he answer like that? Duok hasn't given up yet and continues to make things difficult for you, so please solve it. I don't believe you can solve. One person looked at Jigsaw and asked, this person is very powerful, but can he solve it? Jigsaw now had a black face and sweaty face and replied that he couldn't solve it. I have been studying this formation for many years and have consulted many formation masters. No one stronger than me can solve this little girl's heart. But he chose an unsolvable problem for this expert teenager to set a trap for. Yopi Yong turned to Duok and answered without a solution. She was so happy to hear the answer that she couldn't solve it. But at this moment Yopi Yong pushed her chair away and called out to listen to everything first before I said I couldn't solve it. As for you mortals, for me, this formation has 7 loopholes. But as for the solution, there are at least more than 4 ways. Standing opposite the 2 of you, point your finger and listen clearly. I'll tell you the simplest one. 2 people looked at him and thought it was too high. Then 2 people shouted clearly and Chunginjong's Jigsaw was startled. Was he? At this moment the image of Yopi Yong facing the big letters and the saying, entering the door, of Duong Thien Can. A battle. The Dharma appeared like a chessboard. 3 forward, 1 backward. Then he immediately turned to the side and looked at Yopiang's position on the dark door of the Earth Branch using fire to overcome pliers. With the sentence 2 steps forward and 1 step back. Also change. Next, a glowing letter appeared, moving the door of Duong Thien Can's armor. Then Yopiang's instructions 3 steps forward. 2 steps of Yang Dia Chi's trade gate. Take wood to overcome earth. Hearing this, Dukyo's face became even redder and asked after that. So why? Yopi Yong being helpless with her, are you stupid? Accompanying this step is the image of the formation glowing. Then exploding with the result that after the core is finished the formation is destroyed and the formation also collapses. Where did I get it from? My sister stammered and asked if he had really answered it. Duok turned black and replied, I didn't know there was no answer in the book. Hearing her sister say that, she clasped her hands together in silence. So maybe he was talking nonsense. Looking behind her, she kept silently pleading with Chunginjong's master Jigsaw to quickly tell him that he was talking nonsense. This time, the other Jigsaw quickly ran away. He quickly walked around the table and went to Yopi Yong, making that girl secretly happy. Lord Jigsaw can't look at it anymore and wants to liquidate this lying liar. Yopi Yong silently watched him come more and more near. Jigsaw. His face turned black and he snorted fiercely. Yopi Yong turned back to look at him and stammered, asking what do you want to do? Jigsaw knelt down again, making him widen his eyes. Then he grabbed his fist and begged loudly. I begged the master to accept me as a disciple. This action's success surprised everyone around. Jigsaw said that the master is not only the master of the sleeping act but also the master of this yin-yang ancient killing forbidden soul formation I've been researching for 10 years and still can't find a solution. He cried and cried so exaggeratedly. Today, the master gave me a solution that made me awaken in my mind to a bright and pitiful thing. I'm stupid and sleepy. Give me a chance to find a master and calm my mind to learn the way. Yopi Yang scratched his sweaty cheek and said it's not appropriate. You are a person of Chung-Un Jong. You can't easily betray the Chung-Un family. Besides, you're old enough to become a monk. It's not fair for him either. Then reached out and tried to politely help him stand away. Dukio's sister is panicking now, but he's really figured it out. Mom, isn't he just a trash who comes here every day to read novels? Why am I going crazy? He's a great master. We've offended a great person. Yopi Yang turned back to look at the other two people and asked, "Do you still want to say something?" At this moment, Duok Yo knelt down and loudly shouted that I have no eyes. I have misunderstood the master. I am guilty. I am willing to admit defeat. I am willing to be the master's disciple and serve by the master's side. Please give me a chance to atone for this sin. Besides, I am very young. But Yopi Yang replied without mercy. I'm sorry again. Your level and qualifications are too poor to be my disciple. You turned around and left a message saying you're not worthy. Duok Yo received the answer and blushed bewilderedly. First time being insulted, she was so humiliated that she couldn't hold back her emotions. Tears just kept falling along with the words, "You don't deserve it." Yopi Yang took the book she wrote and walked out. On a crowded street with people chatting happily and objectively inside. Please bring me fruit. Fresh fruit. Give me this brooch. Very quickly you passed by a very crowded place called Unsohi. Unsohi is so beautiful. Everyone was discussing a beautiful woman. She appeared again. Unsohi is truly the #1 dancer. Jaewon Gook is so crazy about it. At this time one person shouted loudly. Everyone, brothers, give me a reward. Yopi Yang couldn't help but admire so many people. Then he decisively turned around and left and never came back. This time, Sosio's magic class is definitely hiding again. At this time Unsohi, also known as Sohi, danced and thought of everything the big sister said. Revitalizing Mu Jong-gook needs more and more to collect Sosio. Why should I go down the mountain to dance and get quick money? Thinking of her leisurely appearance, she regretfully could only return to dancing, and unfortunately the master only knew how to fight if he really knows how to make money, so I can stay comfortably in the house. Behind Unsohi dancing there is a monk. Her hair just flutters with the wind. Yopi Yang walks without forgetting to pay attention to the dancer. #1 sounds a bit odd. Walking away from that crowded place he exclaimed, but it was too tight and couldn't get in. What a pity. Unsohi's hands danced softly. The whole body swayed to the music. The onlookers blushed looking at this moment. There are guys wearing strange hoods. A leader puts his hand on the people's shoulders and orders them to move away. The person who was patted on the shoulder angrily turned around and said to someone. But they didn't care and pushed. Pushing makes others uncomfortable. Who let you get in front? Get out. Unsohi, who was dancing, also noticed below. The leader of the people wearing a cloak spoke up. Unsohi is bothering to come with us on a trip. We need you. Great guy. Her skills. A guy who doesn't know how to be gentle comes forward and shouts loudly and insolently. Kings and nobles can't invite Unsohi to offer his skills alone. What do you think it is? A big guy who doesn't know how to be aggressive and aggressively steps forward to avoid Unsohi far away. But when he said the word, bamboo lotus was attacked. Another attack that made him fly away. And then fall on the ground with 3 huge holes. Others looked at this scene and were surprised. Both were confused. Then some people ran away. Others trembled and called out demons. Demons are so scary. The master stood up and looked towards them, thinking to himself that demons have a cruel personality. Fairy, run quickly. The demon leading the small but very scary. Have you thought carefully? If you don't go, what will happen to the people around you? Unsohi had no other choice but trembled and cried out not to harm anyone. Sin. I'll follow you guys, but before I go I have one last thing to say. Then she used all her strength to scream, Master, save me. Yopi Yang was startled and immediately turned around. You stood there and began to judge for yourself. Is this the voice of that disciple of mine? Turned around and ran back in the same direction. He secretly thought to himself that this lazy worm has gone down the mountain. Very quickly Yopi Yang took the book with her. The book ran around. He looked at the surrounding situation and couldn't help but wonder where my disciple was. A bruised and injured citizen looked up and replied that those demons had made Unsohi go to the north door. Yopi Yang looked at him after hearing this, looking thoughtfully. What are those demons taking my disciples for? The person just now stood up holding his hands and started talking. These demons are hiding their bad breath. Unsohi can't go back anymore. Yopi Yang quickly went to get the tree. Reassure peace of mind. One hand holding the guitar and one hand holding the book. You walk, my disciple, I will find you again at every corner of the horizon. The scene quickly moved to the Rocky Mountain area. The demons carried Unsohi and ran away. The crowd of people carrying weapons chased after them, shouting demons to quickly put Unsohi down. The demons quickly stopped at a high rocky mountain. The leader looked at the crowd and then asked in a low voice, "Do you idiot want to die?" The people were not afraid to see them screaming and invading Hesa Citadel. "You're so brave to capture humans and demons. Immediately return the captured people to us." Demons take the lead right away. But it's like encountering a joke. It's not the demon extermination army that dares to chase us. You're the big guys. Mr. Three's real courage killed them all. Then the demon called him and grabbed Mr. Three's coat. He threw it off and jumped down laughing loudly and happily gave it to me. Mr. Three moved very fast. It seemed like we could only see shadows. The people below could only raise their eyes and stare blankly. Then very quickly there was a person targeted by a demon. That person was pulled away very quickly, only having time to cry out something, "Save lives." Very soon Old Man 3 laughed loudly and quickly arrested people. Looked at him sticking out his long tongue to lick the faces of the people. The demon took the lead, calling to stop your disgusting hobby and go kill them. Old Man 3 stuck out the long tongue, stretched out, and then agreed. No problem. 1 second, resolved. At the same time there was a sound of a piano emitted by Yopi Yang. The demon leading the sound was sensitive to the sound and immediately startled. Then he turned around and shouted loudly, came up to ask who it was. Yopi Yang sat on the cliff in the distance and praised it well. Finally found me and gave me back to myself so I could think of giving you a chance to live. The leading demon saw you, laughed out loud and scornfully. It turns out you are the trash sect leader who likes to blow up the rumors. Why are you prepared to spare us a way to live? It's a pity I don't intend to let anyone leave here alive. After that, he immediately ordered Mr. Three's subordinates to clean up the scene first. Then deal with this stupid guy. Hearing the old man's order, 3 jumped out like a clone to attack people's bodies. The people now turned around and ran as fast as they could run to save their lives. Surprisingly, Yopi Yang reached out and attacked a sound. That sound affects demons. It also affects people. So dizzy I'm about to vomit, and this person's voice is so hard to hear that my soul is about to fly away. And then one person realizes that he's not playing the soul-separating melody with the effect of dizziness for this young pianist. After all, what is the background? The leader saw that his men were absent, so quickly shouted, "Old 2, Old 4, quickly wake up." He quickly realized something was wrong. This person is strange. Old 3, kill him. Old 2, go back up for Old 3. Hearing that, the second old man also took off his cloak and rushed forward, leaving it there for go. He aimed straight at the place near Yopi Yang sitting, then used all his strength to open his mouth wide to integrate energy. Yopi Yang didn't need to look to recognize their actions and wanted to use their roar to counter my sound. You geckos played again, creating a large amount of energy, and asked if they were stupid. The energy from that group quickly hit the second man. In other words, he was sent flying back screaming in pain. Several other demons also quickly ran up to support my crazy brat 3 to finish you off. They all aimed at where Yopi Yang was sitting. He quickly played the guitar again, and the sound of the guitar rang out straight towards the old man 3. Each stream of light passed through the body of each demon. High in the sky, each sound densely erupting. The leading demon saw the situation and blurted out that old man 3 was dead. Yopi Yang didn't even bother to look at them and asked but wanted to withdraw his hands. His response was a demonic voice screaming, ordering me to use your special move to kill him and avenge me. That roar flew very quickly towards Yopi Yang. He also quickly strummed the guitar to counterattack. 2 streams of sound power were released. Then they immediately faced each other. The old demon has it seemed that in a much weaker position. The sound of the second old man's technique quickly became louder. Then he was attacked by Yopi Yang and screamed. The whole land was destroyed after that attack. The space was covered by thick white smoke. And that smoke rose from the deep hole. The people chased and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my God." The people injured by the demon were now very surprised if the thing in his hand was a guitar or a firecracker. The fairy's master just took action. I'm even more convinced that Unsohi came from the sky. Yopi Yang leisurely sat there and calmly asked if he was dead yet. The leading demon has successfully been angered by you. You rotten boy. You're fooled. The 4th demon also took off his cloak and laughed loudly. The leader called the 4th as the real killer of old 4th. Now jump up and die. The people could not help but worry when they saw the situation. They were most afraid of close combat. The 4th old man swung his fist out and punched Yopi Yang without even bothering to look and raised his hand to punch back. This one punch of yours was as powerful as a demon. Soon the 4th old man was torn apart by Yopi Yang's true energy. On the sky was so high that his flesh and blood were torn apart and he fell continuously. Then there was a loud explosion. The obstacle was finished. Yopi Yang said to the leader, "Now it's your turn." The leading demon was very angry hearing that angry and threatening arrogant humanity. Do you believe that I killed your disciple first? But when he returned Unso he ran away like a caterpillar. The people saw that and yet they were able to praise him. Which is amazing. The first dancer even teleported and ran away with the feeling of such awe. The leading demon jumped high and shouted loudly to come here for me. But very quickly a beam of light emitted from behind him. After then there was another huge explosion. People covered their faces from the shock and wondered why this young man who suddenly appeared was so powerful. From the white smoke a horn appeared. The demon moved very fast. It successfully caught one person. He swung the other person high in the air, making the people scream. The head demon was extremely angry near the stupid and weak human voice. I have to eat all of you. The people running and dodging attacks while discussing the swallows, sun geckos, swords, spears, water, fire, and lust are super demons. Everyone, run quickly. This monster has gone crazy. That demon just turned around and made a loud noise. Wherever its tail swung, people flew there. Some people were even blown away and broke large rocks behind another guy's back, directly causing the rocky mountain to be broken in half. Yopi Yang raised his hand and rubbed his chin, thinking that this worm has rough skin and thick meat. The sound of the piano is normal, but it can withstand a bit of meaning when a demon approaches. Unsohi was scared and blew and screamed, "Come here, master saved my life." Very quickly the situation is now a giant gecko chasing a small girl. The head demon opened his mouth and roared loudly. Yopi Yang quickly used the spiritual energy of his hand, broke the strings of the guitar. The strings quickly flew towards the demon, circling the lover every second, making it unable to move. Yopi Yang held the other end of the string to control it. The demon gecko roared, try to keep the skin area. Yopi Yang, up high and be good enough to speak up and warn you not to use the skin area. It's a waste of effort. It's useless. The controlled demon refuses to listen and keeps struggling to let me go. After a while, without being noticed, it was so fierce that you forced me to make a move. Yopi Yang didn't pay any attention and blurted out his infatuation. Then he stretched out his hand again and strummed the strings, quickly tightening them, causing the demon to be injured too. The demon gecko was cut into many pieces by a few strings. It roared but had almost no effect. Then a huge explosion broke out. After the white smoke gradually dissipated, there was only again the pieces were broken. Everyone who witnessed this situation was surprised and asked if it wasn't the knife and spear that couldn't penetrate. Why did it just cut out like that? Unsohi saw Yopi Yang approaching and immediately asked his master to help him quickly remove it. But she didn't. Yopi Yang looked at Unsohi and asked this lazy little worm who let her sneak down the mountain to sell turmeric. She replied that it wasn't even for the poor, followed by the image of Yopi Yang carrying her on his shoulders and leaving. Your master hasn't untied me yet. You call me this as a warning for me sneaking down the mountain. Looking at their backs as they leave. The people are talking excitedly. My master is indeed a god. Did the fairy want to return to heaven? Maybe. At this time in the demon domain, a demon flew to the crazy demon to inform the Lord to directly bring back the ritual of that secret object. The little demon also announced when he announced it. Ma Guang stammered and had no way to act. Ma Guang shouted why. The little demon trembled in response to the intelligence sent to Vu Nun Te Tu. Which was even more stressful than the gecko high priest personally going to Hesa City to choose someone. People also did it to the point of dividing it into 7. Ma Guang heard this and realized that this road was no longer passable. Thunder and lightning fell from the sky. He said maybe we should personally go to Hesa City for a trip, find that human thief to retrieve the secret related to our clan's destiny. Mu Jong Gook looks very dark at night. At Infinity Palace, there is a voice coming out at an extremely loud volume. Mu Jonguk's temple mastery competition is about to start. Yopi Yang smiled happily, her mouth watering, and asked everyone to prepare. Not yet. He sat among his disciples excitedly calling out all of your bravery. Mei Ro brought out a jar of wine, then introduced the bar owner who brought a jar of wine. The master said to have wine as well, delicious food. She closed her eyes and turned to her fellow sisters to announce that during the competition, the winner would have the opportunity to go to the hot springs with her master for a month. Hearing this, the sisters looked at each other, staring at the hot spring. Anyu sat to the side sadly at the kitchen and was disqualified from participating. People wanted to bathe in the hot spring with Master Yopi Yang and patted her head and said you were too strong. Mei Ro raised her hand and continued talk more about the voting standard requirement, which is the master's taste in a subject with limited budget. There can only be one winner, then announce now the contest starts. Socio shyly brought out a plate of food and called me came before Socio. When he opened the lid, Yopi Yang was ready to taste the manjum. Just ate a bite and his face turned black and he cried out salty to death. Then couldn't stand it anymore, so he spat it all out. Mei Ro coughed lightly after that, announced out of fruit Socio can't cook even if he doesn't know how to cook. Because of soaking in the master's hot water. They tried to be the next person. The second round was the Papaya sisters. They brought out the food together and said in unison. Sisters of the same tribe numbed the Kim. They placed the food on the table with excitement. Master, drink it while it's still hot. But when opening Yopiang's top secret bone stew soup, there was. Looking at that dish, Mei Ro understood and announced that the master refused to drink this black soup. The next person. The third dish that was offered looked so beautiful along with cherry cake. Yopi Yang was so happy when she saw it that her mouth was watering. Finally there was real food. The person who made it was Miss Nam Guan. She shyly asked me to make breakfast. Not sure if it would suit my master's taste. No. Yopi Yang finished eating and gave a thumbs up, praising that the standard on earth is already a top-class restaurant. Socio on the side looked hungry too. Picked up a chicken leg and tried it. Yopi Yang commented that Rochong's flour chicken was also no crispy on the outside. Soft on the inside with a wonderful earthy aroma. The chicken plate that was placed on the table still radiates a delicious aroma, Rochong replied. Very complimented. It's the lady's turn, Rochong, to cook the dish, she explained. Before I was in the army. Just know that the master doesn't criticize it. The noodle in the hot bowl, Yopi Yang asked in surprise. The instant noodles. Yopi Yang awkwardly sweating uncomfortably, saying this reminds me of the days of working overtime. Trache girl Unsohi rubbed it. The graceful hand seduced the white instant noodles with no seasoning. But in my heart, the master chose me when the hot spring could provide the dream of being far away from home. A word that was hard to say. He replied resolutely not to eat. Felt the master, I'm so annoying. Anyu wondered. So who has such a good fate and can finally travel with the master to soak in the hot springs? After a while of choosing, Yopi Yang solemnly announced that I declare. Infinite space, quietly waiting for the results. After a tense moment, Yopi Yang decided there was no winner. All participants sighed in boredom. Suddenly you made a second surprise announcement, but I will lead. Everyone went to the hot springs. Anyu next to him was startled by his decision and explanation. While Nung Yak's soul was in seclusion and no one was taking care of the money so he could hang out comfortably, or the atmosphere suddenly became extremely bustling. Anu was so excited that she jumped up and down in agreement. Not only Anu but everyone happily shouted in unison for long live the master. The crow perched on the wooden bar saw the gloomy figure and said to Nung Yak's soul she had to come out quickly, this Mandarin is too crazy. The character whose name was just mentioned, Nung Yak's soul, is trying to sneeze. In the cultivation space, Nung Yak's soul strangely encourages himself. I have to concentrate a bit. Nung Yak's soul to focus on cultivating with the goal of quickly leaving the customs. Meet master soon. Nung Yak's soul fan Oyong Noe put his chin on his hand and lamented that I just went to a hot spring or something. I have to stay here and watch over my sister. But if I could soak in the hot spring with my sister. Think of the prospect of being together taking a bath with your idol. Life's happiness is too perfect. Right? At night in a room with the lights still on. A little fox lies on a pile of straw and talks in his sleep. While sleeping Yopi Yang, I also want to soak in the hot spring. At the hot spring place. Romantic space with water flowers in the bath area emitting smoke. Famous for Beck Bai alone bathing in the hot spring. The fox's face shining with joy mumbling contentedly. It's so tasteless. In Hesa, the city lights are on. The players are ready to go out. The scene is moving to 3 Jiang Pub. Inside there are 2 batches of employees talking to each other. Today is the first anniversary in the year of 3 Jiang Pub. Cheap and free wine. Someone in the distance shouted for more bottles of wine. The girl carrying the wine couldn't help but be angry with Yopi. The sect master named Yopi. Whether he eats or drinks or not. But he's not here. It's strange that the young man with the spiky hair heard someone insulting his idol and objected to his brother Yopi. I've been busy teaching his female disciple to become successful lately and haven't had any free time. Seeing that, the girl still continues to argue with him. The weakest man in this pub. What can you teach your disciples to teach them to pretend to be dead? Another female scholar who was drinking alone also spoke up on such an important day. Yopi's sect leader and the bookworm are both not here. It still feels like something is missing. The person sitting next to them on her side. She also happily pointed out a point that the young lady didn't see right through that kid. The elder really likes to joke. The brothers who were drinking nearby enjoyed telling me that the elder and I were of the same opinion. Suddenly, there were 2 people outside the door making a mess. The staff was a bit awkward and said sorry. Today, the restaurant is celebrating its 1-year anniversary and only welcomes regular customers. But before he could finish the sentence, the other guy loudly threatened to get out. Without waiting for the employee to respond, he gave him a powerful move that sent him flying straight into the wall like a punching bag. This terrible destructive power made Peng Ho can only stare wide-eyed. Then he turned his spike head back to check who was doing the rash. Not only you but everyone in the bar were shocked at what had just happened. Those 2 guys wearing tight black robes were acting like a brat or went to report them loudly calling out your boss is here. With just one slap from one of the 2 guys, it was possible to confirm that this senior brother went home to eat porridge instead of rice. The other person was also indescribably angry. He shouted loudly. Suddenly he was silent as before. Saw something very terrible. It turned out to be Jian Ma and Guang Ma. They exuded extremely intense murderous aura and said there was no way to hide. The owner of the shop, get out of here, so we'll kill everyone here first. Li Goyang quickly rush out to block him. The boss will go out. If you guys in Hesa become indiscriminately killing people, don't expect to leave easily. Having said that, she immediately turned back and whispered to the other young man, Ma Guang and Jian Ma is a monster that won't let the living. Let's hold them back. Everyone run away. I didn't expect Ma Guang to hear all of these words. He flashed back and asked her who told you to run. This will kill them all. A loud noise rang out. Ma Guang grabbed Li Goyang's head and lifted it up like a balloon that could be burst at any time. Peng Ho was angry and he grabbed the chair next to him tightly. Then hit him directly. Can save people. Let go of her. Ma Guang, as if he had just scratched his itch. He turned back to look at him with bloodshot eyes. Then he opened his mouth and roared. All the objects in the pub from cups to wine bottles were shattered to pieces. Even everyone in the bar could only cover their hands tightly to avoid bursting their eardrums. After the terrifying roar, everything became dark. Peng Ho, as if he had lost all his strength, he completely let go of the chair in his hand down because the power was so overwhelming that Peng Ho now seemed to have completely lost consciousness. Then he fell down, not sure if the situation was bad or not. Li Go-yang saw that and could only cry out in pain. Peng Ho. Boss, the old man standing nearby, was also extremely nervous. He quickly went to Peng Ho's place and helped him up. Then he started scolding them. This is the central area of Heisa City. Ma Guang and Jian Ma. You two great ghost warriors are here revealing demonic aura. Soon there will be human powerhouses coming here. Under that red glare from Elder Ma Guang, he continued speaking again. I advise others to leave immediately. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand and threw Li Go-yang like a punching bag. She flew straight back into the shop, making the staff here startled. Ma Guang was still very calm. He treats human life like trash. Old man, don't be stupid. The area is 10 miles away. We have set up a shadow barrier. Even if all the people in this area are killed, outsiders will not know and will not be able to enter. The elder was so angry that his veins were about to burst, and he bitterly replied that he had used all the things to block the legendary gloom and shadow barrier. How much love do you guys have? Entering Heisa City, he gritted his teeth. Arrogantly said the shocking number of more than 100. The elder sweated when he heard that. It seems like this time what you want is quite big. So what do you want to do? Ma Guang is not long. The line that's so revealing is that we're looking for a thief. Humans stole the absolute secret of our demon world. This secret our clan absolutely cannot lose. Just as the owner of the pub also walked in from outside. He spoke up in response to the humans who were forced by you to come here. This dead-end secret is humanity's only hope of counterattack. He used up all his courage from the time of his birth until now to shout at you people who wasted all your effort to find me. Even if you kill me, I won't pay you guys either. Jian Ma isn't that easygoing. You're holding hot goods, so how about I kill them all? Bar owner is stubborn. Number 1, no one. Number 2, you can't even let me scream. The story is related to human survival. But their lives. He clenched his fists. His eyes showed extreme determination, affirming that even if I die, I will protect to the end. Jian Ma, in addition to his claws, her hand also summoned a very prestigious-looking scimitar. So come on. The bar owner did not give up. He tried his best to reveal his massive muscles that millions of people loved. Everyone at the scene, seeing this scene, everyone gasped in surprise. After revealing his super VIP pro power, he shouted loudly to get in here and hide. Jian Ma of course did not accept defeat. She gave off an intimidating aura. A streak of light emitting this move extremely fast. Jian Ma and the bar owner rushed at each other like sworn enemies. Here the two people glared at each other with hatred. In the distance the elder shouted in fear, run quickly. The pressure they both created caused the whole ground to crumble, and even Li Go-yang couldn't help but be surprised. Coming here, the pub suddenly exploded and everyone around saw something happen and jumped up. It must be said that it was a war. This was so terrible. The bar was having a good day and had to explode. Jian Ma and the bar owner then flew straight into the sky. In the air, they continued to fight each other. Jian Ma threw a dangerous blow, but he was able to block it. It was the bar owner's turn to attack. When punched, Jian Ma also raised his sword to block. The fight was extremely even, with no one willing to lose. Suddenly Jian Ma used his scimitar to slash down with a powerful blow. Here the bar owner could only grit his teeth to block it. After hitting the two people, he missed the ground and rushed back down. The bar owner landed first, taking this opportunity to cover Jian Ma. He shouted to counterattack. Jian Ma seemed to sense the danger and was startled. Below, the boss had already taken a stance with white eyes, shouting to start. Jian Ma rushed down from above and also gained momentum. She held a large sword in her hand, preparing to slash down. Two huge streams of power immediately collided. The emitted light caused the silhouettes of both to gradually fade. Finally, there was another huge explosion. After this brutal attack, both of them quickly backed away. Unexpectedly, Jian Ma was not injured at all, and the boss was as bruised as an eggplant. She said that she didn't do a bad job. Saw that the bar owner was still in chains. She boldly provoked and brought out your strongest character. Human. Her amused expression clearly showed the aggressive nature of a demon. She told me I haven't played comfortably in a long time. The boss seemed angry and the veins on his face were showing off. Everyone in the pub was still safe. They came out to see the elder's situation. The others couldn't believe their eyes. They exclaimed that they didn't expect him. The boss is so powerful. The boss must be careful. Ma Guang of course witnessed this fight a long time ago, but he didn't comment at all. The bar owner continued the fight using all his strength to grab the big rock next to her. Then he lifted it up, then Lao Su. He threw that rock hard towards Jian Ma, then shouted loudly to kill. In a moment that rock rushed towards her at lightning speed. Her face suddenly became extremely serious. Unexpectedly, with just one move she was able to block that super huge rock. Just blinked and something appeared behind her. It was the bar owner who had just appeared and shouted here. Then he swung a punch to cover her basket. Unexpectedly she used a scimitar to block it well. But he didn't stop there, he continued to attack repeatedly. Punch. Finally used all the strength he had to add a powerful punch to kill. His killer move was so powerful that even the ground below had to explode. Faced with this situation, Jian Ma smiled seductively. The bar owner screamed loudly after that move. The Bodhisattva statue immediately appeared behind him. This move is called the Path of Reincarnation. Jian Ma didn't expect this move. I was startled. Everyone who was waiting for the drama then continued to speak out. The boss is so powerful and yet he can summon the legal general and the god of war. Come on. The boss has turned over his trump card and he's starting to make moves. Statue Bo slapping behind was the person who replaced him to teach Jian Ma. This move really worked. Jian Ma, but she rushed straight into a nearby house, causing it to shatter. Didn't stop there, but she kept flying. What a long guy, the damage is hard to estimate. Jian Ma was still able to stand up after that move. Her expression had now turned serious. Over here the bar owner also continuously accumulated his strength. Another punch was thrown from his position. Didn't stop at just one punch, this was truly a series of punches. Then he gave the last one, which must have sunk the whole ground. Behind that layer of sand and dust, the shadow, the image of the Bodhisattva statue gradually appeared. Everyone still stood there watching the drama non-stop. Suddenly they seemed to see something and their faces became panicked. The boss's fighting body indeed had immense destructive power. It's terrible that the whole area was caved in by him. Under that hole the smoke and dust is gradually dissipating. The pub owner is still in a fighting state, floating in the sky. Just seeing him feeling tired, breathing is gradually getting heavier. The smoke cleared to reveal a familiar figure. It was Jian Ma. I didn't expect her forehead to still be intact. The pub owner, after giving it her all since her father's time. Birth mother until now. Seeing that, they were all surprised. The people eating the melon were also so excited that they exclaimed in panic. It was unbelievable that Jian Ma seemed to have nothing at all happening. The pub owner saw that and continued to brace himself to gain some strength. Strong. Saw him clenching his teeth so hard that beard syrup flowed out his indescribably white eyes. Thousands or even tens of thousands of punches were thrown again right after that. Like Jian Ma was no longer interested in taking her blows, jumping step by step away. Ma Guang suddenly appeared behind her to warn her not to play anymore. Finish him off. The sword in Jumma's hand immediately emitted several red auras. She rushed forward, preparing to act without you. A powerful slash emitted across the Bodhisattva statue's body. She continued talking more. Just like that, the bar owner's god of war disappeared with just one move. He also spat out a source of blood in pain. At this point he was completely exhausted. This phase really broke. Dharma General Qian, I could no longer maintain it anymore. Jian Ma gently landed on the ground. The bar owner was also floating in the air. In the end he fell freely to the bottom. As he fell, the smoke and dust became even more obscure. Now he has lost the battle and doesn't know if he will survive the great disaster. The people nearby were also extremely bewildered when they saw this scene. Jian Ma stepped closer and stepped on him without mercy. The murderous aura around was extremely terrible. She taunted his body. Humanity is really too weak. The above is Ma Guang. He didn't do it but still ate it, so he followed Jian Ma. Humans also dare to oppose us. He just said it loudly for everyone here to hear how much kill this person and bring him back. I have 1,000 ways to get him to hand over the secret. The monks heard that and were surprised what they said was wrong. These two guys want to commit mass murder. Their faces right now extremely pleased. He must have intended for the whole village to go see the featherless chickens. After this scene of desolation, suddenly the ground began to shake violently. A wooden chair fell from the sky. It landed straight on the ground. The bold way startled those two insolent demons. Seeing this magical transformation, everyone suddenly looked in that direction. It turned out to be Yopi Yang. He flew down from the sky like Wukong leisurely asked him, "Do you have any alcohol to drink today?" The owner of the pub, still a little exhausted, still tried to reply that you're not open today. You should go quickly. Go now. That's different. The elder exclaimed that he did so and criticized Yopi Yang strongly. What a ruckus you come to cause. The weakest man. Unlike those brats, these demons can indeed recognize. Who is the real expert? This person's body has marks from the haunting barrier. He has just come in from outside the haunted barrier. What a joke. How can humans break through their high barrier? Yopi Yang freely asked them why you guys were talking about that black shaft. Why did you just tear it open? This statement completely shocked them. You still very leisurely talk to the bar owner. My boss told you that if you can't drink today, you won't go anywhere. Just let me come and drink for a day. Then this pub of yours has to be in business for a day. Your next sentence also shows that your greed has reached max level 1. Don't have money. You are the only one in Hesa who gives me food and drink for not so long, so no matter who stops you from doing business, we will eliminate it. Neem Ma clearly doesn't like this young man very much. She affirms that this person must have mixed in because of luck. Ma Guang quickly followed. Where are the soldiers guarding along the road? Why didn't they send out any warning signals? If they didn't say anything, then they would only say extremely insulting words. Yopi Yang must be because he is too weak. Then the soldiers couldn't detect his existence. Sorry. Yopi Yang smirked. They really couldn't detect my existence. Because they were indeed beaten to death by Yopi Yang a long time ago. The scene was extremely dark. You continued to say that dead people are not sentient. Jian Ma, but she didn't want to believe her ears. She bitterly said, your name. This vile human being dares to her to rush towards you and unleash a move that can also be called the strongest. I have to kill you. Ma Guang stood outside and pulled the strings directly using your 30 heavy Melaleuca killing move to send him away. Don't go. Juma's other knife rushed forward. But Yopi Yang still stood there leisurely. Suddenly he took out the chopsticks from his mouth to block her attack. Jian Ma saw this fake skill and was surprised. True, when you get there, you will continue to cut a few more 10 flat lines. My chopsticks. Juma's knife have also become 2 pieces and now there are countless large and small wounds. Her body is gradually divided into many pieces that fit into the styrofoam box at his house. The only pain she feels is I couldn't say why not. In the end she exploded. Ma Guang above also had to panic. Didn't stop there. Yopi Yang quickly threw that chopstick away. Ma Guang was dumbfounded and didn't understand what he was planning to do. Then the chopsticks flew straight at him. He couldn't react in time and could only dodge to the side, but his arm was still hit. It was so sharp it could cut off his arm so sweetly. The Ma Guang from earlier was still there. He raged loudly and was now in so much pain that he was screaming at the neighbors. He braced himself and emitted countless electric shocks from the broken place. Lao Su had an advanced dark regeneration technique. In the end his arm grew again. Ma Guang breathed like he had never breathed before. He bitterly clenched his hand and harshly scolded the rotten boy. Yopiang's magical chopsticks actually flew back to its owner. He put it in his mouth and said forcefully to the guy with the reincarnation magic is still dead. The people waiting for the drama to come here are so confused what has happened now. Everyone has always despised Yopi Yang and the ending seems like the Yopi master solves the problem. Decide Jian Ma for a moment. Jian Ma in front of him is not worth a blow. Tat ka moi noi tu truok den ne du kh in thuang Yopi Yang va kai ket hin nu Yopi tong chu gi quay Jian Ma trong chok lad Jian Ma o truok mat Hong Kong dang mo don. Especially the girl working at the bar. She exclaimed, how could he not only know how to eat, drink, and lose his mind, Then I used to laugh at him as the weakest in the history of the bar. Magwang sighed. He was angry. Really? You killed Jaeon Ma by accident and didn't transform before you killed that despicable person. Then he pushed his energy up and radiated terrible energy around him. Ma Guang screamed incessantly like someone pull out his feathers. His form seems to have gotten a bit more combative. This is called eternal obsession, he confidently said. Look, I'm killing you. Yopi Yang looks a bit interesting. This phase isn't bad, right? Look, what is wrong with an ant fighting an elephant? Everyone is complaining. Now is it a big trend? Ma Guang doesn't like to talk too much. He started to throw moves at Yopi Yang. He threw a powerful punch. Let's die. While Yopi Yang was still sitting there, he pointed his chopsticks in his direction. Elementary Pastor skill, Holy Light Purifying Bullet, level 100 max. With just a snap of his fingers he could fire a bullet as powerful as a cannon from Yopi Yang. Before the soldier could finish painting, he had to feel extreme pain. He lost 1/3 of his body and the remaining body was more than enough to fit in a styrofoam box. The soldiers ate melons as if they had an eye nourishment. The name Ma Guang still couldn't believe this result. He bitterly shouted, "It's impossible." Before going to see the featherless chicken, he even added that despicable humans. You made a big mistake. We have a plan soon. His body gradually disappeared, but he still tried to be strong. If he could not lead this human thief away, is to start destroying Heisa into the 3 great men of the 7 deadly sins. When time comes, if you can't meet them, they will begin to crumble. Now Ma Guang is just a name in front of Yopi Yang. You wait to die. The dust gradually disappears. The sky started to become clearer and everyone was secretly happy. Especially sect leader Yeop's group of people killed a sinful demon. Each of them were martial-level existences in the world. The demon, Li Go Yang, was sweating profusely. She continued speaking on behalf of the young man. Each of them had the power to destroy an entire city. This time, however, Heisa became the only 3 people. Everyone was worried. Only one person was worried. Yopi Yang shouted leisurely. He said, "No need to worry, I will arrange a trip to Soil." He brought the bar owner close to them and said, "Joe Man Soak, the owner will give it to you." Then the young man bewilderedly replied, "Okay." Just now seeing Yopi Yang turn away, he shyly asked Sect Master Yopi, "What magic operation was this?" 2 chopsticks that solved 2 great ghost wars. Remembered something, he suddenly asked again. "Yes, Soil, you said earlier." Yopi Yang did not respond but gently faked the intermediate summoning technique skill. Recently a big fat bear appeared. It was a level 100 max bear attack. What did the owner have to say? Everyone at the scene gasped in surprise. Again, Soil. Your little sister. Yopi Yang radiates a bit of shyness. It's a pity Chak Beal isn't here, or else he would be under that cool breeze. Yopi Yang cheerfully said that she would definitely like Soil. At the same time, at the entrance to the southeast area, the monster's base was completely destroyed. Although they ran away in chaos, they all had to have their heads cut off under a few pieces of paper. The person who caused this looked very leisurely and searched for half a day to discover that he didn't know why. Who would be so kind as to leave a gap in the barrier? This person is a regular customer at Chak Beal's pub. He continued to speak. Finally, he came in. Chak Beal was alone facing a bunch of demons but still pretended to speak through the oven door. Turns out Diem's story all came out in the 3rd episode and had to discuss it with the stupid sect leader Yopi. When he heard someone was about to cover him up, he used one hand to finish it off. The long-legged ancient general then used the speaking style of a strong person to tell these little guys that you demons like to fight, kill, and read books. It's good to learn a lot of books to be able to kill a little less. Chak Beal unexpectedly felt like there was something more terrible behind him. An old demon appeared. He spoke first. It was the great monk Chak Beal, who was famous on the demon extermination board. No wonder dare to be so arrogant. He is the Jiltu that Heisa became. They are all the same. The deadline for death is approaching. Just saw him. Chak Beal's face turned black because of the 7 deadly sins of love in the world. Why did they send out monsters of this level? Unexpectedly there were 2 shadows. Right after that the figure reappeared next to him. A guy who looked like a black-white supernatural named Tamayok. The other guy was carrying a sword on his back that was always burning around. The guy's name is Oman. The three of them stood next to each other and created an extremely terrible murderous aura. Chak Beal couldn't help but say the 7 deadly sins of love. The 3 deadly sins. It seems that today Hesa has become unavoidable in this life. Old man Jiltu's beard started tossing back and forth. He said that humanity would be completely extinct. As soon as he finished his sentence, he unleashed it to punish Chak Beal, starting with you. Luckily Chak Beal quickly dodged. Unexpectedly he played big and unleashed more moves. Chak Beal under this oppression can only stop him from running around hoping to escape with his life. That means the water has burst. He pulls out his sword and prepares to attack the old man. There is no way to retreat. I can only risk it. This is where the real trouble begins. Only when I blocked a blow Chak Beal couldn't help but let out every blow that made my whole body weak. Old man Jiltu really has blood in his body, the old man suddenly ordered to tie up those beards that quickly surrounded Chak Beal. Then tied him up completely and all the blood was gone. The Jiltu was satisfied and showed no signs of being a giant boy freed from the old man's bondage. His beard has truly changed unpredictably. Recently they formed a drill before dying to open your eyes. This profound killer move is called the Great Demon Tornado Spin. Chak Beal couldn't escape but could only scream, die, and then he tried to use the trump card to use the kill me technique of destroying the army. Suddenly Soil appeared. It shouted, Chak Beal, don't. The panic behind the fight was handed over to Lao Su. Just finished the sentence. He played the role of some young men playing boxing to throw punches at those beards. Followed by a super huge explosion. Chak Beal and the other 3 demons saw this quick response made my whole body itchy. Soil also had renewed strength. It kept growling. Chak Beal was resolved. He rolled his eyes and looked around and said that this bear had destroyed space with one punch. I don't know which peerless noble's strange beast kept it. That old Jiltu ate this toothless fruit and bitterly said that the old man's beard killed living beings and practiced 100 years. Then he swung vegetables at Soil and scolded the unforgivable rotten sun bear to take his life. And that pile of long, winding whiskers was once again released. It again formed the shape of a pointed drill back to Soil's place. But this was originally the pet of the game hacker. He angrily responded and let the horse overhear. His boxing gloves immediately caught fire, signaling that the old man was going to meet his grandparents. Bear Soil exhaled the anger that gradually built up into strength. He quickly reached out and grabbed the old man Jiltu's vegetables, causing him to startle and panic. Soil pulled hard on the old man's beard and then forcefully said, old age does not die, come down here for the old man. As soon as he finished his sentence he used all his strength to pull him towards him. Tamayak and Oman cried out in panic. Bear pull down, then animal stop quickly. But Soil is the last one to be summoned. How could that be possible? Easy to listen to other people's words. It continued to use force to pull him down to his seat. A streak of beard syrup splashed out, signaling something bad. So Soil had chewed him straight into his mouth? Sorry. Jiltu didn't have any strength left to fight back. He weakly said, let me go. Unexpectedly Soil not only didn't let go but also bit harder to finish him off. 2 Oman Tamyoks also got a hit. Eyewash is extremely domineering. They say they ate it, then the 7 deadly sins ate it in one mouth. Chak Beal saw that he was so scared that he wanted to pee his pants. Tamayak, as if he couldn't take it anymore, he was angry and trembling, saying, Jiltu, we are people conquered. Destroyed more than 100 human cities. How could they be eaten by human pets? Oman next door is even more tense. I want the whole city of Hesa to be buried with Jiltu. Both of them took turns tossing move. Tamayak summons a very large eye. This move is the Eye of Heaven's punishment. Oman also does not want to be outdone. He uses the great move of the magic sword to awaken Chak Beal. Since the time of his birth his mother has never seen this scene before. Extremely scared, Hesa is about to become a waste. I didn't expect Soil below to be so calm. She started to brace herself so that the essence would converge. If the 3 of you have lived and died together, then come in together in my belly. Let's reunite. Then open our throats to suck those 2 unfortunate demons into a level 33 swallowing advanced beast technique. The other 2 immediately realized something was wrong with their bodies. Don't. That's it. Soil made them sweet desserts for them again. After winning the match, They clapped their hands together loudly to celebrate. Chak Beal stood aside and didn't know what to comment any more than a bear. I turned pale and you said you ate all the 3 deadly sins. Then the scene moved to the city again. Yopi Yang put down the wine cup and leisurely said okay. Soil finished making the remaining trash fish and gave it to Chak Beal. Then Yopi Yang happily went home without forgetting to say the reason. Suddenly remembered that my disciples were still waiting for me today. I returned earlier. Suddenly the boss called Sect Master Yopi. He was extremely grateful in advance. This action of his thanked the person who came out to thank him at a crucial moment of human survival. Even the angry little girl has to change the tone of the weakest man's voice. Right? Sect leader Yopi, you're so powerful. Li Go Yang was even more happy. She told Sect leader Yopi to thank you. Next time I'll be the boss. I'll invite you to drink to your heart's content. Even the elders had to change their attitude more than 180 degrees. You're a big brother. Heroically saved Hesa City. But Yopi Yang likes to hide from people who don't know him and replied politely. Don't forget to thank me and thank you when I had nothing when you came to this strange world and always took care of me. Under the aura of the male lead Yopi Yang walking arrogantly. Pub owner, there's something hidden behind that says Sect Master Yopi. Actually, that secret of mine is hidden in a place called Wang Ga Chan. He said while imagining that there would be a chance to tell you that in that desolate place. At the same time, 2 strangers suddenly appeared here and they spoke up. 3 companies, but all of them died in Hesa Citadel. The little girl sitting on that guy's shoulder replied that Monk Chak Beal didn't already lose the heavenly book. How could he still kill 3 deadly sins? That girl liked thinking about the strange thing in Hesa City. Is there any dangerous thing hidden? The big guy asked her if she needed to call Ryongujung's master out. She replied that the master was sleeping and couldn't disturb him. Sorry about taking back that secret and giving it to someone else first. That girl is also curious about one more thing in the matter of killing Jaeon Ma, but she can't find her relics and doesn't know who took it away. Come here, miss, the child continued. Let's go back to Yom Seong first. According to the master's arrangement, we will be there tearing holes in the human defense line. Besides, the master always wants to capture the girl behind Mujonggook Mountain and leave it forever. Is it okay if we don't deal with it? The girl proudly replied that she couldn't worry about it anymore. That thing is extremely cruel. The area it's in is also extremely dangerous. People who step into it will surely die. The 2 of them stopped talking until they got here. I'll go back to Yom Seong first. Hesa City, see you again. Currently in Yopyang's sect. Everyone still working hard as usual. I admire Noe having her master personally teach her when it's her turn. She doesn't always hate it. Cultivation. Anu heard that and smiled as if she had a good time. Responding personally to teach means having a large amount of time alone. Which means being able to ask for some advice from the Mok Bua Nong girls. You also want it, right? When Mok Huni heard that, she was speechless and replied that Mok Bua Nong is my sister. You 2 are still talking about your master like that. I'm sorry, I forgot you are Mok Guinang's sister, but you 2 sisters are not allowed to take my attention. Master Hyun Ni seriously replied that master is not your personal property. She has no right to cut it off. Anu has a harsh personality. She gave a light warning and said that it won't be long before she walks away from master for a bit. Scene changes to noon, sinking in the sky, constantly flying and hovering. Yopi Yang, as soon as he opened his eyes, he felt like he had just been taken to Cambodia. A female disciple spoke up. The master said, "We're almost there. Before your eyes, you were taken away by a few people in the harem." Yopi Yang, confused, he sat up and asked me not to drink too much and then sleep in the study room. Why did you come here? Do you guys want to sell your master into the mountains and move to live with your husband? Anu happily responded to Yopyang's words. It's just that the new woman is inconvenient to go out. Master told us to take our master and go behind the mountain where demons gather. Recovering such a piece of Ling field. The whole sect solved the food problem up and down. Then invited the master to recuperate. But Yopi Yang was depressed and lay back down. No problem. Let's lie down a bit more and then call me. Mei Ro closed. The young man seriously told the second disciple Yopi Yang to say frankly that the master, as the leader of a sect, should not act too casually. After all, every word and action of someone who affects the whole sect Please do not scatter it so casually. Yopi Yang heard it and was a little suspicious that this ancient female disciple was Mei Ro, who was captured by the giant at that time. Mei Ro, however, still did not bother the master who saved me. Sister also thought that my master would naturally. There is no double-mindedness. But I still hope to see in the master that he has qualities that can make people admire him. Your harem also stands up to speak up for Mei Ro. Master Mei Ro is a bit rigid and ignores her. Is to be assured that the deity is good at taking advantage of people's virtues. Recently we all went to a dark forest. Some female disciples were a little shy. This forest in front is the forest Yumiang is said to be. There's a ghost appearing at the Lin Dean and you have to go through it. Suddenly Guan Nong stepped out to show some of his essence to the ladies to see. Calm down. Be a disciple. Don't lose your feminine elegance in front of the master. Suddenly she saw something and then shouted loudly that something was approaching. But the one who ran the fastest was elegant and feminine at noon. Anyu immediately turned back with a panicked look. So Guan Nong took this opportunity, flew straight into Yopiang's armpit to hide. The moving thing just now was simply a small rabbit. The sisters were so upset with this girl. She was so elegant and feminine. She was afraid she was just like her sister, so she ran to the master and got the hell down. Yet Guan Nong still feels like she hasn't taken advantage of the dangerous moment that the disciple and master bonded intimately. What's wrong with Anyu? Scared and ran into my heart. At the same time Yopi Yang also accelerated and jumped out of the carriage. He landed in front ready to volunteer to be the leader in this forest of carriages, but we can't go, let's go together. Some sister and sister are so happy that master must be careful here. According to the story, the special evil sect really makes people look forward to it. Just then the whole group went deep into this dark forest. And yet they still keep saying things that shouldn't be said here. Feeling like at any moment an evil spirit will appear. Anyu turned to remind Guan Nong that she couldn't use evil spirits to invade and take the opportunity to harass Master. Guan Nong quickly replied with a steadfast mind. Not afraid of evil spirits. Suddenly a flock of birds flew out above their heads, making them howl. Just like that, Guan Nong once again took advantage of the situation and flew straight at him. Yopi Yang. Yopi Yang is probably used to you and doesn't bother to talk. Anyu, as if passively hit a nerve, she screamed angrily, mocked Guan Nong. Then rushed to pull this girl away from Yopi Yang. What are you doing? Let go, but Guan Nong still stubbornly refuses to let go. I'm protecting my master. The other sisters and sisters don't know what to say. It's so unsightly. After pulling Guan Nong away, Anyu quickly leaned against Yopi Yang helplessly. I can only say it's okay, let's keep going. So everyone continues to go deeper into the forest. Inside the scene that looks like a magical Ma Guang on the tree, there are countless strange scratches. Ma Guan Nong just looked scared. Anyu took in everything in sight. You can't escape, son. Guan Nong was grabbed mercilessly. She did something. Guan Nong exclaimed, I want to protect master. Ro Chung, as if sensing something, she shouted towards him before it was unusual. It could have been a wolf. Indeed, inside the grove there were countless bloodshot eyes looking out. They didn't care that Yopi Yang was leading and continued to go. Master. There was nothing here. A bit interesting. Ro Chung, don't turn around, just go straight ahead. The more the five people walked, the more they saw something strange. Guan Nong started to feel scared. We've been walking for so long. Anyu also agreed and said the same, but still no go out. Suddenly a female disciple shouted, here we are coming over. Then pointed to the tree with the scratch marks earlier. You guys see that tree has the scratch marks. Mei Ro panicked. We always go in a straight line. Why did you come back here? There must be evil and evil people doing mischief. Yopi Yang took this opportunity to force the disciples to answer. Mock Guan Nong. You and your sister are both people who love formations. Let's analyze the reason. Mock Guan Nong. I'm a little surprised. Maybe we are in a big formation. Seeing that Yopi Yang did not hesitate to answer Mock Guan Nong is narcissistic. Number 1, no one is number 2, but already extremely proud. Anyu, see who is more important to master. I feel the evil demon turned the forest into a maze, disturbing our feelings and holding us back. Yopi Yang felt a little proud and asked how her feelings could be taught to solve. Guan Nong began. During the process of solving the exam, She thought for a moment and then said to think about not being able to leave is the formation that disturbs our feelings. As long as we are not disturbed by foreign objects, we have a chance to leave. Mok Bua Nong said the speculation I use the simplest method. 4 people facing 4 directions. Run straight forward. No matter what illusions you see. Don't stop. Just keep moving forward. At least one person has a chance to find the true path to battle. The main. Yopi Yang proudly told his disciple that he could try a little. Then he decided the odds for the other 4 kids in 4 different directions. Yopi Yang snapped his fingers to signal to start. Immediately their speed was so fast that it was hard to believe could see. Mok Bua Nong and 4 other fellow students. Together. Running. Forward. Suddenly she saw a red streak stretching in the air. Mok Bua Nong seemed to have caught gold. She was so happy she thought it was close, then immediately looked for it. Got the exit. There was indeed a strange fog ahead. Suddenly everything in front of her eyes became distorted. All 4 people running forward had now turned in the opposite direction. All 4 people were stunned, extremely feverish. What is this? Yopi Yang calmly explained to the 4 of you clearly. This formation is not simply a disturbance of the senses, but an overlapping spatial formation. Mok Bua Nong as if he had won a card. She uttered the overlapping space formation. This means that the rules of space in this formation have been changed. We will forever be tied to this space. Yopi Yang did not hesitate to praise Guanang's thinking. Her ability to understand is not bad. Is the enchanting void of blood and shadow array. Bua Nong showed her face in fear and exclaimed that this blood shadow array represents that the people tied here will eventually turn into blood shadows. At this moment countless flying creatures flew out from Muhan. They did not hesitate to fly straight back the direction of Yopi Yang. Guanang's face turned pale and the formation had created a maze of heavenly obstacles and blood fell. Looking at the black pile with bloodshot eyes, they were confused and said it was not good. If the quantity is too much then it will fall apart like crazy and will only get more and more. Their faces are ferocious no matter what, they just bared their teeth and flew towards them. Mr. Yopiang's course doesn't stop here for me teacher to clean up. Finished the sentence. His finger was on fire and singing Mok Bua Nong looked closely at the chapter of fear of fire. He held his hand out in front of him and the fire in his hand also turned into a strange symbol. After learning this, she can also deal with them. Mok Bua Nong and Anyu stood next to see this scene and could only gasp in surprise. A fire talisman that looked extremely prestigious appeared. Yopi Yang waved his hand to the talisman flew away. This is a basic level 100 max fire talisman. Then that VIP Pro talisman flew straight towards those unfortunate fallers. Just entering the center of the bats it stopped and glowed. Just in time Hey Yopi Yang also shouted an emergency. Both the fire and the tornado quickly combined to blow away all the forests. The fire became more and more intense to put an end to the bats in Muhan. Smoke rising in a daze in the middle of the forest. All the female disciples could only gasp in surprise. A talisman brought traps all over the sky. Everyone went to roast everyone. Even the space was burned. Yopi Yang still seemed to be very leisurely speaking, and fortunately if it was a low-level fire magic facility, it would have saved its life along with this Yumiang forest. Next, he raised one leg to confirm. After all, this place is all chaotic. So he will destroy this formation seriously. Thoroughly. Yopiang's foot stomped on the ground and the rock below cracked open. Anyu and Mok Bua, they were visibly scared as they were trying to keep their balance. Underneath the cracked ground suddenly appeared fire. They ran along the last few long lines, forming a beautiful symbol. The entire forest has now been destroyed by Yopi Yang to the point of cold wind. The land where everyone was standing before has also sunk down a few dozen feet. Mei Ro did not expect Yopi Yang to have water. This is the first time I've met Ro Chung and I love Yopi Yang even more. It's so awesome. Mok Bua Nong is the only one who is scared of this terrible oppression. She said the tournament master doesn't have any direct skills. Use the strength of one leg to knock down the formation. How can I learn? Yopi Yang stood above and spouted a few moral sentences to cross the river. Sometimes people walk away. Don't pay attention to this detail. Then he turned back. Look at the handsome male protagonist 2's aura. Let's go take back our spiritual field. Here everyone stopped at a cliff. Yopi Yang said this piece of spiritual field is bigger than imagined. Below is a cliff. The extremely wide plain can probably grow many things. Looking at this rich and fertile land, Anu couldn't help but think to herself that she wants to plant a rose garden. Then pick them and give them to the person in your heart. Suddenly the serious young man Mei Ro spoke up, unable to let down the vigilance of the demon's body and cause chaos. Perhaps nearby, Mok Guan Nong looked ahead and was afraid of revealing himself is in front. Unexpectedly flying from past to be a serious opponent to the disciples of Yopi Yang the Great Beast. It is a flying wolf that looks extremely prestigious. Yopi Yang waved his hands and ordered the disciples. The leader appears and just needs to deal with it. The job of recovering this spiritual field is considered complete. The other three immediately understood what he meant. They took turns running away, leaving behind Yopi Yang and Sect Master Guan Nong this time. The teacher entrusted us disciples to solve it ourselves. Everything depends on the master. So what is the use of his disciples? Mok Guan Nong stood in the back like a substitute assistant. It's okay if we go to war. Everything else is left to us. Everyone come up. Yopi Yang saw this girl say it like it was right, then spray glue to make it stiff. He rubbed the girl's head and asked Mok Guan Nong, "What about you?" "I just saw this girl," innocently replying that I have to stay and protect you. "Master, besides, there are already many people. So why do you keep staring at me?" "Over there." The three female disciples quickly faced off against the great demon beast. Ro Chung stepped forward. She swung her sword straight at it. Indeed, this move had a new effect and was able to ask for some tomato sauce from the great demon beast. Slashed with another knife at Mei Ro and flew over, shouting to kill Go. The great demon beast screamed in pain. Unexpectedly, even Anu was not inferior to the girl who played the role of Tile Life, throwing 3 knives at once. "I will also come." The great demon beast was completely unable to withstand this move, looking like it was now nothing more than a punching bag. Ro Chung and Mei Ro took turns holding their swords and slashing until they shouted the end. Finally the two combined together to create the killer move. Just like that, the great beast was broken into pieces and put into foam boxes. Right after that, a huge explosion happened, just like in a superhero movie. The smoke gradually faded away. Mok Guan Nong realized something was wrong. Did she scream so weakly? Yopi Yang turned around, wondering why, so Guan Nong quickly replied incorrectly. After that epic explosion, Anu looked panicked in front. The great demon beast came back to life again. The three did not expect them to exclaim that it was alive again, not giving them time to replace it, coming to prepare for a much bigger revenge. Mok Guan Nong, standing from afar, sensed something was wrong. She warned everyone to run back quickly. But it was too late. Ro Chung couldn't dodge in time and was slapped by it. Stunned, it was much faster. She quickly jumped back to gain momentum, then rushed forward to fight hand to hand with the great demon beast. She jumped with all her might on top of its head, intending to use it one move to end everything. Suddenly Mok Guan Nong screamed in terror from behind. Unexpectedly, the big demon beast had planned to attack Ro Chung a long time ago. So Ro Chung took another hit, afraid he was about to lose his color. Yopi Yang saw that the people in the harem were beaten to a pulp and was stunned. Below, everyone was still extremely confused and shouted Miss Ro Chung's name. Anu was so angry that she rushed forward and threw out 3 daggers to avoid. No, unexpectedly, the great demon beast directly activated its skill and roared loudly. Anu was seriously injured just like that. The knife in his hand couldn't hold it and fell out. Mei Ro glared at her and couldn't bear it. Exclaimed Anu. Only saw that the knife she had just let go was affected by an external force. It was being sucked somewhere. Very quickly that knife flew into Yopiang's hand. At the moment that great demon was about to deal with Mei Ro and Anu arrived. Yopi Yang couldn't help but fly towards it at the fastest speed. His flight path also left a long trail of light. Mok Guan Nong, standing here, also stood restless, thinking he was gone so far. "Master, is there still time?" "Over here." Mei Ro is holding Anu, escaping from the claws of the great demon beast with difficulty. At the moment when 1,000 hairs were hanging, Ro Chung appeared as a shield for both of you. "Let's go quickly. I'll stop it." That sharp claw was about to reach Ro Chung. A streak of ketchup shot out. Mero's eyes were also extremely frightened. Both of them, Mei Ro and Guan Nong, shouted Ms. Ro Chung's name at the same time. Unexpectedly, Yopi Yang had arrived in time. He used a dagger to slash across a line. They turned from panic to surprise. Yopi Yang arrived in time and created a shield to protect Ro Chung. His eyes at this moment must be said to be extremely angry. Finally, Yopi Yang said that if you dare to touch my disciple. Do you want to die? The great demon beast. After being hit by Yopiang's move, it was like applying temporary glue. Immediately after that it exploded, leaving only a cloud of smoke. Space. Now it's quiet. Only Yopi Yang and the harem remain. Mei Ro still seems to be in a panic. She exclaims in horror. Luckily, there is a master. Ro Chung also seems to agree. It's scary. Monsters are constantly evolving automatically. Dang, far away. Mok Guanong roared again, warning everyone. Look ahead. It's gotten bigger again. Everyone looked over and saw it again. This time it's not only bigger but also more aggressive. Yopi Yang volunteered to go forward and confidently told me to play with it. After saying that, he immediately jumped out. Unexpectedly, when he was rushing towards them, there were two more children on both sides. Mok Gua Nong shouted in horror to warn Master Yopi Yang to be careful. There were two more behind him, but he still focused on flying towards the biggest one. That monster screamed. Yopiang's sword still kept glowing. Him rushed in and slashed a few times and successfully took care of one. But another one ran towards Yopi Yang and harshly criticized it. The second one's movements were too slow. Yopi Yang gently jumped onto his other hand and accumulated a ball of energy. Strong. Then he hit it straight on its body, and just like that the second one was successfully dealt with. Yopi Yang looked at the last one. He shouted loudly for the last one, don't run. Just like that he flashed towards it, making it startled. The electric charge that he released caused the demonic beast to suffer pain. Finally, Yopi Yang knocked it back to the forest in the distance. Not only that, it also hit a few rocks and flew back and forth like marbles. The soil and rocks followed. Also crumbled. Smoke and dust everywhere. The great demon beast lying in a field. It is now just a name. When the other female disciples saw that, they sprayed glue and stiffened. They exclaimed in surprise that it's over. We're safe. But Ro Chung was still very serious. She tensed up and said no. Its essence hasn't come out yet. Cannot be ignored. A lightning bolt appears. The larger its shape represents, the more formidable its power. The ground below begins to crack. The earth and rocks crumble, accompanied by extremely manic laughter. Savage. All the female disciples were now frozen, not knowing which 3 years would come. Below, a bright light appeared. It opened its sharp teeth and a breath of thousands of years was awakened. This is the main body of the great goblin, which is truly much better. It said that the Lord wants you all to die without a place to bury. Ro Chung and Gua Nong. Panicking, everything is not okay. This is the dead dog demon of the secret police level doing the most terrifying things after death. Then she looked up. Yopiang's place warns our master that we don't want the spirit field anymore. Go away quickly. Its attack on its body is not at the same level as the spirit body. The great goblin heard it all and replied that it wanted to run away. Is it too late? Right after that, it immediately released a deadly spirit move that scattered me. The ball was shot with extremely strong power after just one sentence. Just like that, it flew straight to Yopi Yang with great destructive power. Yopi Yang, correct, even after being blocked. You still took the opportunity to criticize it with a quick 3-point sentence. Your face looked truly senseless. Cursing at it was surprising. You then immediately used a sword to slash down, missing a blow, right? Two strong streams of water were arguing with each other to see who would win and who would lose. Unexpectedly, with just one slash, Yopi Yang split the other guy's move into 2 parts. That slash flew straight to where the great demon beast was. So it also became 2 pieces that fit into Yopiang's styrofoam box collection. The slash was so long that it penetrated the great demon beast's body and still continued. Everyone who saw this scene was once again surprised. The great demon beast was in extreme pain and the syrup kept shooting out. In the end, it exploded in a big way. Everything that was left of the great demon beast also fell to the ground. After the smoke left, revealing a small gray wolf. It was scared and turned around to check, thinking in fear that this guy was terrible, and then leaving behind the green mountain. Not afraid, without firewood and running away first. Suddenly there was a talisman. Where did you come from? The great demon beast. But I was so scared that I was about to poop. It begged me not to destroy me. But it was too late. It was completely hit by the attack. The great demon beast. But it was caught in a sheet. Cute little amulet. Yopyong looked at the amulet in his hand and assured it that it would not destroy you but give you a chance to be reborn. Then he handed over this mini gray wolf to Guanong. This avatar belongs to I already. Held the amulet in my hand, but Guanong couldn't help but wonder how this amulet was used. Only to see Yopyong gently reply that now there's no need to worry. Wait until you become an onmyoji and naturally you'll know how to preserve it for me. Good. Looking at the peaceful fields in front of them, they couldn't help but exclaim that this piece of Ling field is really not bad. In the future, even if they stay in the sect and don't go down the mountain, they won't starve to death anymore. May row and still have a bad mood. Master Yopyong, as the owner of a sect, how could he be so useless? Yopyong immediately turned to look at her, but didn't like to compare and pretended to smile foolishly. May row saw that and was bewildered. Then she smiled admiringly. Under the sunset she had finally determined her direction. Indeed, her choice was not wrong. Although he had some minor shortcomings, he was truly a very trustworthy person. As usual, Yopyong came to visit Baek Bai. But inside, she shouted someone else's voice. Sect Master. Junior brother. Unexpectedly inside, it was now Dongbang Seong. She shouted, help me quickly. Then scolded Baek Bai bitterly, hey. I'm kind enough to help her get away from her. Instead, tie me up here. Junior brother, please let me go. Yopyong looked a bit confused and replied. Little fox has escaped. She quickly replied. You're scared. Yopyong changed his expression again. He was depressed and said he was panicking. But he was panicking just looking at her every day and already feeling a bit bored. Yopyong continued speaking. Sister, you can still give me some new and stimulating feelings with these words, but why are you making her so bitter? You're so bored. Yopyong, you're quick to continue playing. Sister, you're a beauty who knows how to play. Let me stay here instead of the little fox to accompany me. But she can't be more angry. I'm less than the little fox's brother. She's just beautiful, but I know she's more fun. Yopyong got bored with your orders and left. Come back. She didn't expect you to be fooled and was startled. Finally willing to change back into Baek Bai. Yopyong found her circus act a bit funny, so he asked her about her transformation technique and what kind of person she was. Can she transform, or did she turn into Yom Nong in the story Yom Nong? I wanted to meet her soon. Baek Bai was teased until she no longer had a face. She screamed at me in this life. Isn't it nice to be fascinated with my younger sister every day? I'm sick. But Yopyong doesn't care to visit my baby. Come here, then I have to go. Completed the last part of the magic episode. No more performing with you. Bye. Right after that, in the sect book room, Yopyong finished preparing the lesson plan. I don't know how to prepare it, but the ink splattered all over the face of the exercise writing. It's so difficult. Yopyong looked down at last night's pile of books and exclaimed that he was lucky that there was someone who recited poetry at full level and was skilled in writing and editing passive stories. You kept whining about cleaning up. I want to drink wine and want to see Yom Nong. Sign. Your 4 crows outside immediately announced that the little cook Anu had recently been secretly watching Yom Nong's wind sect and had been escorted by someone. Yopyong was so sleepy that his eyes and ears couldn't function anymore. He groaned. What did you say? Are you too sleepy? He clearly heard me. Sleep a little more. Bird, but still ignored it and continued to talk in your ear. There is something that this world immediately wants to organize a big sect related to this sect to return to the #1 position in the world. Offshore the wind is constantly blowing strong. At the seaport everyone is always working hard. The scene is extremely bustling. No one can get out quickly. The female athlete Socio also went to work loading and unloading. The people around kept shouting, let's help everyone move a little faster. She just raised her hand to wipe away the sweat that was so tiring. Someone came to tell Socio. Just heard someone call her name and Socio was scared and apologized to my boss. Just rest a bit and get to work immediately. Yopyong not too fast or too slow calling me Socio was so happy as soon as he saw you master. Socio couldn't help but scold you a bit. Why did you come? I didn't say it was nothing, don't come here. This place is dirty. He replied to bring her a gift. As soon as she heard this, her eyes lit up like headlights. Delicious food. That was unexpected. Yopyong held out the book and said so close. The food was amazing. Socio was slapped so hard she was scared and said I finished writing. Seeing books gave me a headache. Two people sat next to each other to ask about the current situation. Feeling the element of fire. Is there any progress? I just did meditation magic and will slowly fall asleep if I just sit like that with the master without talking about studying. Socio smiled happily. She affirmed that that would be great, but I will try not to make the master disappointed. Yopyong here also smiled confidently. So the next day I will check the results of your assignment. The teacher sprayed a piece of glue. She shyly replied, yes, I have to go to work quickly. Master, going to this place is really very dirty. The sect leader of a sect, and yet he was mercilessly chased away by his disciples. Having to remember what we had promised to do until the end of this month. I asked him to leave. The uncle next to him couldn't help but get angry. Make love during the day. Just seeing Yopyong go, Socio happily told him to go home a little early, not to drink too much alcohol. Yopyong also walked a few steps. He happily replied, I know. Suddenly Socio's face looked stopped. There was a group of other strange people passing by Yopyong. It seemed like they knew Socio. A female in that group had a lack of sympathy and said, isn't that a waste of Socio? Why is this idiot still in Haesatan? Yopyong heard this and immediately turned around to look at them. Whoever said anything about his disciple. One of them started to tease his sister Sue, who hadn't seen her for a long time. Socio suddenly turned serious and said in annoyance, Jong Sung Yu. Those people quickly face our Socio for teasing this idiot. After being expelled from Nung Un Moon, haven't we found another sect to take him in? This idiot is truly a depraved monk. The harbor makes people suffer. It really puts the entire sect to shame. It doesn't stop there. They get even more vocal. They heard that this comet, after Nung Un Moon, changed 2 sects. Now I think this guy is really a liar and chased this stray family dog away. Nung Un Moon, I really have an ant name. Socio was humiliated, so I was so bitter that you all came here just to say these things to me. Then you turned around and didn't bother with us. There was nothing else to do, let's go back to work, and suddenly they shouted to stop. The leader of those guys tried to scold me not to leave even though you were expelled Nung Un Moon, but I am a senior brother for one day. You must respect me for the rest of your life in these trash sects. I've become so lost that even the rules have been forgotten. As if I had reached my final limit. I was annoyed and shouted at Mu Jong-guk that he's not a trash sect. Suddenly he laughed provocatively. No, why does a trash sect accept trash like you? There must be a trashiest sect leader who accepts trash like you. The momentum of this. They cursed Socio like a child. Idiot like you. Do you want to take action against a genius like me? Socio was angry and trembling. You said anything to me. So she gathered all the resentment from before and rushed over, but she was never allowed to insult my master. Isn't that trash? I didn't expect that just by punching my head. He missed. He took this opportunity to curse more harshly than the master taught me that a disciple like you can be worse than trash. Suddenly he grabbed my hand tightly. Socio. Left hand preparing to strike, he said, I will teach you how to be a replacement for your incompetent master. Slapped his other hand ready to swing out. A loud noise rang out. Socio could only close his eyes tightly. The other 2 guys, on the contrary, had extremely surprised eyes. It turned out to be Yopyong. He appeared in time to protect his beloved disciple and let her go. His expression didn't change at all. It looked like he was angry. I'm really angry. Dare to touch my disciple, you scolded him trash. That guy is really sneaky. Who are you? Nung Un Moon is teaching the abandoned disciple here. I advise you not to worry about things like this, he thought to himself. Why can't I move? Yopyong isn't afraid of anyone. You say I'm her master. Are you teaching my disciple in front of me? Finally glared at him, tired of living. Even if that guy is scared, he still puts his neck on the back of your neck. Quickly let me go. A ruined sect. Don't provoke our Nung Un Moon sect. Otherwise my master will find out that you will die. Foolish young man next to you. Also immediately follow suit and quickly let go of senior brother Jang. You can't bear the consequences. The woman in that group has her own thoughts. With senior brother Jang's soul realm strength. He has no strength in front of this person. Why are you protesting? Socio was afraid that those guys would have to reunite with their ancestors today, so she told the master to leave and let him go. Yopi Yang pressed back on her request to release him, no problem, but ended. Yopi Yang gave him a slap until his face was deformed to an unsightly shape. One hit knocked the leader away like a rocket team, but no one of my disciples is bullied. That guy flew out 80 meters and finally landed at the end of the road. Socio and the other disciples all gasped in surprise. The other two guys in his group were all beaten up by Yopi Yang without fail. Overbearing. In the end he glided to that woman's place. The woman said a bit embarrassedly, saying, "How dare you hit me, do you know who I am?" But it seems like Yopi Yang doesn't need to know much with dog eyes. Don't think so if you're a woman. I wouldn't dare to fight them, but they fell in the same place. The leader bitterly said he couldn't forgive. His face was deformed but his character remained unchanged. He said every word, "I had to kill you." Then he picked up the sword next to me and I definitely then rushed towards Yopi Yang. Without fear he screamed murder. Yopi Yang waved his hand again and he flew out like a bag sand. Seeing Socio's expression stiffen, he asked again what was going on. She stammered and replied, "It's okay." The other guy once again fell to the ground looking completely guilty. His face was as bruised as an eggplant. Suddenly he glared as if he had just seen something terrible. It was Yopi Yang who had come close to him. He gently said, "Stand up." The other guy was scared as hell, so he backed away as if he had seen a ghost during the day. Socio saw this scene. "If you watch too much," she exclaims, "Master, don't. But the expression on your face right now is extremely difficult to control. You seriously warn that newspaper guy one last time. This time, I will leave my disciple's face to you for now. Gone, but Noongunmun's previous bullying of her is not over yet. You glared at him as if dad could put you in a styrofoam box at any moment. Go back and tell your sect master about this debt. I will definitely settle the matter with him. Those guys quickly come and help that poor big brother who is bruised, and we will take revenge in the upcoming triennial sect competition. Next time, Mu Jong-guk will definitely be expelled from the sect association directly because he loses. His face is not pretty, but his mouth confirms that at that time. Nung Un Moon, we will fight with you and make you suffer. Completely expelled. Yopi Yang without fear, he thought to himself that at the sect conference it seems that this is what the bird is talking about. Miss Tu was a bit worried. She came forward and said the master was only blaming me, but Yopi Yang didn't care much. Don't, it's just a small thing to worry about. I've played. I'll play until the end. Very well, so let's meet again at the sect conference and go back and tell your sect master the debt of bullying my disciple Socio. The contract is okay. He pointed towards Socio and arrogantly said that she would personally settle accounts with you all alone. She would challenge even Nung Un Moon and defeat all of them. The wind outside the store right now, hi. As expected, Yopi Yang choked on the smoke. Cough. Dinga stood next to him worriedly, asking his master if he was okay. Yopi Yang don't hesitate to pat her head to give her more energy and peace of mind. In the end he firmly affirmed his position as master, saying no problem is absolutely no problem. Just said a few words and immediately went to practice. Socio couldn't bear it and lamented that the master really couldn't get this fireball. I can't return it. Around her now, surrounded by a fire, or let the child go back to work and ask for leave to deduct a lot of salary. But Yopi Yang prefers losing with those thugs than giving alms to the sect. 3 months later. You have to be strong enough to be able to defeat those who bully you. Socio was very cowardly and told the master to leave. Yopi Yang was more stubborn than she thought. He replied that you can ignore it. But my disciple, when being bullied, he must find it again. After that, he didn't forget to comfort Socio a bit to continue the magic curriculum at least once. But Socio didn't seem to be very interested in practicing and had a headache if it wasn't for special training. If you can have much contact with your master, you definitely won't come. Yopi Yang heard it and his head was full of questions because he didn't know what this girl meant. Socio continued to practice and she told him frankly that all the junior sisters said there was a chance to get married. The disciple's teacher is very high and must be the one who has the most contact with the teacher. Yopi Yang was speechless after hearing this. I didn't expect you anymore. Then the two of them continued to exchange words with each other. Actually, among disciple will have someone marry his master. Master has already arranged it for me. Before master's retreat, he told me to pay more attention to him and not let him drink too much. This is clearly entrusted to master. Sosio's face is all red as he explains this. I know I'm not worthy of my master. But I'll try. Yopi Yang temporarily speechless. Let's still have the fireball tea first. Sosio stubbornly replied, but no matter how hard you use it, you can't concentrate that fire demon element. Yopi Yang kept saying that your soul power is very strong. Just rely on the method I taught you before. Suddenly, some older sister came. Come here. Isn't Sect Master Yopi playing around? Master Un Yang stood up straight and boldly said that those who are passionate about forging can see that as long as they have a little insight. The old man's repair is not as difficult as the old man's 50 years of forging and repairing countless magic weapons. The old man can't repair this shield. Could it be that the person who loves forging just wants to defy the heavens and change his fate? Seeing this, Master Un Yang looked shocked. Yopi Yang seems to have lost her mind. Who is this big sister? Sosio next to her also said the rude word hen? Rima is bitter as hell. She loudly said that I am Hun Wenzhong sect leader. Next to Mu Zhong Gook Rima. You all run to my land. Let's practice and then ask who I am. Sosio saw that this guy was a bit familiar and said that Hun Wenzhong seems like we are also from a long-lost ancient sect. Rima refused to be equal. She said, who is like you guys? This sect has begun Hun One we have to revive because we found a genius disciple who practices the fire element technique. After saying that, he pointed to the boy next to him and bragged. Yopi Yang was so happy that his eyes were squinted, excitedly said that the destiny of my disciple is also a genius of fire element magic. Rima still maintains a disdainful attitude towards the genius president. I saw her at the boat port making it difficult. Yopi sect master, I advise you, if you can't get good disciples, then disband the sect and don't need to find dogs or cats to bear the burden. Yopi Yang defends her disciples. She's really a genius. Rima can't help but refresh the genius here who can't even work half a day. Saw a little fire flower Juna, let them see a little of your great inflammation. Finishing the sentence, the young man immediately showed off his top skills. Unexpectedly he shot out black smoke and not fire. Rima but still continued to speak boldly and look at this as a true genius. Just practicing for half a year. Dai Yan Chan has already refined the black smoke. Waiting for the great sacrifice sect. He will definitely condense the fire and refine the flame. Yopi Yang covered his nose and strongly criticized this turtle crawling practice. This thing is Dai Yan Palm. Rima was so shocked that she so loudly cursed both teacher and student Yopi Yang. What do you know? You're a waste of a teacher. You don't know anything like the useless new disciple. Sosio sat next to you and listened. Red-faced. Light. Her eyes suddenly became extremely determined to shut up and stop insulting my master. In my hand now there was a fire burning. Sosio continued. You can say I am trash, but my master is absolutely not. Love. At this moment, the teacher and student were on fire. She affirmed that he knew how to teach his disciples. The two teachers and students on the other side immediately stopped when they saw the fire in her hand. Yopi Yang had a moment of blooming and grinding to create fire before she practiced. 20 days hasn't come yet. Isn't it amazing? Rima has slapped herself so hard but still hasn't given up. It's just the surface. Critical combat destructive power. Juna shows off a bit of the power of a great chief. Receiving orders from his master, he quickly gains momentum. Then rushes forward with a black hand. His target now, it was the tree in front of Juna, and yet he hit it with an extremely powerful blow. But could only leave a single fingerprint on it. Rima couldn't help but smile as if she had a good time. A normal person who gets hit by this attack will definitely be injured. Sosio also did not give up to that worldly mother. She also wanted to challenge her master. I can fight too. Sosio threw the fireball in his hand, no different than throwing a ball. The young man saw it fly dead like that and smiled complacently. Rima did the same thing. She said, even when I don't even have the standard score anymore, I still want to hurt people. Unexpectedly, Tuthu's cute little ball was about to touch another tree. In a moment a terrible explosion happened and it even cut down that tree. The two of them were laughing and suddenly stopped laughing. This time they realized they had bumped into the wrong person. This is when Yopi Yang fresh again. My disciple is indeed a super genius. Only Socio did not accept this result. She was angry. Angrily, she shouted that she couldn't hit me. I can't let my master lose face. Right after that she summoned more fireballs. No different from the queen's fairies. Let's go again. Those fireballs followed their master's orders and kept flying back. Front. This strange lady doesn't cut down all the trees in this forest, then she's not a disciple of Sect Master Yopi Yang. Rima can only be so itchy that her eyes almost fall out. Now there's only one left. The only tree is indeed the tree that young man Juna hit earlier. The young man who witnessed this scene almost wet his pants. His master decided to withdraw from Hunwonjong and go home to work in the fields. The girl was so crazy but still looking sad. Sorry master, I couldn't hit him. I'm really not fit to fight. Rima, then spray glue. Mom, this is also called not fit to fight. Yopi Yang comforted her again. It's okay. The fireball came out. It's a huge improvement and you'll get a lot of practice with a lot of benchmarks. Then you turned to Rima. My fresh disciple said that my disciple is really very powerful. Rima was angry and trembling but still responded strongly to you, is lucky. You can't find a good disciple on your own. Socio's hot nature is like ice cream. Add a piece of fire and say no nonsense. My master. Rima still continues to be stubborn all day long. Just hiding behind the disciples there is courage. You also created fireballs like your disciples. You left. Yopi Yang smiled gently and replied, it would be a pity to leave this forest so good and destroy it. Rima continues to provoke this. This is Hunwonjong's forest. I have the courage. You pay for it. I've been looking for excuses all day to hide the truth of my waist. Yopi Yang smiled and liked it. If you like it, I'll just indulge you. You said it yourself. So stop canceling. Don't blame me. Then Yopi Yang raised one hand to prepare. Immediately a super huge ball appeared in his hand. As it grew bigger and bigger now it was no different from a mini sun, even elementary level magic fireball jutsu level 100 max. Yopi Yang was floating in the air, still not forgetting his little brother. Socio carefully watched the teacher teach him how to throw fireballs. Socio below was extremely excited. She shouted yes. Yopi Yang didn't either. Maybe she waited for a long time so she threw this mini sun down. He blinked and a fireball landed on the ground. The destructive power was truly extremely great around it. It also continuously radiated electricity. The trees of the entire forest immediately disappeared. Everything was engulfed in flames. What a self-destruction from Rima. At this moment you took everything and brought it up to the sky so it wouldn't become a grilled meat. You lamented. I said then this kind of place is not suitable for me to use fireball magic. Rima now knows how to regret my sect. How can this young man, Juna, be the one I'm most afraid of? Mom, I want to go home. Flying over the hot fire Yopi Yang continued. Never mind. I'll take you guys out first under this fire. Hunwonjong, you guys are probably doomed. In the end Yopi Yang hugged all three and flew away soon to move out. I will miss your neighbor. Right now at Yamaha Electric, Anu buried his face in the book. The great lady shyly said why the master likes this type of book that makes people blush and heart beat to share the same topic with the master. Baek Bai used a judgmental look to remind Anu that little girl is not. Are you coming to clean up too? What are you standing there for? She quickly hid the book behind her back and smiled awkwardly. It's nothing. Baek Bai already knew what Anu was doing, so he said don't hide it. That book's name is great. If you want to defeat a man, do you think you can rely on that book? Do you want me to teach you a few tricks? Anu wants to leak but still arrogantly pretends to say I don't need you to teach me, but you can I say a little bit in advance? Baek Bai went out and lectured Anu to understand that men are visual animals and Yopi Yang is the same like me. A creature with beautiful appearance, plump waist and long legs. No need to say a word. That guy's words will come to him himself. After hearing what Baek Bai said, Anu angrily shouted loudly, warning you not to transform into a seducing master. Anu was already very bitter, but Baek Bai still calmly continued talking. Don't get excited. Next is the problem. No matter how excited a man is, When he gets married he will choose an honest girl to marry like you. As long as you are sure of Yopi Yang, you will have a chance. Anu blushed shyly. Ask again. Really? Suddenly Baek Bai got angry and shouted, holding how 3 words /peach blossom, then blurted out, a long guy saw a beautiful woman teasing him and had to try his best. To the longer you cut off that stormy love relationship, the greater your chances of marrying him. Hearing Baek Bai's words come out of Anu's mouth was suddenly startled. Anu was outside right now. After thinking for a while, I think what the little fox said is right, but why did she help me? Anu just noticed why that great lady's tradition book has disappeared. This side Baek Bai secretly stole the great lady's tradition to read. I want to see it. There's something special about this lady that has fascinated Yopi Yang. I can't stand it anymore. Baek Bai replied. Book the book. Go away. There's nothing you can do. All you can do is tell her that the enemy knows that we won't die in 100 battles. Absolutely come here. Absolutely will not lose to a girl in a novel. Right now the street is very bustling. Yopi Yang is drunk and babbling nonsense. The trash author still hasn't released Absolute Princess 4. I'll quickly return to the main story. The sect convened a meeting to select 5 disciples to participate in training for the sect Congress competition. There were screams coming from the store. Eun-gi said that Master Eun-yang hasn't been receiving visitors for a few days now. Photo affecting our business. Heard scolding, Yopi Yang turned his head towards Eun-gi's shop. Saw a big man scolding a little master girl who didn't have time to repair her shield. Hurry up and go. Everyone is heading towards the store. Even though she was chased away, she still prayed that this shield is the only thing my father left for me in Hasa City. The master is the only one who can fix it. Yopi Yang came forward, realized it was someone he knew and immediately called Dinga. Seeing that, the girl turned around and saw Yopi Yang. She was confused and said, Master, why are you also here? In response to her question, no wonder I haven't seen you these past few days. So I came to find someone to repair my shield. Seeing the little girl begged Yopi Yang, the shield repairman, to advise her not to beg the messed up people. Go back to the sect. Master fix it for you. She didn't believe that Yopi Yang could repair the shield for her. So she asked, Master also knows how to repair shields. The man shouted loudly, don't raise your voice, this shield has been evaluated by our store, no one in the world can repair it except Master Eun-yang. The outsider also pointed his snout more. What a shameless provocation of a few sentences. What master? Seeing things getting complicated, Yopi Yang pulled Dinga away. Yopi Yang told her not to worry. Master's level of blacksmithing skills will definitely help you fix it. The perfect way. Yopiang's sarcastic words made that red-haired man speak up. Confirm that no one other than Master Eun-yang can fix it, and then set the condition that if you can fix it, our smithy will be handed over to you. See Yopi Yang walking again and add the condition of 1,000 gold coins. See Yopi Yang immediately stopped. Having money means having everything. Having everything, so Yopiang's thoughts poured out like a volcano. It's true that the power of money is different from a young man who rushes back to become a grandfather. I'm scared blue. Confirm again, you're telling the truth. I think in reality even Master Eun-yang has failed, so he continued saying, of course it's the truth, you can fix it and your disciple is still here. Are you harassing the master? Don't say much. Yopi Yang closed the bet, immediately stop talking nonsense. Thousands of gold coins will be handed over to Dinga to bring here. Everyone around is surprised by your words. The wind outside the store right now, hi. At the sword forge, the blacksmiths there all reminded Yopi Yang that the kid I told you before can get money if you can fix it. If not. Before they finished talking, they already looked disdainful. So it turns out he's an idiot. We will beat you to death before being taken to the government. Some people are angry. Yopi Yang, this person is really crazy and feels bad. Dinga told our master to go away. Others whined for 1,000 gold coins, but I have to risk my life. If I can fix it, I won't be a blacksmith anymore. That man started making conditions again. Boy, I will give you at most 3 days and then another 3 days if you can't do it. You have to. Yopi Yang didn't finish the sentence and said that it doesn't take time. Just 3 sticks of incense is enough. As if a pig was pissed, everyone laughed out loud. This guy is really an idiot. Yopi Yang doesn't beat around the issue of shields needed. I can use your documents to be repaired. Everyone here has a calm face. But his heart is smiling. You all just laugh first. The man in charge arrogantly said the ingredients are no problem, just don't waste them, no excuses for your failure. Yopi Yang started to hammer out the standard requirements. Good job. Give me 20 kilos of steel for the volcano. The man started stroking his lips, thinking in his head, the idiot chose the worst material. Knowing that Master Un Yang couldn't fix it with iron stone, Yopi Yang just looked at it and knew that when this shield was given to you guys for inspection, it had already been repaired once, and then technically the mess was a trace of honeysuckle. Right? Hearing what Yopi Yang said, he was angry. Get angry and argue back. Don't slander Master Un Yang. Seeing that he is not convinced, Yopi Yang speak up the convincing evidence first. Who in your shop is qualified to use the second technique, 9th grade welding ironstone material? Fire extinguishing hammer is a technique that only he knows in Hesa City. That guy can do nothing but argue about meaningless things. Master Un Yang appeared from behind to warn me. I said there's no need to hide the fact that I fixed it. You're not a god. There's nothing to be ashamed of when you can't fix it. Seeing Un Yang approaching, everyone bowed respectfully to Master Un Yang. Master Un Yang appeared and said hello to Master. Master Un Yang stood up straight and boldly said that those who are passionate about forging can see that as long as they have a little insight. The old man's repair is not as difficult as the old man's 50 years of forging and repairing countless magic weapons. The old man can't repair this shield. Could it be that the person who loves forging just wants to defy the heavens and change his fate? Someone continues to say, remember you, I only have 3 sticks of incense to brag about, so I'll wait for you to be humiliated. Next, Yopi Yang put the ingredients into the forge. Un Yang standing next to her, judgment of posture and action was completely wrong. As expected, Yopi Yang choked on the smoke. Cough cough. Dinga stood next to him worriedly, asking his master if he was okay. Choking on smoke, Yopi Yang kept coughing and his throat was so sore everyone there felt a premonition and didn't know what he had done, so it was really strange. An idiot choked on the smoke. Soon the shield was surrounded by forging fire. Master Un Yang said, young man, let me remind you that half of the incense stick has passed, and if you want to fix it, you need at least 1. Oh, hammer blows. You haven't hit a single hammer blow yet. Yopi Yang quickly go choose the hammer, and he replied, feeling thank you for reminding me that I only need 1 blow of the hammer to fix it. The blacksmiths next to me reminded Master Un Yang, who had not finished speaking when Master Un Yang continued to say that 1 blow of the hammer is enough for even the number 1 casting blacksmith of Hesa City. This scammer can't act too deep and wait to be sent to the government office. Yopi Yang is ready, his hand is holding the hammer tightly. Yopi Yang is so fierce, tell the old man to see clearly. The shield has been prepared. It is neatly held on the table. Yopi Yang Duang raised his hand and took the first blow of the hammer. Intermediate forging and repairing skills. Compulsory practice. Level 100 max. At this time, Un Yang was still disdainfully saying yes. Seeing something unusual, he opened his eyes wide, and the guy next to him proudly said, I would immediately take him to the government. Dinga also exclaimed in surprise. The shield with just 1 blow of the hammer became intact like before. Everyone gasped, Mom, the shield was round. Then in the blink of an eye the shield was fixed, and it was fixed. Mom, there really is one in this world. Is that such an extraordinary mace? Yopi Yang took a bucket of water and poured it on the shield. He leisurely said, it's done. Honeysuckle or something. Do you want to come check first? Dinga stood next to him, clasping his hands together and praying to his father. Your shield has passed. Resurrected. Un Yang was so angry that he couldn't do anything but just stand still in a corner. Suddenly the other guy said, Sir Un Yang, if he wanted to check it out. His face darkened, as if he had lost his rice book. No need for the old man to forge it for 50 years. And then continue speaking firmly, naturally knowing that it has been completely fixed. Master Un Yang was also impressed. It turns out the god of creation is real. He's right next to me. Yopi Yang with cold eyes said, please teach me. The old man has nothing more to say. Dinga touched it and immediately knew she was admiring it, not only repaired but also new and exactly like when my father gave it to me. Yopi Yang is afraid of this skill too much, and I don't want it. Dinga held the shield and cried, whispering to my master, be good. I will definitely do it in the future. I will repay my master with all my strength. Seeing Dinga crying, Yopi Yang put his hand on her head to comfort her. Dinga, master's hand is so warm, master must be a selfless and kind person. Before leaving the shop, Yopi Yang turned around and said, I told you, why are you so stupid? Pay quickly. At this point, they suddenly remembered this sweet bet. Yes, take the money, Lee Sam. The strong-mouthed man from before now knelt at Yopyang's feet, admiring that this servant had no eyes to look at others, hoping that this god would not blame him. This is 1,000 taels of gold from you. Please accept it. Yopi Yang took the bag of money and said thank you. Master Un Yang also had to say a word of admiration that while he was still alive, he could see with his own eyes the God who created me. And even if he died, he would not die. Regretful. Hearing that, Yopi Yang immediately replied, which intermediate skill could be called a god of creation? Master Yunyang's dark face. He knelt down, clasped his hands and worshipped the master, hoping that the god would accept the little old man to join the housekeeper's sect. Everyone was surprised at this sudden bow to the master. Master Un Yang knelt at Yopyang's feet. He continued to say that I know I'm not worthy of being your disciple, but I would like to stay by your side and serve you. If you can occasionally teach me a few words about forging this life, I won't regret it. Yopi Yang prefers to accept girls, but you quickly refused. There was no need. We are just a small sect, we don't need a janitor. Seeing this, Master Un Yang looked shocked. Refused to give up. Master Un Yang continued to persuade me that I really couldn't catch the eye of the god of creation, or I have a niece. I don't know if the god of creation is interested in letting her work as a housekeeper or not. I feel a bit troubled. Yopi Yang, what the heck does the god of creation mean? So I have to leave this place quickly to avoid being attacked by these fanatical blacksmiths. Getting in the way, he quickly told Dinga, Dinga, let's go back to the sect. The girl at this moment liked him and pretended to ignore him and happily obeyed. Seeing him walk away, everyone shouted in unison to say goodbye to the creator. The scene changes to Mu Jong-guk. At this time, Oyang Noe secretly prays to her sister. She silently tells her sister that this breakthrough must be successful. We need 1 billion. At this time, Oyang Noe's mind also flashed the sweet image of Nung Yak Soul. Then everyone gathered to listen to the announcement that 3 months later there would be a sect competition related to their rankings. The sect then started spreading the word about the sect competition. We have missed the sect competition 3 times now, let alone the world ranking. Preparing to introduce to the sect master until our Hasa city. It's also the boss who will be assigned to the sect master in the future. The bird turned to ask where he was. He was completely startled because he couldn't see the sect master. He was looking for death until he saw Yopi Yang sitting on the ground playing with a dog. Let's eat. This sect leader got so angry that he immediately flew over and kicked me in the face to make me angry and return to my working position. Hearing the screams, everyone felt troubled all day without looking like a sect master at all. After a while of beatings, he finally got a little serious. This sect had missed the sect's 3 competitions. Hey, just play around with them for a bit. Yopi Yang announced to everyone, but I heard the prize money is also quite good. Then I announced the 6 selected disciples. Yopi Yang started seriously saying he looked at each of them to tell his grandmother except for Yak Soul. There are exactly 5 disciples left. The female disciples below started to get nervous. First, Nam Guan was startled as soon as he heard her name. Mok Hyuni was named and immediately complained that he was being forced to do hard labor. Next is this little Socio, who stiffens when she hears her name. Socio panics when she hears her name being mentioned. Although I still haven't grasped that thing called magic. I will try. Then it came the name Anu. The lottery program is about to end now, it's announced. Everyone was tense when they heard the last person was. So the last person announced was Ro Chung. You guys, they're caught whispering loudly. Ro Chung was the last to join and also the last to choose. Her luck was good. Ro Chung used confident eyes to affirm that Ro Chung's disciple would definitely not disappoint the master's expectations. Saw Yopyang's familiar eyes and whispered that I always had the feeling that I had met Ro Chung before. Seeing that, Ro Chung stepped up to tell his story before I joined Mu Jong-guk. Actually, I also had a bit of a chance. With the master at that time, the disciple was very pathetic. The master didn't recognize me, which was very normal. Yopi-Yong finally remembered the hand pounding the table. His face was extremely surprised. I finally remembered it was the same person 3 months ago. Right now Ro-chung spoke up to confirm that yes, it was me. 3 months ago on a deserted island. Now the clouds were dark and thunder was rumbling. Yopi-Yong and Bei-Bom were sitting on a rock. He calmly said there were too many dead bodies. Old man looked at the corpses of soldiers and commented on the human army and demons. Frequent fighting at the western line naturally resulted in countless casualties. The mountains of corpses and the sea of blood here are extremely dangerous. If it weren't for the old man who picked me up before you could wake up, you would have been eaten clean. Yopi-Yong frowned and protested that you saved me. I'm very grateful, but I'm not interested. Be the boss of something. The old man pretended not to hear anything and replied, what you said I didn't hear, it's a bit inconvenient. Yopi-Yong was helpless and had to say it again. Old fox, if I owe you a life I will find a way to find him one life to pay him. Only saw the old man enthusiastically advise him not to think too much. Rest assured, restore the sect to help me go. This weather is about to rain again. Now the rain has started to pour down someone's thoughts. Also it's raining and I haven't broken my spirit yet. Why is it still good to be thrown away in this place? It turns out that thought was Ro-chang's. She is still alive but in a state of exhaustion. Her mind flashed the thought of a resting place of the soldiers. Ro-chang's comrades all blamed Miss Number 7 for everything. She was so seriously injured that we had to leave her here. Even if we could save her life, she was useless and couldn't be a soldier. Worthless. I stopped blaming her for being injured and now despised her past. After all, she doesn't have parents. Her life ending here has no lingering problems. 7 God eyes and a foolish smile. Ro-chung said, I understand. Everyone, you don't need to care about me. You guys go away. I'm a proud impotent soldier. Then Ro-chang's teammates put their hands up and loudly said that impotence is also proud because of her. Ro-chang's past was very painful. No name or last name because demons attacked the village, so he became an orphan. Finally left alone and died on the battlefield. This is the life of a soldier. Ro-chung was about to close his eyes and let go of her hand to comfort himself. I have no regrets. Yopi-Yong suddenly came from somewhere with a strangely innocent expression and a weak reaction from life. Surely here you must still be alive. On a battlefield full of soldiers' corpses. Soldier. Yopi-Yong went to Ro-chang's place and finally found it here. Heard the sound of people. Ro-chung quickly opened his eyes. In front of Ro-chang's eyes was Yopi-Yong smiling. He asked her if she was okay. Number 7 thought he was. It's an expired product. He collapsed and said, put me down. I can't use it anymore. Leave me alone. Yopi-Yong in a domineering style. The president coldly replied that you were my person who picked me up. Can I use it now? I said, just calculated. Right when the word of heaven struck, several fierce thunderstorms. A pair of twin demons holding big swords and hammers stood waiting. The luck was not bad, but there were still 2 people alive who could kill them or capture them as slaves here. The buck-toothed demon brazenly looked at Yopi-Yong. He smiled wickedly. Let's watch it live and eat it. But that white-faced guy seems to be too sick. Yopi-Yong, face unchanged. Number 7 lay behind him and whispered apologetically. I have implicated you. How can these few ordinary demons make it difficult for you to smirk and say don't talk about this place and leave it to me? The pair of demons summoned 500 more brothers with an overwhelming majority. Their white faces still haven't made their situation clear. What you have to face is not just the 2 of us. Funny human name. Demon with murderous intent looking at Yopi-Yong as easy prey. What you encountered is a secret army in charge of attacking humanity. Yopi-Yong again, I'm so scared. You absolutely don't put these brats in the eyes of a demon and killing one. Oh, demons will make a difference. A freshing phase going underground. The demon smiles contemptuously at humanity. It's so ridiculous that I'm speechless. Yopi-Yong doesn't want to say much, so he raises his hand to let out his breath. The demon thinks that a white-faced guy like Yopi-Yong can't do anything, so he raises his hand to surrender. Why do humans keep coming when it's important? You can't use. Yopi-Yong's hand turned into a lightning rod. All the lightning gathered in his hand. The sky roared fiercely. Thunder and black clouds came rushing in. It seemed like he wasn't raising his hands to surrender to the devil. He was a little sneaky. He started to realize that Yopi-Yong wasn't the right type. This kid has a problem. Can't let him take action. Quickly deal with him. A group of people shouted orders to kill and rushed up like a beehive to kill him. Yopi Yang had absorbed enough thunder and lightning. He unleashed the lightning system to shine directly on the demons. Until he finished, countless electric shocks stabbed straight at those brats. They could only act with bewildered faces, not understanding the world. Those electric shocks had extremely destructive power. Consecutively delivered fatal blows to the ground. Hit, causing the demons to shrivel up until they were left with dry bones. An earthquake broke out, killing thousands of them at once. The thick smoke and dust obscured the vision. A moment later, the smoke and dust spread out on the ground. Was it clean? There's a ghost. Yopi Yang, still carrying the number 7. Standing still like a statue. You're bored looking at that group of people with no future. Not interesting. A bunch of trash. Even elementary lightning magic can't stand the bewildered number 7. Another fearless character appears again. Yopi Yang is bored and doesn't even bother to look. He stands on a large wooden pillar, marching majestically, saying that people are despicable and yet they use it. Lightning magic attacks us secretly. This king is not afraid of lightning. I don't know how many lightning soldiers of the human army have eaten. Wait a moment. Let me take a breath and start eating slowly. Number 7 was so scared that his face turned pale. Yopi Yang smiled again like the father of a baby. I doubt this is for Soil to handle, or is it? The Demon King's eyes exuding demonic energy. He rushed forward and wanted to devour Yopi Yang. Thought he was about to die. Number 7, damn sweat. The child's sweat drenched his forehead. Yopi Yang began to perform the great summoning technique so that little 3 would teach you. Heaven and earth immediately shook. The great Demon King, who buried his feet stiffly. A dazzling firelight appeared. Claws of the little 3 placed lightly on the great Demon King's head, causing him to have a crooked shape. A very classy appearance coming from the position of the 3-headed Dragon King. The great king's wooden pillar immediately shattered into pieces. One blow lifting your foot can shake the whole earth. I'm in love with the king. My feet are cold and I haven't even had time to see what little 3's face looks like. Little 3's appearance always makes me miss him like that. It tossed my beautiful, flawless armpits, looked up at the destruction I had caused, causing the opponent to fall apart. Showing off his strength seems a bit overkill. The animal is gone. Finished work. Yopi Yang carried number 7 on his back and continued moving forward. The rain seems to have stopped. Taking advantage of the good weather, Yopi Yang dutifully said to immediately find a place to heal her wound. Walked for a while. 2 came across a pleasant green forest. Yopi Yang placed number 7 against a tree. 7 was bored with life and said I was useless and saving lives is also a waste. Don't waste medicine. A few of these medicines. Yopi Yang has no regrets. You don't need any money to use this skill. So don't worry. Yopi Yang started working on your intermediate priest skill in healing magic. Level 100 max. Less than a minute. Number 7's body seemed to be revived. Felt like he was reliving a new life. I don't know what kind of magic medicine. Realized that Yopi Yang had enough to withdraw the move, so he made a little noise and tried it. Even number 7 couldn't believe my body's reaction anymore. It didn't hurt and the wound disappeared. It's okay. It's obvious that the tendons and bones in my whole body are broken a lot. Number 7 didn't expect the body, even if I can save my life. Kneel down on the ground and thank you for saving my life. Lord number 7 has nothing in return. From now on, you are my master. Yopiang's face became distorted and he said in a small voice, a small skill. It's nothing. Actually, I want to report it. It's really very simple. Number 7 heard this without hesitation and firmly said, Master, please say Mountain Dao border fire. Number 70.000 died without warning. Yopi Yang directly assigned a mission of such magnitude that you are well prepared to inherit a sect on my behalf. Number 7 bowed his head and accepted the order. Even though I didn't know what it was, I would definitely do my best to complete it. Master told Yopi Yang to smile and reply, no need to call me Master. Wait a minute, I'll be right back. Yopi Yang works very quickly. Half an hour later came back. Yopi Yang was angry. The plan to push responsibility 7 failed. Then the old fox didn't agree with someone else to continue. So do you have any plans yourself? Number 7 confused. The owner doesn't need me. Number 7 just you can go back to your nest and sullenly say that I will return to the impotence army first. waiting for the master's call at any time. Yopi Yang is very like a master. I suggest you die once for the army and then change your way of life. Go to number 7. Hesitate. I've never left the army. Yopi Yang advises me that it's okay. The way is at my feet. I'll go forward. In that package, there's some dry food I got from the old fox. There's also 20 gold. Bad. She took it. Number 7 obediently took the bag and obeyed Master Yopiang's orders. Turned around and lived well. He ordered. After saying that, he turned on hover mode and got out within a second. Number 7 seemed enlightened. Her party's truth mutters at her feet. I must remember my master's words. An idea flashed through my mind and she decided to choose this name as the ninja to reveal herself. From today my name is Ro Chung. What a perfect fate between Ro Chung and Yopi on earth. The sect was really big. Then when I was wandering, I met Sister Nung Yak Soul and everyone at Yopi Sect. Ro Chung explained the whole story. The sister said that the 4 sea wanderers let me join and then meeting Master. These 2 words Master Yopi Yang felt a bit embarrassed, so he coughed for a few times, so just call him Master. Unexpectedly it was fate. Ro Chung continued to say, Master, this is God's will. Yopi Yang sat on the master's chair looking, doesn't seem excited to talk in front of the person who is qualified to be a teacher and wants to announce the first thing. The disciples below listen intently. Everyone's face is as tense as a string. Choose 2 out of the 5 people, 2 more days to follow. I'm going out to Hesa City to practice. A rare opportunity that's hard to find. Anu is young but often has random thoughts and thinks to herself that the person who goes on a romantic trip with her master must be me. Fate. Serious face. Think decisively. Cultivating with the master is a good opportunity to become stronger. Nam Guan was also lost in her own thoughts, wondering how to practice now. Demons roam everywhere. Hyun Ni only likes to stay at home. She's bored and scolds trouble. The bird housekeeper goes straight to the center. It sings, you take your disciples out to practice. The target of choosing someone is. Yopi Yang puts on a straight face. It's a very stupid task. The second senior sister is making professional costumes for them. The first 2 people to finish it will win. The dumbfounded butler. What are you trying to do? Professional costumes? Yopi Yang has no integrity. What's with her face unchanged, saying for example Socio is a mage, she should wear a sexy magic weapon. Mach Huni is an onmyoji, prepare a cute onmyoji outfit for her. The butler bird gives a fatal kick with his spurs. What kind of standard is this? Obviously your joke. The disciples below were sprayed with glue. I don't know if anyone has regretted leaving the sect. A while later at the ghost detention hall, Socio as usual performed the prison mission. My husband. The little fox with the flexible beak started to speak. Getting to know the tall sister. It's my first time here. Isn't it really strange? Socio didn't hide that she was tired and confided that second sister had something to do. I'll come temporarily to help. Oh, mainly that magic book gave me a headache before master went out and hid here for safety. The little fox is best at playing tricks. He said vaguely that I was too dizzy. Sister, can you help me? Socio, of course she's not a child. She refused straight to her face without being told by her sister that she's very dangerous. The little fox acted as if she was about to arrive. She begged me in pain. She was so uncomfortable she couldn't breathe. Sister, help me, just take 1 sheet off and it'll be fine. Socio doesn't even bother to put it in her head, so she calmly sweeps it away, making the little fox want to bristle with fur and scold you for not having compassion. Why am I about to die? Just remove 1 sheet for me. It's okay to breathe for a minute. Socio glanced over with half an eye. She approached the iron bars and raised her hand to touch a talisman, and 1 sheet was okay. I'll just take it off for a minute to let her breathe. Socio said as she reached out her hand. I was going to take the talisman off for just a minute. The little fox was both happy and nervous looking at the talisman. Socio was very polite and teased her, pretending to be a fool. What can I say? I can't take it off. But the hand is empty. I know. When did you remove the talisman? Little fox. Do you think I'm so stupid? Do you think I don't know that this is a demon? Why do you want to trick me into helping you escape without a door? Is there really no door? Little fox, hi? What is she holding in her hand so sinisterly? Socio looked at the disobedient guy with a face as green as a banana leaf. The little fox was partially neutralized and immediately began to transform. The iron bars that imprisoned it suddenly lit up. The girl was so scared that she didn't know what to do. Should she just let the tiger go back to the forest? The little fox shows up. The picture is of a seductive fox with 9 tails. It smiled as if it had a good season, sinisterly said, "I have waited too long for today." Its eyes were filled with murderous intent, using a negative tone indicating hell, said, "Starting now." It's back and it's more powerful than before. The intention of killing human beings hundreds of miles from here is bleeding into blood. The words haven't finished yet. One person, as fast as escape, sticks a talisman on the iron bars. The 9-tailed fox transformed back into a useless little fox in a second. He hadn't finished muzzle yet, his face was blank as he didn't understand life. The person who just took action was none other than the sect master of the Yopi sect, Yopi Yang. "Big brother." Yopi Yang looked at the fox in front of him, completely ignoring what it was, and said, "Please continue your performance." The little fox didn't have the heart to know that, so he ran away from just now. How could he charm this evil demon after taking it down? The entire formation will be wasted. But it's absolutely impossible to stick it on. It also has the effect. Eggs, but demanding to be smarter than ducks. Yopi Yang very patiently explained to him how simple it is to cast the evil spell in just a moment to take down the spirit formation. To link the talismans will indeed disappear 10 times more spiritual energy in a moment put into the talisman with new spiritual energy. Link the entire talisman 9 times, rebuild the spiritual array, then it's done. Little fox hates life, seeing that he was being bullied. He was so upset that he cried excessively. He had never heard of you as a great talisman. You are a scoundrel and a bad person. Yopi Yang was used to hearing curses. He didn't mind. He raised his voice and changed the subject. He tried to escape and get caught. Then she had to be punished. Socio, this time her eyes were opened. She was surprised and thought to herself that the master was too strong, and in addition to forcing me to study, he was really perfect. Yopi Yang did not rush to question Socio's crime but directly punished her severely. Socio's voice. "You go down first. I have something to say to the little fox. And tomorrow I'll check your homework. The previous 10 chapters of the magic handbook must be memorized for me. Miss Tu hates the most this matter of words." You faintly obeyed. Yopi Yang and the little fox were face to face. You expected a spark this time of punishment. I want you to not finish speaking. The little demon started flirting and people used their bodies to repay them. Please leave. Yopi Yang doesn't have that type of love in bed. Stop talking nonsense. I'm warning you, this is the last time, and next time I can only lock you to the bottom floor. Little monster. You're being too cruel, people know it's their fault. Yopi Yang picked up the snacks you freely offered because to atone for your sin of being in love with a maid. Please reveal some of the secrets of this world to me. Even though the plan failed, the little demon still agrees to help you. What do you want to know? Yopi Yang started asking the first question, why people in this world say walls are the most dangerous places. The little fox is miserable. Even if he doesn't want to, he still has to answer honestly because the wall is the last line of defense in the human world. This world originally belongs to humans. The little fox has lived in the world for thousands of years and tells stories. Once upon a time, 30,000 years ago, demons suddenly appeared in this world on a large scale. This world gradually fell into decay. The time of creation of heroes. Humanity saw that it was about to perish under the call of some great powers, humanity's pseudo-extinction. All human soldiers joined forces to attack the greatest and most powerful monsters, forced to return to the central land, the earliest appearance in the world. The term wall appears from here. Child country people joined forces to build a huge wall and at the same time link them together. This great power to form a huge demon storm that forever bound the greatest and strongest demons inside. But things did not go well. After the wall was built, the human world also paid a very high price. And almost all of those peerless powerhouses died. A brutal, desolate scene covered in death. The army of the wind ghosts died up to 90%. Yopi Yang, when he heard this, he immediately understood what he said, that the remaining mission of the army of the wind ghosts was to patrol the eastern capital to protect the wall forever. One day, the wall still has great demons in it that will never be able to enter the human world. But that wall is not perfect. That's not wrong. But even though the wall is built, it can only bind the great demons. The ghosts inside the demons scattered outside the walls are frantically multiplying. The demons are growing in large numbers, gradually devouring the human world, whose vital energy has been damaged so far. Yopi Yang continues to extract information without missing a beat. There is a question. Maybe the demons outside the city also want to destroy the wall and release the ancient demons inside. Right? Why not do it? Little Fox without thinking immediately presented the first army to defeat demons. The second is a very powerful guard. The second wall brings a great killing array to punish oneself. It has the effect of restraining demons. The demons do not dare to offend at will. Third, speaking of this, the little fox's eyes became unusually tense. A black hole of death as deep as a well appeared. Little Fox High hesitated and then continued. The wall and the wind demon army are actually one whole. Together they can exert extremely terrifying power. Turns out there is such a mystery. Yopi Yang is becoming more and more interested in strange things like that. I really want to visit this wall. But unfortunately this time I have to go to Yomseong. It's too far from the central world. You decide how much news you can get to see if there's any other valuable news. Little Fox isn't that easy. She pompously said she wanted more news. Then conquering people can open up more knowledge than him. Yopi Yang strongly criticized you for standing up and leaving when I'm not at the sect. You must be good. Before coming back, carefully threatened to remember that today there will be no next time. Little Fox snorted bitterly, really hating men, but Yopi Yang, actually this is the last time we met. Late at night in the silence of infinity, a black shadow with loose hair gliding across the ground. Thought it was the father or wife. Whatever it was, it turned out to be a big girl, Socio. She fell into a sleepwalking state. He closed his eyes but his legs were still walking. Socio unconsciously walked to the ghost prison as if following the call from his heart. The other demons were sleeping soundly like the dead. Socio arrived in front of the little fox's cell. The little fox snapping her fingers as if to signal Socio. Socio's brain had expired. She absent-mindedly reached out to remove the pacifying talisman. Little Fox waited all night and finally it was time for it to be unsealed. Immediately showed off her strength. At this moment she showed her true form as a nine-tailed fox demon girl. She laughed as if in season. Her laugh became savage. Luckily I took the opportunity at the moment the spell was removed to use eyelashes on her body. I can finally leave here. The end of the use of the fox turned to you so you can go back to sleep. Socio absent-mindedly took the talisman back to her room with her eyelids still closed. The fox is very clever. Don't forget making a body double first. An inanimate doll appeared. It couldn't be more fake. Nine-tailed fox happily looked at the product in front of him. Unintentionally taking advantage of it. Tomorrow Yopi Yang went down the mountain to practice and probably wouldn't go to prison to check further. She set out to leave this cramped prison as she walked excitedly, saying that when he returns I have escaped from the prison and ran thousands of miles away. After walking for a while she curiously stopped in front of a house that had the talisman. Looked at the half-human, half-animal figure in front of her and couldn't help but ask who she was. The other woman didn't answer. She asked instead, "You have to go. Why is the tailed fox saying yes? If my wish hasn't come true, I must go." That female ghost is about the same age as the fox. She predicts like a divine grace when your opponent will be too strong. The fox is determined not to listen to her. She has held a grudge for too long. I will definitely repay this grudge even if it costs me my whole life. It doesn't matter. You are also a stubborn person. Do you want me to help you out? Don't you? This prison seems to still serve the prisoners' interests? Do you leisurely play the guitar? I have an appointment with the old sect master. There's still a year until then I will leave. The fox also has no intention I'm going to take care of the money. So I'll go now. Thank you for your care and advice. The old lady seemed very interested in the cub, playing and asking questions about that battle that almost destroyed one's soul. Remembering that now you are very afraid of thunder and lightning. Are you really ready to face the enemy? Mentioning thunder, the fox's face was as green as a banana leaf. She stammered and said I was fully prepared to face it. Hearing these words she shot a strange thing to pick it up. The fox was easily caught. In his hand is a glowing medicinal pill. This is the Huyuan pearl that the old sect master gave him. Going in and out of Mu Jong-guk will not be affected by the Great Defense Formation. I didn't expect to meet good people here. Emotions turned into colds when Grandma spread the bad news. If you're determined, let me play you a farewell song that Sect Master Yopi taught me. The pure bliss of the 9 tails turned to stone. This no, it's not necessary. The lady is very enthusiastic. Her beautiful hands are raised ready to play the song of a lifetime. She plays like crazy. The sound comes out like a punch in one's ears. The singing drowns out the screams of the demons screaming in vain. The trash man stopped again. And I'll kill myself for you to see. Kill the demon. Then I'll kill people. People will lose money. You'll lose your life. I've never had a fox, but I miss the sect master like that. Yopi Yang. Come here quickly. Listen for one more second. Maybe I have an otitis media and run away quickly. You're so careful. The piano that the audience runs away. You're still very happy. This stupid kid probably can't stand it and runs away really fast. But today I'm very excited. So I will playing a few songs. Sounds like lightning in the clear sky. I've never regretted having ears as much as I do right now. Midnight electric prison. Drowning in the melodious sound of my grandmother's piano. The fox flying to the roof of the sect's door torn. She turned her head to look one last time and suddenly remembered the sect master. See you again, Mu Jong-guk. If not, we won't see you again. Yopi Yang, thank you. She remembered the man who slept with her every rainy night. Thank you for the stormy nights. That. Every rainy night the fox lies crying on the ground so uncomfortable. Yopi Yang doubts. I heard the old sect master say that you are afraid of thunder at night, but your reaction seems a bit exaggerated. Yopi Yang plays the role of a doctor. Psychology is very professional. This is called PTSD, the psychological obstacle of old wounds. Every time the sky thunders down, the 9-tailed fox is afraid of splashing chem and copying it onto the tree buds. Looking at it makes me feel sad. Anyway, the appearance of the old tail is so cute. Please hold my hand. I'm here. I promise that no monster or demon can hurt the new tail. Don't want. But God punished him with a thunderstorm that shook the heavens and the earth. He couldn't help but grab Yopiang's hand. He smiled gently like that. No need to be afraid anymore. He held Yopiang's hand tightly. Even though it was a bit shy light. The 9-tailed fox remembers those days with great nostalgia and is extremely grateful to the person who accompanied me through the most comfortable years. Also made me feel most secure during the rainy season. Looking at Yopiang's half-naked appearance while sleeping, the fox-tailed fox couldn't bear to think that he would never see her again in his lifetime. He can't help but approach Yopiang's bed. So take advantage of the time when you sleep like a dead pig. I will say goodbye to you. She stared intently at Yopiang's sleeping sound. While sleeping, she kept talking about little foxes. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. That makes the old tail hurt even more. Yopi Yang, I have to go. Thank you, simple idiot, you had the intention of protecting me. Finally tears fell and gently kissed Yopiang's cheek. Thank you very much. There's not much time left. The night is long and the dream is too long. The 9-tailed fox took the opportunity to escape and fulfill his big dream. She turned back to say goodbye at the end with a sad face as if her husband had left her. One day after going out to practice in Hasa, the city was crowded and bustling. The two ladies always attract everyone's attention wherever they go. Probably because they dress too casually. In the front is a man with a succulent six-pack. Behind are two beautiful women. Like that it's a waste not to look. Nam Guan asked suspiciously. Master, it seems like there are a lot of people looking at us. Yopi Yang was not aware of the clothes the women were wearing, so he just randomly complimented them, saying that they looked beautiful. Ro Chung tends to like to be submissive. She said, children, I really like this outfit called maid, which represents the desire to serve my master. Yopi Yang said these two words master so many times. It sounds so awkward. Call master. Yes, master. Nam Guan is deeply concerned because the master's empty wallet. The money the master has earned from playing iron has all been handed over to the sect and the road has to be paid. Can we go to Yom Seong? Yopi Yang is poor and still out in the wind. You calmly say, I forgot this. Poor come, so Nam Guan intends to become a singer. If you save some money you can sell turmeric on the street. Yopiang's last bit of integrity does not allow his disciples to sell flowers. Rest assured that when they go to the service station, someone will bring the money. Namhwan's strong question has this kind of good thing. There is also someone who pumps money so generously, and that mysterious person giving money is in front. In front of the crowded station door during the epidemic season. From afar a brother 2-block cut waved to Sect Master Yopi. Didn't expect to come so early. Nam Buan was startled. Ro Chung still had a cold face. Two brothers came to greet each other in brotherly hip-hop style. 2-block cut brought a large bag of silver. Big brother Yopi, this is my gift of money. Yopi Yang pretended to blame, but his hand was quick to hold it so he could see me off and give me money. 2-block cut very generously. His face turned red and said, you took your disciples far away to practice where money is needed a lot. Nam Guan, having not yet experienced life, he asked his master in a low voice why his face was full of surprise. Didn't he say that someone would give him money? Ro Chung is used to the fake adult world. Dinga, you don't need to understand. The 2-block cut who donated money immediately. When you leave outside, everything must be careful and wait until you return. Yom Nong will sign the year. Then we can talk about books and drink alcohol. Yopi Yang, if you have money, you'll be happy. He smiled and replied, brother. Take care. Ro Chung, I recognized that person for a long time and heard that he was the son of the deputy city lord. But lately he's been working hard to make money. Nam Guan looked at him and felt sorry for him. Innocently saying Socio said his master had cheated him of all his money. The feeling is very simple and easy to be deceived. Sect master in an instant turned into a bluff and quickly beat the drum because the master did not deceive him. We have already arrived. Let's go. Nam Guan couldn't help but curiously ask the master. So why does he risk his life to support someone? Yopi Yang is best at pretending to be mysterious and laughing. Talking about stories between men I won't tell you. Then let me tell everyone 3 months ago. In when Yopi Yang was bored with life and sitting on the steps. He took a deep breath. It was better than Highway 1. He wanted to return to Earth so much. While he was sad like a dragonfly, 2-block cut approached the brothers and saw him sitting these past few days here. Whining, do you need any help? Yopi Yang looked up with blank eyes. Suddenly mischievously saying he couldn't help now. Telling him he had traveled back to Earth. No matter where he looked. There were no relatives. He would sigh just like that. 2-block cut has left. The bodhisattva's heart is friendly and suggests that wherever you look, there are no relatives. Looks like you wandered here alone, or should I come and be your first friend in Hesa City? Kindness is misplaced. Yopi Yang ring. I wanted to chase him out there to play. Until 3 days later on a street corner I told him not to follow us anymore. 2-block cut is being lectured. Are you stupid? And being dragged by some brazen guy's scold. You don't have the right to play with us anymore. Your fallen deputy city lord father can be released at any time. They just want to kick 2-block cut's ass. Now you're sarcastic, don't bother implicate us. 2-block cut is still not enlightened and sincere to say it again, but you said that friends will not abandon each other. Everyone also drank wine and worshipped. This sincerity angered the thug even more. He threw a crushing punch. Hello. 2-block cut can't fight, but it's painful lying on the ground. We never considered you a friend, we just took advantage of you forever. They don't know what shame is over the bridge to say how old you are and still trust your friends. This thing. All the guns in the 2-block cut council. This idiot doesn't know how to avoid continuing to beat him. Yopi Yang can't watch anymore, decided to take action for justice. What are you guys playing, or should I join in too? The leader turned around to see who was so talkative. 2-block cut saw Yopi Yang and immediately shot himself. The leader didn't see the coffin yet shed a tear. Get out. Can't you see the old man is disposing of trash? Yopi Yang looked down. I can't see clearly what I'm thinking. So it's a fight, but you guys are so unprofessional. Being meddled in a good matter. The leader heard this and started to get bitter. Yopi Yang's whole body exuded murderous aura. He said coldly, come teach you how to fight. This is your brother's playground. You look first with those sharp eyes like knives. The leader doesn't want to listen to Yopi Yang preach martial arts. He's going to kill you. Yopi Yang doesn't even waste a drop of sweat, easily dodge. The leader didn't even have time to look at Yopi Yang as he continued to quickly move his right hand. He grabbed his collar and lifted it up like a duck's neck. Didn't run away, just let him do it. Yopi Yang no intending to hold back. You both teach theory and apply practice before gently pushing forward. One move can hit a bully with white eyes and dark lips with ketchup. Two allies standing frozen. The solid wall he interacted with immediately crumbled into pieces. Two block cut didn't expect this sad guy again like that. Yopi Yang turned around and heard the voice I told you last time. Two junior gangsters couldn't run anymore and decided to risk eating too much. Both of them grabbed their fists and rushed forward. Yopi Yang was busy talking about work friend. Two block cut was so scared. Be careful. Yopi Yang jumped, cut, and didn't even bother to move. Just calmly say I agree and then you will be. Two block cut so scared that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. Yopi Yang caught those two brats at lightning speed, so they didn't have time to resist. You two guys pushed his head straight to the ground. The other guy wasn't much better. Both of them had one side walking on their backs. The ground shook violently and then crumbled, creating into two deep holes in the ground. This trip had to splint 8 ribs. An explosion caused by fireflies. I really don't know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Yopi Yang finished the job and said softly that it was resolved and they had to lie down for a few months and then threatened Cho. Two block cut trembling. You face as calm as a fly mentioning elegant pleasures. Right brother, do you have any good novels to recommend? The best is to bring a bit of stimulation. It's all LSP, you understand that friend? Heard from you. Hey, two block cut cried so much that his eyes and nose were blurry. Pung ho, I have a real friend. Yopi Duong and two girls riding a carriage across many oceans. Traveling with you across thousands of roads. Until it started to get dark. Dad, teacher and students started the fire. A group of people sat around the fire and the fire was diligently recharging. The sky started to light up, so they continued on their way to Tai Thien to pray for sutras. Finally arriving at the place where Nam Guan jumped out of the car. Looking at the strange place in front of her eyes, she quickly asked that this place doesn't seem to be Yom Seong. Right? It turned out that it was because Yopi Yang made a deal with the rickshaw puller, because it was just that when the fare was reduced by 40%. The animal rickshaw took them away. I threw it here too much. So the three of us had to walk a long way. It's okay. It's probably not far. Nam Guan looked at the sky and was deeply concerned. It was about to get dark. Yopi Yang Tai very quickly he spotted the front. There's smoke. Looking at the poor little village in front of Nam Guan's eyes. The insecure, deserted area where monsters have destroyed these villages. How can they protect themselves? Ro Chung spoke up simply. There's nothing big sister Ro Chung hasn't seen before. They rely on crystals. The tower provides defense and protection formations. It's time for Yopi Yang to bring into play his master's special skills. Eat at the temple and eat. Let's go to the small village ahead for a night to watch the events. Take you guys to eat and drink. Gates go. Small village to look at. Very peaceful. The huts close together are the secret hiding place of the pub owner Wang Ga Chan. Yopi Yang. As soon as he walked to the gate, a group of people came out to welcome the master. Yopi Yang couldn't understand it clearly. Obviously just came to pick a bet. The boss in the lead said with a very excited face that you guys have finally arrived. Recently, monsters around the village suddenly increased. But luckily you guys were in time. Yopi Yang finally didn't. Absorbed in bewilderment and asked what the master replied. Of course it was the world-famous demon extermination sword sect Master Bei who sent you all on a hard journey. Have some wine and food first. Then we will talk about demon extermination. Yopi Yang also has no intention of taking on that title. You said you don't know the demon extermination master. It's not a problem. If you're full, then I'll work for you guys. Knowing that the group in front is not the boss's master. Turning the car is not the master's person. The person's name added that this person looks very weak. A mountain dog can beat 3 of him. Right? Being compared to the hot-blooded mountain dog Nam Guan. My master is super strong. You can dueling with many monsters. Don't explode like that. The bearded guy disdainfully said to stop protecting this white-faced guy. When he saw the monster, I'm afraid he wouldn't even know how to run. Yopi Yang only now realized the truth. It's really difficult to deal with cheating. The fat boss saw these guys as useless and kicked them out. If they have no value, then get out of this village. A group of people holding hammers, sickles and shovels rushed up and scooped the quail out to the moon. Right at the moment of chaos, a deep voice rang out. What do you want to do? Wang Ga Chan and we have never had a problem before dark sending guests out to the wilderness. The 3 of them had to stay. The fat boss heard this decision and became angry with the old villager. We are all poor people. So how can we take care of these scoundrels from outside? Even though the village chief is poor and has patched clothes, he is very domineering, even though he is the boss in the village now. I am the oldest person in the tribe, and the way to receive guests is to be honest. After saying this, he coldly ordered everyone to go. I'll deal with the grumpy fat boss. Don't forget what price he'll sell in the village now. Thanks to me for protection. Make me angry. The village chief doesn't even care about him. Kindly told the 3 guests to follow me. Yopi Yang observed for a while and realized something was wrong. This old village boss looked like he hadn't changed for a long time. He didn't look like he had so many people living now. Disciples plus master. Don't say anything. The old man also honestly confided that his little brother had discovered that this village had only a few week-old women left and had recently discovered precious minerals in the surrounding area. Some people saw delicious goods and immediately became greedy. So many people returned to the village and there were also a large number of people from outside coming. Yopi Yang now understood that he followed the old man inside. So that's what happened. The old man took the 3 teachers and students entering a shabby hut just in time for dinner. In the warm kitchen were 2 children of the king of chefs greeting their brother and sister. The 3 teachers and students saw the food and immediately rushed in to scoop up the old man with a gentle smile. This is I hope the 3 of you don't criticize. Criticize anything, but this dinner came just at the right time when Yopi Yang ate so much that he didn't leave a corn cob. Ro Chung continued to do some strange things. Nam Guan and the little girl playing soap bubble. Looks like this village is peaceful. Yopi Yang thoughtfully swings the tree. I don't know if someone is planning on doing something with Wang Ga-chan tonight. I've already investigated. There are no powerhouses above the spiritual level. It's very good to disguise yourself as a normal transit demon and kill them all. There is no power there that can stop us from taking back our clan's secret. Midnight. Suddenly the highest pillar of the village suddenly explodes. The pillar that stores the village's crystals view spirit, the precious stone shattered into pieces in an instant. Several villagers saw this. Their faces had no more blood left. The fat boss was so scared that his face turned purple and the defensive charm was crushed and his temple was destroyed. A group of people saw if it's dangerous. Then leave the country and stay in this village. The only way to die is to run away. The old and sick people are left to fend for themselves. They can't measure their ability to absorb waste from outside until they die, and then they deserve to die. A bunch of people. When eating porridge, the uncle invited each other to give up their belongings and run away to get someone else. Hurry up and don't take any more. The village chief knew he couldn't leave the village and run away. Leaving us alone. Everyone come from the street and hide for a bit. I hope the old ancestors can bless us. The little chef is worried about Yopi Yang and the others. The village chief. I'm going to find those 3 older brothers and sisters who also escaped. An old man saw that. Then he sullenly said that they probably ran away together. Right? The village chief didn't blame him. It's good that they're very young. There's no need to stay here and wait for death. Everyone goes to the death hall. The death hall is just as torn as the old people and children one after another. Came. Saw the door from the village's funeral street. The village chief was strangely sneaky. Why was the door open? He immediately went to see who was bold. It turned out to be the Yopi Yang group. It was you guys. Confused old man Ho Queen Hong. What are you doing here? What's awkward about Nam Guan? Our village chief. Yopi Yang is a Hai Phong resident, so he didn't beat around the bush. He bluntly said that he intended to repair the spirit amulet but discovered that it was completely broken. Is there any blue crystal in the village? I'll make one. The young chef heard this and was as happy as celebrating a big brother's party. How can this type of blue crystal be found in potato stew? Yopi Yang walked over and patted the boy's head. I know. You guys here first go. After saying that, waved your hand to find the real spirit stone. I'll go and return. At the same time a group of people escaped from the village. Halfway there, they discovered a strange magical aura. It was a group of demons that had been waiting for a long time. They were screaming like crazy. There was something ahead. The demons were so hungry that they were drooling. They hadn't been able to eat human flesh for a long time. The villagers were trembling. The monsters. 1. Don't be afraid. Young men who volunteered to stand at the head of the group. He is very knowledgeable about these monsters and said in a loud voice that this is a mountain monster with an extremely cruel personality that likes to hunt and kill humans but has limited attack power. A small demon holding a spear and rushing forward to scoop up 3. That young man without wasting any effort. He could easily kick it far away, making the fat boss's group extremely satisfied. He was invited by Lao Su's high-priced bodyguard to clean up these little demons like chopping fruits and vegetables. But demons are not just. There was one child and another child jumped up. The young bodyguard smirked. He still threw a kick. But this time it was different. The devil's crescent had a pinch of ketchup. The young bodyguard winced in pain. It's broken. It's so bad. The villagers turned off the sun immediately. The young bodyguard hugged his broken leg, looking down on the enemy to smell the enemy. The demon was lying on the ground, laughing happily. At this moment, he realized that he was not an opponent. This little monster, although weak but extremely ferocious, was my enemy. Don't give him another chance. The villagers don't even have the slightest resistance. No, it's not us. There is no more chance. Because another army of demons has surrounded the mountain. Everyone holding weapons. The aura radiating is very oppressive. The number is also completely overwhelming. They laugh savagely. Then without hesitation, if you rush forward like this, you will break the village and the villagers can only stand still and cannot run anymore. A massacre of humanity will take place. Screams and cries will be heard everywhere. At the same time, the atmosphere in Tu Duong was hotter than ever. The old villagers began to feel impatient that the magic array master could not directly use the primordial mineral as a defensive talisman. That young man must have said. Lai ran away. The old man was still standing looking at the door with sad eyes. He was a guest and had the right to go. I hope I can last through the night and tomorrow my old friend Master Bei will come. Right now the sound of murder is coming. Women and children are afraid to pee their pants. What is this terrible sound? That group of demons came to the door. They laughed so outrageously that they jumped like frogs to their mouths and kept making creepy sounds. A group of demons targeting weak women. But Ro Chung is not the type of woman. She coldly said, you guys are too slow. The demons gritted their teeth and screamed. Then continuously swung the axe and hammer. Ro Chung nimbly dodged. Nam Guan was also very quick to use the swing to attack. The swing looking small but having martial arts. Fighting a demon hurts so much that it hurts my eyes. 2 demons are given special care by 2 women. They are so painful they can even vomit ketchup. Dying for a girl is a numbing death. Rochong's sharp eyes cold as a knife. She obeyed the command signal. Don't think that wearing a maid outfit is harmless. Ro Chung cut the ghosts into 2 pieces. The ghosts had not even had time to call their mother before they completely disappeared. A pair of jade swords made Ro Chung too cannot exclaim. The combination is not bad. Nam Guan was also surprised and excitedly said that Rochong's master's fighting spirit made us much stronger in an instant. Before he could finish his sentence, a huge beast appeared, wanting to be much more trouble than imagined. 2 fearless women rushed forward wanting to fight in close combat. Hopeless screams tore through the sky. The corpses of the demon children were lying all over the ground. Rochong's spear didn't know what to do to pierce the demons. Another demon brat sacrificed at the hands of the murderous Ro Chung. Looking at the situation in front of him, he realized that killing is not the way to go. The enemy's numbers are too overwhelming. Enough to crush people with meat. They are much more numerous than we imagined. Nam Guan. This is when he remembered the old father at home. This kind of rank and number. Old village chief. They are dangerous. We have to go back quickly, but that's not what we want. Ro Chung is nervous. We can't go. Look ahead. This time it's the father of those little devils and he has super huge pillar legs. Long sharp fangs and drool flowing like a stream. Namguan's Ro Chung couldn't hide his insecurity from a big guy. He saw his comrades being massacred and immediately screamed crazy. Then threw his fist and punched him hard. Luckily dodging the maid, Ro Chung saved himself a visible loss. Ro Chung did not expect that this guy's strength was completely different from the demon children. He turned to attack Nam Guan. Nam Guan had a magical swing that she used all her strength to defend and trembling and saying it's okay. At this moment Ro Chung suddenly had an idea and she stood up. I used spear magic to deal with him, thinking it would make Ro Chung rush forward. Wanted to use spear magic to penetrate and finish off the devil. But life is not like a dream. The devil waved his hand and knocked Ro Chung down on his head. She was lucky to stay on the ground, while not paying attention to the devil's steel punch preparing to sneak attack. This punch collided with the mom, is definitely digging the dirt to find her teeth. Nam Guan once again cooperated well to use the shield to protect the two sisters. Even though they were facing the devil's father, they were still very tough and we had to fend them off. But there was seemingly unable to lose, being pushed back step by step by the devil's father's punch. Here I can fight a little bit. Try to hold on until big brother Yopi Yang appears. Nam Guan is only worried about the lonely old people in the village? Yes, he is a fighting machine. I hope that the old village chief's side is okay. The village chief's side. He is suspicious and thinks it's strange. Why haven't these monsters come yet? Some villagers in the distance clasped their hands together to thank heaven and earth. The old ancestor had an epiphany. The creepy beak had just finished speaking. A group of baby demons rushed towards them. They were coming. Looking at his scary face with drool flowing down, the village chief had no time to put on diapers. They surrounded him from the street. This trip seems to be at a loss for soldiers. The old village chief held the axe and trembled on the verge of fainting. Finally decided to rush forward to block the road and close the door to protect the young people. What an exemplary village chief. The villagers were heartbroken. Calling the village chief, he replied that you guys should hide well and don't act rashly. He resolutely looked at the demons in front of him. One difficulty followed another. A big demon suddenly appeared like a god. The village chief did not expect this big guy to come so quickly like that. He seems very confident and blatantly plundering the old man where this village's treasures are kept. He goes straight to the main purpose completely without respect for the elderly. The old man said, I know where that thing is hidden. It's not like we can let people who become slaves continue to live. Losing that treasure is like losing the village. The village chief shouted that what you are looking for is not here. I'm not afraid of you riding over here. The big devil heard this sentence and immediately angrily ordered you to go. You ghosts. I received the order and immediately picked up my spear and wanted to cut it. The older the ginger, the more spicy it gets. The village chief launched a protest move. Don't underestimate me. The old man gave a punch that made the little devil wave his face back. The village chief is old and old, but there is a price for what he teaches. Let the devil know what a festival is. When the devil sees that, he smiles as if he had a good season. Humans like to struggle in vain. That punch just made the old man gasp. Just keep the hammer in my hand and I will tell you, protect the village to protect the human world. The devil looked at the cheap and tattered weapon with contempt and smiled, just leaning on that hammer. As soon as he finished speaking, 500 demon brothers rushed forward wanting to send the old man back to his motherland. He was so old that he could easily have the hammer taken away by the demon child. He proudly looked at the result before his eyes. Even the skin of a small thing could not cut through the human weapon. It was so weak. But at that moment, hey, the old village chief has disappeared without leaving a trace. Ghost Dad was startled. Could it be that he had seen a ghost? There was a movement behind him that made him replay it. None other than big brother Yopi Yang is back and powerful more than before. It's too embarrassing to be late. The crystal stone will be finished and you can immediately change it up. The village chief did not expect this young man to actually come back. He stammered speechlessly. Yopi Yang continued, now. It's time to. Your father showed that. He pointed at the village chief's hammer and immediately turned it around a few times. Then firmly settled in his hand. Yopi Yang appeared like a god and the hammer also became domineering so they could taste it first. The true destructive power of this hammer. The devil thinks Yopi Yang is telling a joke. The destructive power of the lucky person who secretly attacks the weakest soldiers wins this broken hammer. For me, it basically just stands there talking forever. Didn't realize his stork was about to be cut off. The hammer blade had no eyes. The hammer blade swung at lightning speed. Then slashed down with a slash to split the bed, causing the devil to cut it in half. Only had time to say the last sentence. Know the effect. This hammer dance makes all creatures afraid to fly away. The tiger didn't roar and thought it was Hello Kitty. Why did all the demons go up to the weapons? Humans were already hungry and thirsty. A debut that touches people's hearts. The demon children couldn't stand the attack, so they rushed forward and wanted to play to the limit. Yopi Yang did not hesitate to increase the interaction with these children. Yopi Yang slashed them to change their lives immediately. The village chief has lived more than 70 pots of Bon Chung and has never seen it before. Whoever is so defiant to the sky. This old ancestor must be the savior who was praying in heaven. The two chefs hiding inside couldn't hold their mouths shut with a hammer. Killing so many of them. But there were still a few left. People doubt life, but monsters are getting more and more. Just him alone. The chef can only hope for Yopi Yang uncle fighting. Yopi Yang slashing the devil. I don't know how many of you can handle it all. The eyes cover because of the murderous aura. Scared the little devils into screaming and chattering their teeth. On Ro Chung and Namguan's side, the situation is very serious. Whether the two sisters come back or not, their opponents are about to be unbearable. The big monster reached out his hand to squeeze some places that shouldn't be squeezed. Right now the squeaking sound from a distance. A safe moved in. A group of baby demons rushed back like a swarm of bees from a broken nest. The big demon didn't understand what was going on. Could it be that he had returned completely victorious? He returned to the big story. Throwing punches and saying goodbye now. You guys are on your way. The rescue is over. Now the two sisters can only close their eyes and accept death. The blow landed on the ground and it shattered. Smoke was flying. Rocks were everywhere. The punch, with a weight of 2,000 kilograms, thought that the two beauties were really unlucky. Thought that his feet were cold, but Nam Guan was still safe and watched. Yopi Yang appeared like a movie actor, used one finger to block an XXL punch. Then raised his hand and flicked it. The snap was like electricity. And he was stunned. The electric current spread throughout his rippling muscles. The devil's arm seemed to be disabled. It screamed in pain. It must have been painful to the heavens. Yopi Yang took the opportunity to rush to fight in armor. He used a hammer to cut a familiar cut in half. Both disabled and disabled. Who can he blame now? He can only blame himself for bumping into the wrong person. The demon was knocked to the ground by Yopi Yang. Nam Guan emerged from the shield and shouted, "Master!" Ro Chung ran to his side and didn't forget to praise him too much. When he came to Yopi Yang, Ro Chung put on a sad look. "Master, we are too weak to help." Yopi Yang turned his head to look at them and replied that the children had grown up very quickly. "If we fight many more times, we will be stronger." Suddenly, from afar, there was a big explosion going off. "Giant demon, bad person, ugly person," cried out. "Finally met the hunt that can make me excited." Nam Guan also saw that the demon was trembling and said that Qian Make Ga in the legend is a beloved armor that doesn't have any human weapons that can break the room. Ro Chung now loudly begged Yopi Yang to help him. "I want to fight again, please master, to help me recover." Yopi Yang turned back to look at her and asked again, "If you want to force recovery holding your injured arm?" Ro Chung determined to ask master to complete. "I want to challenge the strong enemy." "Hear that you? I didn't ask any more. Just cast a spell with my hand." A ray of light with healing effect ran into Ro Chung's body. Very quickly she was able to firmly hold her weapon and then rushed forward. The speed became faster. As she approached the demon, Ro Chung used a series of slaps on the ear of the divine palm. Nam Guan watched from afar and immediately commented without any hesitation. At the same time the demon spread out his arms. Ro Chung also jumped high. Suddenly Ro Chung was thrown far away by the flow of power. She looked back at the demon and wondered if he had disappeared. At this time the demon had not yet lowered his knife and let his opponent know where he was hiding. Very quickly he delivered a real blow. Ro Chung looked at this situation and Nam Guan shouted worriedly at his sister. Ro Chung was quick to land safely but also in pain. The demon accumulated energy to prepare for the next move. "Just released one blow from him," I arrogantly said goodbye. Then his whole body rushed down to Ro Chung at high speed. Nam Guandong saw it and cried and shouted to remind him to run quickly. Ro Chung heard the noise and quickly turned around to watch. When she turned around, the demon was already approaching her. But suddenly he had a bad mentality and immediately held her back. Yopi Yang rushed forward and struck down a blow. His other slash immediately slashed to the middle of the demon's body. The demon was cut in half. Then exploded. Ro Chung behind Yopi Yang called for Master. Looking in the air, there were only scattered dust particles. Nam Guan, do you think Master's hammer is a divine weapon? A few demons hiding above, looking at the situation just now, commented that this human race is a bit dangerous. Okay? Two tall demons with unknown strength laughed and shouted for me to blow him up. Rochong's place is only now alone. She sat alone. The demon saw that he had disappeared and was startled to ask where that boy was. Yopi Yang appeared at a very fast speed behind the other person and replied, here. Then with the hammer in his hand he swung once, slashed the demon's head across. Very quickly the Oman demon's head was separated from its body. The other demons, including the old man in the village, were also surprised. Nam Guan gasped in confusion and corrected his previous statement with a hammer in his mouth. The master's hand is not a sacred weapon. Ro Chung is now holding his arm and looking at him. Then concluded, the master himself is more terrifying than the spirit. People in the ceremony hall ran to see the excitement and hid in a far corner. Commented that little brother is indeed an angel who has come down to earth. We have been saved. After the situation got better, Nam Guan breathed a sigh of relief when it ended. Luckily there was a master. But suddenly at this moment the ground shook violently. A giant demon walked towards everyone. They all came and then exclaimed together, how ridiculous, you weak people, how can this small child want to protest against us? Seeing them, everyone present except Yopi Yang were surprised and scared. Now everyone is surrounded from side. Noticing the bad situation, Nam Guan Dong stammering, what's going on? Ro Chung held his injured arm in surprise and asked again if the situation was wrong. A small village cannot be the target of a large army of demons. What is in this village? The old village elder of the village? Scared, trembling and screaming. The little villager watching the story in the distance, crying and screaming, what to do, we will be eaten away. Yopi Yang was the only one calmly calling the fish a bit many. Raised his arms high to summon his pet. He said to let Sosam get some air. As soon as Yopi Yang finished speaking, a large stream of light emitted the three-headed dragon element. As he shouted the two words million, when a three-headed giant dragon appeared. The image of the dragon's incarnation made everyone and the demons scream together. The giant three-headed dragon appeared behind Yopi Yang. The demons saw it. The demons gasped in surprise. Yopi Yang looked below and coldly shouted to clear the field. The giant dragon listened to the command and three mouths spewed molten fire. The fire quickly spread and surrounded the demons, and they were burned fiercely, roared in pain. The giant dragon actively breathed fire and the demons actively fled, but where could they run to escape? They were all burned one after another. The giant dragon's fire even formed a bright circle. The fire continued continuously, being sprayed non-stop. Flying high above, Yopi Yang crossed his arms and praised as expected of Sosam. The villagers hiding behind the cliff stared wide-eyed. Nam Guan was stunned by this situation. Yopi Yang was still very calmly crossed his arms and commented that it seemed a bit too much. The demons that fly in the air continuously cry out. The ferocious ghost bird spreads its wings and flies towards. The target of the ghost birds is a fire-breathing giant dragon. The village child looked at the ghost bird and blurted out that it was a giant demon. One of them was enough to destroy a village. The village chief was scared when he saw the demon giant appear. The giant demon is now opening its mouth to accumulate energy. Once it has enough, it releases a huge stream of power. A giant dragon's head quickly detects an attack, but immediately. Then the giant demon's move had landed. From afar, observing Nam Guan and shouting loudly at Sosam, then she stared intently at the place where the fight was taking place. In front of the place where the fight was being fought, white smoke flew blindly. Very quickly the giant dragon roared and stood there peacefully. Then all three heads screamed out a large stream of energy. But the giant dragon's move was quickly dodged. The giant dragon flew to the side and stared that explosion. The giant dragon at this moment flew up behind the giant demon. Then it stretched out its claws as if teasingly patting the giant demon's shoulder. Very quickly the giant demon was knocked down and screamed loudly. Its end was the same as other demons, buried in a sea of fire. The fire created by the giant dragon grew bigger and bigger, then the giant dragon also stretched out its huge wings. It stood in front of the work it created and roared loudly big. Yopi Yang calmly stood there watching. Everyone looked bewildered. The village elder called out to Dragon God Sir. Then he bowed down and loudly said thank you for saving Dragon's life Lord. Yopi Yang heard the sound and turned around to look puzzled. Then he gave a thumbs up and smiled softly, thinking to himself, you guys don't regret this plane being burned by me. It's okay. Look away, could clearly see that the whole land was bare. Very quickly the time had come the morning of the next day. The small silhouettes of 3 people walking on the road. It turned out to be 3 people. Yopi Yang Nam Guan raised his voice wondering if he knew him. Are their village chiefs still in danger? Ro Chung turned around at this time and firmly replied that the demon army is large in scale. Appearing in the protective defense line of mankind must have been prepared for a long time. This type of high-level threat will not appear again. Nam Guan heard this and nodded to show that he understood. Yopi Yang took the lead and raised a finger pointing to the sky and said rest assured. The person named Phi Dane has arrived in the village. Then, he turned his head and smiled happily, then told me to feel his aura is very strong. Let's go target Yom Seong. 2 female disciples listened and responded in unison with a yes. A figure appeared in a cloud of smoke and dust. The white-haired old man observed the situation, questioning a young man who had guarded the village. The old man was the 4 great golden sects. Bei Bom silently praised what such a powerful young man was. In the sky a demon was hovering and flying towards a mountain. The winged demon respectfully knelt down and reported that the 2 messengers of the demon army in charge of attacking Wang Ga Chan took back that item last night. They all died in the sea of fire. The blue-haired and yellow-haired demon suddenly glanced over to listen. Even the 3-eyed demon commander of the army was burned to death. But heard a ridiculous story. The blonde-haired demon mockingly joked, "What's up? The great secret of our clan hidden in Wang Ga Chan is for the ancestral spirit to swallow." The clue that thousands of high-level monsters had this time suddenly attacked the defenseless human world. The blue-haired demon also exclaimed in disbelief as the 3-eyed demon gathered all the demons. The ambush in this area combined to create a great military attack against a small village. But it could still fail. It's unbelievable. The winged demon had the audacity to speak his mind, and his subordinates had the audacity to speculate that perhaps it was the work of a group of humans. The superpower passed by and made the blonde-haired demon's hand crackle. He itched endlessly. The superpower of humanity. I went to ask them to teach the blue-hair demon. On the contrary, calmly reminded them, don't talk too much. We have to go to Yom Seong because something big has happened. At the same time, welcoming the awakened owner, the winged demon said the last information to say goodbye to the sword-headed Bei Bom. The capital Wang Ga Chan was established and no demonic forces dared to come close. If there's nothing, my subordinates will leave first. The blue-haired demon doesn't look like a good person and wants to settle accounts. You brought bad news to ruin my good mood and must be punished. The winged demon was startled and frightened when he heard that. Quickly retreat and preserve your life. Sir, spare your life. The blonde demon released a fireball and commanded to go. The fireball landed in the exact right place, making the demon unable to avoid it. He could only scream. A loud explosion mixed in the air, neatly solving the trouble. The blonde-haired demon said that the 3-eyed demon is really trash. If the master let the 2 of us take action secretly, he would have taken it back early. Let's go to Yom Seong. The blue-haired demon returning to this state of happily accepting Yom Seong, where the 8 directions converge, will definitely be fun. The blue sky and light shined down on a citadel that was in Yom Seong. Yopi Yang was walking but kept complaining that it wasn't easy. It took more than 2 days to arrive. Nam Guan looked around the village and talked about the people in the city. This place is too small and quite quiet. Ro Chung is quite knowledgeable about this colony and explains that this place is located near the storm plain and is extremely dangerous. Monsters appear in large numbers, so there will be relatively few humans. Hearing that, Yopi Yang was surprised, asked her to come to this city. Ro Chung turned to look at Yopi Yang and confirmed the information that he followed the Lu Duang army here and stationed the capital here. The reason for being in this city is unknown. Ro Chung interrogated our master because he came here to find someone. Why? Yopi Yang like there is no saying the purpose of not looking for anyone. Let's go to the original demon arena. Nam Guan was startled with Rochang's question. The original demon arena is the place for humans and all kinds of love but fiercely fought. Yopiang's face turned black and he smiled cunningly and replied correctly, that is the place I used to train super terrorists. Hearing this, Nam Guan's eyes widened in fear. Saw the expression feeling scared of a disciple. Yopi Yang laughed loudly. Sosam was indeed scared. After a while of teasing he finally started his journey. Let's go see a little. Big birds flying high in the sky. Yopi Yang led 2 disciples into a large citadel. Observed the citadel from afar. Yopi Yang announced his arrival. Looked at the fighting hall in Namguan's citadel and commented that the demon arena was too bustling and familiar with the terrain of this place, introducing that there are many monks who will come to participate in the match to earn money. There are also some forces that bet on the win or loss of the match. Yopi Yang opens and quotes more about the rule that each match can determine the win or loss. So you can earn money. Suddenly there was a loud shout from afar. Give way! Give way! Give way! All 3 people stared wide-eyed at the commotion. Passers-by looked at the line of luxurious carts and discussed that this seemed to be the fleet of vehicles of the half-demon people in the arena from the right to the left. Whispering to each other, the half-demon is an extremely dangerous profession. They are a superpower. Famous fake on the demon killing board. A devil sitting in a car holding a demon smiled complacently at the excitement. Gananhangweisen and Akma in the sleeping demon beheaded demon. Why did they all come to Yongseong? Ro Chung remembered the identity of Gananhangweisen, conveying information that the reputation of the sleeping demon beheaded demon was huge. According to rumors, Gananhangweisen for money regardless of tricks. Gender unknown devil when hungry will eat demons as food. This person is extremely dangerous. Akma is munching on food deliciously. Yopi Yang looks unconcerned. Mind reminds me. No matter what the devil. Look over there. We're here. Many people who signed up to participate are waiting outside the stands. He excitedly looks at the goal in front of him, reminding us that we have to participate in the demon competition. Hong Nam Guan asked with some disbelief that his master was also participating. Ro Chung talked about the welfare of a person participating in the competition. 300.000 gold coins per person and participating in the competition, including food and accommodation. He did not speak and replied, closing his eyes and feeling the breeze blowing through the fresh air, but in her heart Yopi Yang is worried about leaving Mu Jongguk for a while. And then loudly, is the little fox in the cardboard a good boy? The magnificent citadel covered with light warm sunshine in the east of the world Man Rim Ji Guk. This world of demons and mortals. This place is the only country that allows female foxes to exist. Man Rim Ji Guk. This is a place where it is very easy to find foxy foxes who once saved the country's king He. They were determined not to be demons but holy beasts. The young man saw the lewd fox and pointed at it. It was so cute. The guy next to it was also not nice. Eager to discuss according to the old rules. Caught it and knocked it out, then led away. Suddenly the little fox in front became vague and unclear. Quickly in the little fox's hand was a rock with the intention of attacking and counter-attacking starting. Just like that the little fox alone weighed 2 and rushed in attack. 2 young men with scarred shapes. Please forgive me, don't kill me. Little fox doesn't pay attention. Aim at my money bag. I want money, don't want my life. Little fox with this passion for money is the 4 great beings. Little fox Dongwo's bodyguard. It seems that the people here are quite familiar with her, expressing her frustration that this female thief is out to rob passers-by. Shouldn't female foxes be seducing men? Why did the people next to them quickly signal to remind them to keep their voices down? Don't be heard by her. Suddenly a red light flashed in the sky. It was Baek Bai. After a long time she had returned. Dong Wo suddenly reacted quickly, calling after the master. The master is back. Without hesitation Wake Dong Wo quickly jumped up to chase people away. Dong Wo immediately went to meet people. At the dumpling shop a little green-haired demon asked, Uncle, I don't have money, can I use firewood to exchange dumplings? The shop owner found the fox cute. Acceptance of course means getting 1 for 1 or 2 for the cute kid. Blue-haired little fox, happy and smiling. This is the 4 great bodyguards. Uncle Chun Peng is really good. Chun Peng, come quickly. Go quickly. Leave an appointment and wait for me. I'll be right back. Later Chun Peng returns with 100 bundles of firewood on his back. The people in the shop and the owner of the dumpling shop are stunned. There's a giant beast entering the city, then what? Chun Peng is small but extremely powerful and is approaching. She happily flashed a bright smile and called uncle. At the same time Chun Peng generously threw down a bunch of firewood for you. The scattered bundle of firewood on the floor. The little fox exchanged 3.000 pounds for 300 pieces. The dumpling shop owner looked stiff and sweating profusely. He hadn't let the shop owner fix it yet. Chun Peng just took all the dumplings and left. I'll take it all away. The rest will come tomorrow and bring another 5,000 kilos of firewood. The shop owner collapsed against the wall crying in pain and still wanted to come. Holding dumplings in hand happily returning, she suddenly saw the silhouette of Baek Bai. The little girl in surprise. He threw the whole bag of dumplings on the ground. The little fox's face looked up to the sky calling for the master. Chun Peng was extremely excited and shouted in the middle of the street, "The master has returned." In the rest area there was a feminine voice speaking, "Mr. Lee. I really can't drink anymore. Please let me go." The man's cheerful voice rang out, teasing the little goblin. The girl's bewitching voice continued to change direction. "General Zhang, next time, reward the flower. I definitely went last time I was really unwell." The fox with a beautiful enchanting face. This is the 4 great guards. Chuzal Zhang General enjoyed watching Chuzal hanging on his body, flattering me well. Next time if I don't go then I'll be really popular. I'm angry. The man sitting next to me wants a glass of wine. Chuzal. This time you can't run away from my wine anymore. Chuzal knows how to please men. The man asked to summon the prince this time. Of course I won't avoid it. The 2 ladies standing next to him were also moved by Chuzal. Chuzal is certainly the most reasonable beauty. Man Rim Ji Gook, the maid next to him, also happily agreed. Any man can be solved by her. She can't help but admire the vixen's superiority in this aspect. The man's hand extended a glass of wine to invite Chuzal in. Suddenly the glass of wine was in his hand. The fox threw that man straight in the face. Everyone present was stunned by her actions. The maid couldn't believe her eyes and was confused. How could the beautiful Chuzal lose her maid's manners? Green turned to stone on the spot when he touched her, who was always so gentle and charming, but suddenly turned around. Chuzal, the beautiful, heart-touching person who said every word disparaging the prince. If it weren't for your powerful father to back you up, stupid people like you, I didn't even say a word to you. The man ate an entire glass of wine in his face and hasn't regained his composure yet. Caused trouble, but Chuzal quickly turned around and left. Mr. Lee. General Zhang showed his cards. I'm the one you'll never wake up again. After causing trouble, Chuzal quickly jumped up the wall and ran away. Chuzal was extremely satisfied with your series of actions. Chuzal, I'm a fox with no feelings, so I can play any role you like. My master has returned. I don't need to continue gathering intelligence. After work, I don't need to pretend anymore. You can figure it out yourself. The 3 men still looking forward to it. Chuzal's silhouette. Not letting the men wait too long, Chuzal said goodbye. At the same time Chun Peng. Chuzal.